Good morning, everyone. Oh, geez, my hair is way too bright in here today. Uh, hmm. Anyways, yeah. Good morning, everybody. Wow, my office is way too bright. Um, Mario Batali's trial is not being televised anywhere I could find on either YouTube, the internet, or the local Boston TV affiliate. So I think we're going to cover the Ryan Duke trial instead. If the Mario Batali one gets ever available, we might have to stream and just catch up. So we're going to cover Ryan Duke instead. Toxic, good morning, everybody. Toxic, I'm not sure um, anything about Michael Lang. I don't know anything about that one. Um, but we will be covering Ryan Duke instead. Um, and it sucks because I was looking forward to the Mario Batali one. It's not a murder trial, it's a trial involving like sexual assault and indecent assault, but it's super, super interesting. Um, So Ryan is accused of a 2005 murder of Tara Grinstead. She was a teacher in Georgia, and he's alleged to have been involved in this murder with another man named Randy Dukes, no relation. Sorry, guys. Hmm. Hmm. So, yeah, Chuck, is this case worth diving into? Yes, it's a murder from 2005. Tara Grinstead was a teacher. She got murdered, and there was a while to figure out who did it, what happened. Um, Past couple of years, information came out that two of her former students, a guy named Bo Dukes, and then another former student, Ryan Duke, not related at all to each other. Their names are very close. Were involved in her murder. Ryan is suspected of actually murdering her and then burning her body. Bo is accused of helping Ryan hide the murder. That's kind of where things are. Hmm. Um, my favorite Astartes chapter are the Avenging Sons. They're an Ultramillion. They're a Smurf offshoot. Hello. Yeah. Good morning, everybody. Yeah, I don't know because the sun. This is a east-facing window. Can't do anything about it right now. Bo Duke's got 25 years for his involvement in the murder. Yeah, Bo got 25 years for his involvement in hiding it. Not in this situation. No, there's not a Luke Duke. And really, nothing is starting. Not even Sarah Boone. I was hoping that was going to be starting up. Because she's got a pre-trial today. She had a pre-trial stuff for this morning. Oops, sorry about that. I'll try this. Yeah, I'll see if that'll help.
Let's say the pledge this morning, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. As announced,
This was a cold case for a very long
my name
time,
is Bill Reinhardt. I'm a judge here in Irwin Superior Court, handling the matter on this criminal calendar this morning. We got a good crowd. This is, of course, an open courtroom to all the public. Small though, this courtroom. So if you need to talk, that's fine. Just please step outside, ladies and gentlemen. You can come and go as much as you want. But if you're trying to talk out here in the gallery, it's terribly distracting down here in this part of the working part of the courtroom. So thank you in advance for that. Please, I'm going to ask the jury to join us in just a minute. Please don't undertake any movements or anything like that. It'll be distracting to the jury. I'm going to ask those folks to give us their undivided attention to what's going on right down here throughout this trial. And if you're doing something that grabs their attention, it defeats the purpose of why we're here. Y'all will help us with that. I don't know where that's coming from. Thank y'all. Okay, both sides ready for the jury? Okay, ask the jury to join us, please.
I hope they fix that feedback issue. That'll drive me crazy.
Are they going to leave that? All right, ladies and gentlemen, just raise your right hand for me. Let me administer the trial oath to you. You shall well and truly try the issues formed upon this bill of indictment between the state of Georgia and Ryan Alexander Duke, who is charged with 1 count of malice murder, 2 counts of felony murder, 1 count of aggravated assault, 1 count of burglary, and 1 count of concealing the death of another, and a true verdict given according to the evidence. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. So help you God. Please be seated. All right. I think we've worked out our first day logistical issues. Thank y'all for being out at the canning plant, I guess it was, on time. So we're ready to get going this morning. I think I asked on Thursday was the last time I've seen y'all. Maybe a couple of people have served on the jury before. For those of you that haven't, I want to give you some brief introduction to some of our laws that will apply to you in this case, and give you a heads up about how this case will proceed. As you know, Mr. Ryan Alexander Duke is charged in case number 2017 CR 027 with the crimes that I have just gone over. This indictment, ladies and gentlemen, is no evidence of any guilt, of course, on the part of Mr. Duke. He sits in this courtroom presumed innocent of these charges this morning, and you should draw no inference of any guilt on his part simply because he's been charged in this indictment. He has entered his plea of not guilty to these charges, and that's why you're here. That's what you're asked to resolve for us, the issues formed between these charges and his plea of not guilty. The state has what we call the burden of proof, ladies and gentlemen, in every criminal case. They have to prove their case to you, what we call beyond a reasonable doubt, in order to rebut his presumption of innocence in this case. And they will do that through the presentation of evidence. The state must prove every essential element of the crimes charged.
This is very weird. The judge is almost getting into like opening arguments.
The criminal case, ladies and gentlemen, never shifts to a defendant to introduce evidence of innocence or prove that
I guess
he's
it
not
just
guilty.
seems weird to me because he's
That
not
burden is on the
reading
state.
off of a
If,
set of instructions. He's just kind of
arise,
like winging it.
That the defendant intends to rebut, he doesn't have to testify. He doesn't have to present any evidence. But if he does, the burden is on the state to negate that. But he's under no duty whatsoever to introduce evidence. Now, in this case, ladies and gentlemen, everybody has their role, okay? The prosecution team here, of course, will present the case on behalf of the state. Mr. Duke's attorneys will present and advocate on his behalf. My job is just a referee, okay? I'm just here to make sure we get a fair trial and that y'all are properly instructed on the law in this case that you're to apply to the facts as you find them. I have no interest in the outcome of this case at all, other than it be fairly tried. Okay, that's up to you. And your verdict, ladies and gentlemen, the oath I just gave you requires that you decide this case on the evidence. Okay, and evidence is two things, and two things only. What you hear out of this chair right here, this witness chair, the evidence that will come to you in oral testimony from the people that are brought in here, sworn to tell the truth, and testify to you, that is evidence, okay? The only other type of evidence is what we call exhibits, tangible things you can touch, photographs. I'll hear the case just like you do. I'm not sure exactly what all the evidence will be, but that's what you're to base your verdict upon, evidence. Evidence is not this indictment, as I've said. Evidence is not his plea of not guilty. You're about to hear the opening statements of the attorneys, ladies and gentlemen. That's not evidence. The questions the lawyers pose to these witnesses, that's not evidence. And the closing remarks that they will make to you after the evidence is closed at the end of the trial are not evidence. The evidence is those two things and two things only, the oral testimony and the exhibits that you will have. As soon as I finish up these brief comments, ladies and gentlemen, you will hear the opening statements from the lawyers. The opening statements, like I said, are not evidence, but they're both sides' opportunity to tell you what they believe the evidence is going to be, what they think you're going to hear in this case. It's not the opportunity for them to argue their case, but just give you sort of a roadmap that they believe you're going to hear throughout the trial and through the evidence that is presented. The state, having the burden of proof, they go first, okay? And when Ms. Hart makes her opening and concludes that, the defense can make an opening if they want to at that time. They can make an opening statement after the close of the state's evidence if they want to. But at the conclusion of the opening statements, I'm going to tell Ms. Hart to please call your first witness, okay? And that's when the evidence will present. At some point, the state will say, Judge, we rest. And at that point, that will be when the state has presented all the evidence they want you to consider. And I'll ask the defense at that time if they want to present any evidence. As I say, they don't have to. A defendant in a criminal case is not required to testify or present any evidence at all. That's his constitutional right, okay? And yours and mine and everybody's in this country because the burden of proof lays squarely with the state, all right? Depending on how that all winds up, the lawyers at the end of the evidence will come back and make their closing arguments to you, try to sway your minds to one side or the other of the case. And then at that time, and at that time only, you'll be asked to step back and begin your deliberations. A couple of things I want you to remember as we move through this case. I've cautioned y'all about talking to anybody about the case, watching any news coverage about the case. That applies to all of you as a group too. When we take a break, I served on the jury years ago before I became a judge. So I know how testy it can be or how easy it would be to, when you take a recess, you're back there in the jury room and say, hey, golly, what do you think about that testimony? Don't do that. Your deliberations, don't talk about the case at all. Your deliberations are only to commence when you've heard all the evidence and the closing arguments and the law that I'll give you, okay? When we start the evidence, ladies and gentlemen, we'll try to go about an hour and 15 minutes maybe, so you can stretch and take a bathroom break if you need. We'll go to about lunchtime. We'll take a lunch. Usually we're going to try to knock off about 5 o'clock every day, okay? If there's something going on in here, ladies and gentlemen, that is preventing you from paying attention, I need to know about it. This case, of course, is very important to both sides. And I have to demand that you give it your full attention while you're here, and I know you'll do that. So if you can't hear, sometimes back there in the back corner, people, when they testify, ladies and gentlemen, it's very common and understandable. Their voices will drop sometimes. If you get to where you can't hear, please just raise your hand or something, okay? That's part of my job. I'll be watching and making sure there's nothing going on that's distracting to you in here. The air conditioning we got a habit, of course, but it runs a little loud sometimes. If you need to take a break, just raise your hand, okay? All right. I noticed the bailiffs provided a pad and pen for you. If you want to take notes, ladies and gentlemen, take notes. If you don't take notes. Whatever, if you do, your records or your notes will be yours. They will not become a part of the
Hey guys, I'm going to be away for a brief
and
minute, just so you
as a matter
know.
of fact, at the end
I'll
of
be
the
back.
trial, you can share your notes if you make them. Don't share your notes. Whatever you want to do. But don't do this. I used to watch a lot of those crazy news shows at night, and they'd always have somebody on the television screen talking, and then the words, going along the bottom of the screen. Well, I couldn't do both at one time. Don't take notes so frantically, is my point, that it prevents you from watching and listening to the witnesses, okay? Your job is to decide many things, and one of which, very important, is the credibility of the witnesses. I'll charge you at the end of the case that the credibility or believability of the witnesses presented to you is totally up to you, okay? But you should do that by listening to their testimony and watching them as they present themselves before you, okay? That's the whole point of bringing people in here to give their testimony, okay? All right, with those instructions then,
if you are, please, you indicated earlier that you might hold juries warning.
let me ask y'all this as a group. Has anybody tried to talk to them about this case or watched any podcast, or I think you listened to podcasts, I'm sure, watched any television about this case? Good deal. Just checking with you. Thank you, Ms. Lee.
Just we have just on, as we said, maybe we want to change the 2 seconds.
I want to make sure you guys can see the witness's face. Y'all are getting sort of lined up here, so I'll check with you about that after we get started. Was that a pretty good place to look up this morning? If nobody had any trouble finding it or getting there? Good deal.
Maybe also let us check next to the blind if we're working in the jury box. It may not be sure.
Okay. Ms. Fortune, can you check those? Thank you. Are those on, ladies and gentlemen? Your monitors? All right, good. Thank you. All right, can you proceed, Ms. Wright?
Just may I turn this around so I can see it? Or- You're on it. I didn't know if you had another one over there or not. Getting it open right now, Judge. And if not, I'll go forward without it. Okay, that's very Bailey, I do need you actually. Just stay there for a second. When it, was it do because they're opening, and then once it's Ryan did confess with his words, with his actions, with his DNA, with his prints. He confessed. And throughout this trial, I'm going to ask you to keep that in mind. Now, before we talk about the defendant's confession, we need to start back in 2005, October of 2005, to be specific. Tara Grinstead lives here in Zilla, 300 Park Street. You'll hear that on the last day of her life, she spent the majority of the day helping others get ready for the Sweet Potato Festival pageant that was coming up that evening. She spent her day doing that at her home. You'll hear from at least one of the pageant girls, she's now an adult, who spent her day with Tara Grinstead. And during that day, after she had helped all of the girls get ready, she went to the pageant herself. You'll be able to see a picture of Ms. Grinstead, as far as we know, the last picture that exists of her, that's taken on the evening of the Sweet Potato pageant. You'll be able to see the clothing that she wore. And I anticipate the evidence will show that after the Sweet Potato pageant, she stops by a friend's residence, speaks with him outside for a few moments. His name is Red Roberts. I anticipate we'll hear from Mr. Roberts. She then goes to a barbecue at Troy Davis's home. Now, Troy Davis, as some of you may know, is the former superintendent at that time. He worked in Adams County, but they still lived here. Because of her job with the school, she had gotten to know Mr. Davis. Best laid plan. You'll hear that she had the barbecue for some time. This is the picture that you'll see of Ms. Grinstead. Again, I believe the last picture that was taken of her. This is also, you'll see, from the pageant itself. Now, you'll hear that she goes to the barbecue at Davis' house. His wife is there, some other friends are there, and she stays until sometime in the afternoon. This was the day, October, South Georgia folks were watching the Georgia game. So some of them had very particular memories about times, and you'll hear from them. You'll hear that when she leaves, and Mr. Davis walks her out to her car, tells her goodbye. To our knowledge, he is the last person to see her alive other than Ryan Duke. She goes home. No one hears from her again. You'll hear on October 23rd, 2005, which is the day after the Sweet Potato pageant, no one can find her. Now, these are records of some phones that you'll hear about. You've heard us ask some questions about when we used to have home phones. She had a home phone. And when they arrived and checked for caller ID, what they learned was to find her. You'll see that among other things, Steve Dykes called at age 23, at 9:45, midnight, different times. Only one who's dead way. But at the time, they were communicating, and neither one of them could find Tara. Miss Faye is called. Well, these are the only phone calls you'll see. We're trying desperately to find Tara, because at this point, by the time that Mr. Dykes is calling her at 12:30 in the morning, she's not been heard from for over 24 hours. Now you'll hear that Mr. Dykes and Tara Grinstead had a romantic relationship. You'll also hear that he was married. At the time, and still does, he worked for the city of Perry. He had known Tara Grinstead before he was married. They grew up in the same area. And they at some point, and Mr. Dykes, when he testifies, will talk to you about that. see that are back to back to back. He's outside. He'll tell you he's outside knocking on her window. Because at this point, they've become so desperate, no one's heard from her for 24 hours. They're not just calling this phone, they're calling her cell phone too. You even get to hear the recordings on her answering machine, in which Mr. Dykes came calling him to death. Call him and find her. And then you'll hear, this is a Monday morning. And on October 24th, Tara didn't show up for work. She didn't call in, she didn't show up. And so now we not only have Pete Dykes and her mother trying to find her, but we also have Joe Portier, her neighbor. Actually, I believe Mr. Portier calls her twice that morning. Because at this point, she failed to show up. We all know how small town works. She doesn't show up for work. So people start calling around to people that someone who may know where she is. This is not the kind of person she was, to just not show up and leave her kids there in the rain. You'll hear about various people going to her house to try to find her. One of them is a lady, at the time, her name was Dina Halsey. This called to father of Tara's old boyfriend. Everyone's heard about the relationship that she had with Marcus Harper. We're going to hear about that throughout the trial. Dina was Marcus's stepmother. Marcus's father has now passed away, and he's Dina has remarried. But they all go over. So Joe Portier, Dina Harper, these various people who are friends of hers show up at her house to see if they can find her. Because now, again, they realize no one's heard from her in over 24 hours. Joe Portier and his wife, Myrtle, had a key to her residence. They're neighbors, they're friendly. At this point, Tara is living alone in a cell. You'll hear evidence that the reason she ended up here was that her father and stepmother were living here for a time period. She did a student teaching here. And she loved it, and she stayed. When they had to move away, Mr. Grinstead's work, she stayed and got her own place. And that's how she ended up living alone. This is a woman who's under the age of 30, living alone in a residence, no family in the community, and the neighbors essentially adopted her. Both of them. Now, you won't hear from Ms. Myrtle. She unfortunately has suffered some medical issues and is currently in a nursing home. She's alive, but she's not in a position that she can testify. But you will hear from Mr. Portier. And you'll hear about how they go into the house and see if maybe Tara's in there. And what they find is that her cell phone is still there, and there's no sign of her. They can't find the purse. But I anticipate the evidence will show she can go anywhere, even back in 2005. She can go anywhere without her cell phone. So they call law enforcement. You'll hear from several of the officers who are first to arrive. First being Chief Billy himself. Most of you know him. He's the very first officer on scene. And when Chief arrives, again, they've gone into a residence. I anticipate you'll see this is what her living room looks like on the morning of October 24th. Nothing seemed out of place. And they begin looking further into her house.
I went ahead and fixed the description, guys.
On her kitchen table is a copy of that program from the sweet potato pageant. Now, I anticipate the evidence will show that's important because what that tells us is she made it home. Somewhere between Troy Davis's home, the barbecue, she made it home. They also, in searching her room, find the clothes she was wearing that evening. The shoes on the floor, the clothes piled on top of some other things. Now, I'll go and tell you, that morning, the law enforcement who shows up didn't know that's what she was wearing on the floor. They were a missing person. I anticipate you'll hear evidence that many thought the terror had run away. In the beginning, there was concern. She had had some tumultuous relationships. You'll hear about these nights. I anticipate you'll hear some about Marcus Harper. You'll hear that she and Marcus had broken up, and she was not okay with that. Just ran away. But others will tell you, I anticipate, that this wasn't something she would have done. Or what's going on, to look at the clues in front of her. And the biggest clue that you'll hear about is this glove. Now, I anticipate you'll see that this is the actual glove as it was found the morning of October 24th, 2005. It's translucent, just a regular old latex glove. But it's laying in her front yard. It's laying in her front yard, and you'll see in one of the pictures, and you'll be able to see throughout this case, that it's not right near the door, it's on the other side of the wall. Jay Portier will tell you he saw it when he appraised the residence, didn't touch it. Chief Hancock will tell you that he sees it. When Chief Hancock arrives and realizes this is actually going to be something they need to look into, he calls the then lead investigator, Bill Bars. And Bill Bars is the one who collects this glove. You'll hear from him. He still works at the Sheriff's Department. He's an SRA now. He collects this glove, and it later gets turned over to the GBI. This will wind up being one of the key pieces of evidence that you use. They also later discovered that the comforter on her bed had blood. Now, I don't anticipate you will hear anyone tell you whether or not this is blood on a wound or menstrual blood. But it's a clue. It's something that they have that they need to look at. Because the issue they had going into this case is, as you saw in some of the pictures, and you'll see throughout the course of this trial, her bedroom was a mess. But she had teenage girls and younger girls in and out of her room all day, trying on her jewelry, using her makeup, trying on her own dresses. So law enforcement is left to determine what has there been a struggle? Has someone rifled through her things? Or is this just a bunch of girls getting ready for a pageant, leaving a mess behind? So they have to try and put these clues together. One of the clues that you'll hear about comes from her caller ID. Now, you've already heard me talk about it. You'll hear about a caller ID from the 23rd and the 24th. This is a picture of her phone, as it was in the morning of the 24th. You'll hear that when the bars arrives, the phone is at the phone portion of the handset is actually on the floor in the bathroom. He picks it up to try to call someone to see if they know where she is. And then he places it back on the handset. So this picture is taken by the GBI after it's been placed back on the handset. You'll see other pictures of it on the floor in the bathroom with Bill Bars. But there's caller ID that's built into that handset. And one of the things that GBI agents do when they get there is to check the caller ID. And one particular call stands out. It's a North Coast. That's not something that we normally would think of. It wasn't a person. It wasn't Pete Dykes. It wasn't Faye Grinstead. North Coast Pay. And the agents had a belief at that point that this would be from a payphone. Through their investigation, I anticipate you'll see they were right. Came from a payphone right around the corner here. It's now G&G. I think it was the Swift mark back in 2005. And so, among the other things, they start tracking down phone records. They track down Tara's phone records, Keith Dyke's phone records, Marcus' phone records, and they track down the records of North Coast Pay. And what they find in North Coast Pay is that at the time that matches matches her caller ID, there's a call made to 411. Now, those call records, there's actually two numbers. There's an 800 number, and there's 229-555-1212. Now, for those who don't remember a time before 411, which is most probably everybody in the jury, I anticipate you'll hear that that's the number you call for directory assistance before we had 411 as a short. So now, the agents know, in the course of this investigation, they're learning that someone has called her the morning of October 23rd, someone who had to use 411 to get her number, and they called from the payphone that's right around the corner. That is also going to be a pivotal piece of evidence in this case. You'll hear from law enforcement who will talk about what they refer to as guilty knowledge. And I anticipate what they'll tell you is guilty knowledge is something that law enforcement specifically holds back from the public. They keep that close to their chest. Because generally, only one person is going to know about that guilty knowledge. And that's the person who made that phone call. And so for over a decade, this phone call is kept private. At some point, because of people talking and people being swabbed over the years, people find out, the community finds out that this blood has DNA in it. Another piece of guilty knowledge that is kept back, and you'll hear about this, is that that blood didn't just have the DNA of one person. It had two. What they do is they submit all the evidence they can to the crime lab. One of them being the court. I've already told you this, but they actually scientifically tested it. It was, in fact, Tara's DNA. And you'll hear that. And you'll see this blood. And I'll tell you, back in 2005, you'll hear that the crime lab came up with a pretty impressive way of handling this. You'll hear testimony that generally, on a piece of evidence, you have to choose. You can either try and get prints, or you can try and get what we refer to as touch DNA. Touch DNA is not, you don't usually have as many cells, for instance, is what they'll tell you, the scientists will tell you, as you do with bodily fluids, semen, saliva, those sorts of things. Touch DNA is exactly what it sounds like. If I touch something and I create enough friction, my DNA can get left behind. And in 2005, touch DNA was something that the crime lab in Georgia was familiar with, but their science at the time was not sensitive enough to always see touch DNA. Obviously, things have progressed since then. But they devised this plan, and they'll tell you about it. You'll hear from a gentleman specifically named Larry Peterson, who no longer employed the GBI, but he was there for years. And he'll tell you they come up with this plan, he and agents from the GBI, and what they decide to do is they're going to try and do both. They're going to try and get prints and get DNA. So they take this glove. Well, you'll notice the glove appears to have been worn. They take it and they turn it the right side out, and they cut it into pieces. And what they do is the portions that they believe they're most likely to find prints, those go to the lady print examiners. That means the finger and the palm. And the portion across the middle of the hand gets sent to DNA. Now again, you hear this. That's what they did. They weren't very positive DNA. The original, the glove is now pink. You'll hear that that's because of chemicals they have to apply described to you, are ones that are not visible to the naked eye. So they have to try and use a chemical to lift those so you can see. They'll explain it much better than I do, they're scientists. But that's why the blood is melting. And you'll hear him talk about that back then, in 2005, he identified one print that he believed was suitable for comparison. That's the words they use. We don't have anybody to compare it yet to, but when we find somebody, when we find a suspect, we think that this print is good enough to compare. They also send it to DNA. And what they find out.
Okay, guys, we are trying to do this.
First,
Am I going to do a summary of this trial?
the second.
Okay. Am I going to do a summary of this trial? Yes. The summary is going to go the whole way through. Guys, we're going to stop this one. I can't do it. It's killing my ears. Guys, I'm sorry. We had to stop. I can't do that one anymore. This is killing my ears. I would not be able to sit through that in real life. We're going to try to watch the Mario Batali trial. I think there's some links we can use, and we can talk about it. It's in jury selection. But I think that's where we're going to go, because this is just, and I am sorry, because okay, there. That's a little better. All right, well, there. That was fucking horrible. I am not doing that again. Nope. We are not doing that ever again. I'm done. Yeah. We're going to try to watch Mario Batali. Long Cuck has it. I do not want to use their feed if I do not have to. Right now it is in jury selection. Okay. So basically, Mario Batali is accused of inappropriately kissing and groping a woman back in 2019. It's in municipal court. These are not felony charges. He's in Boston Municipal Court. And it's a jury selection today. So we'll take a look at it and see what happens. If you guys don't remember Mario Batali, what's that jury selection today? Oh, they're doing bench. Oh, they're going straight to it. Okay, well, then we'll just jump in. I'll use Law and Cuck and we'll talk through it. But yes, I apologize for that stream. That was just awful. I thought we could survive and get through that.
Invalid traffic is wasting your people.
That was just painful to listen to.
So was Spencer. She's talking about the restaurant that he owned. Again, this is months after she was supposedly assaulted. The deposition, she said, we don't have to play it, but she said she was disgusted to even walk by Ely. I'm at page 163 of your deposition. Testimony under oath in the deposition. Now, she also, if you look at the timeline again, you'll see June 9th, September 15th, and on the next page, January 12th. She goes back to Town Stove and Spirits, which is the scene of the crime, where she said she was brutally assaulted. Again, I showed you the picture. That's literally right next to Italy. To walk into that bar, she had to walk right past Italy, which she testified under oath would have made her sick. October 19th, 2017, I won't show it to you now, but she comments favorably on a Facebook post about Italy and Europe with her friend, Philip Wolf. There's like this praising hands emoji, which is a good thing, I guess. I'm not that familiar with emojis, but commenting favorably about Mr. Batali opening a restaurant in Europe. That's October 2017. So that brings us to December 12th. And counsel for the Commonwealth alluded to it, an article comes out. And now, for the first time, Ms. Tenney claims she's a victim of an indecent assault. She texts or emails two reporters and says that Mario Batali assaulted her. And that's the beginning of these claims, that she was assaulted. And yes, you'll see text message. She talks about women, standing up for other women. But again, the court has to consider the credibility of that statement given her conduct between the date of the alleged assault and that day. And it doesn't stop there. On January 12th, now this is after she's claiming publicly that she was assaulted. And by the way, some of those text messages she's saying, I think the court's aware, I want to sell the photos. That's her first statements. I want to sell these photos, pay me $10K or I'll post them all. We'll show you examples of that. There's a text where she talks about, actually let's show 120, please. I don't know if the court can see that. She's texting with somebody named Kayla Toner, a friend of hers. Just as a quick aside, as a part of the civil lawsuit, there were interrogatories propounded to her. She was asked to identify all the people she talked to about the incident. She identified 5 people, and then her lawyers supplemented it later. Kayla Toner wasn't one of the people she identified. And the text messages that we would suggest indicate why. So this is a text exchange with her friend Kayla Toner. And she says on December 12th, well, at least we'll get it. Is that the right one? Well, at least we'll get some excitement about suing Mario Batali, thankfully. Last one of these F's, and then it goes on. And then on the third page of this text, she says, I just emailed the woman who published the story for Boston Magazine, waiting to see if she replies. The friend says, OMFG, you didn't attach the pic, right? No, not yet. Friend Kayla says, she could steal that and no compensation. You have the blue ball done. I guess the crude reference to, dangling this, story out to the media. And Ms. Taney says, I did say I have live photos as evidence. The friend says, can you please read me this email? No, yeah, so I shook, and then she sends a screenshot of her email to the reporter, which you'll see there. And then this is the key part, Your Honor. The friend says, OMFG, OMG, OMG, just play up the story. Play up the story, and she responds, OMG, Queen, of course. And this is on December 12th, 2017. And that's exactly what she's done. She's played up the story, and that's why we're here. So, January 12th, she gets an email from that reporter that says, we're going to be able to follow up with your story. Now she learns that the reporters are actually going to proceed with the article about her encounter with Mr. Batali. And what does she do that night? She goes to Town, Stove, and Spirits, the very place where she claimed she was assaulted. We have a photograph of her there. You can look at ID 60, please. That's Town Stove and Spirits, January 12th, 2018, standing almost in the very same spot where she claimed she was assaulted months earlier. You can see, maybe you can't see it, but you can see the tile floor in town, and you'll see that in the photos taken with Mr. Batali. The night when you learn that this reporter is going to write an article about the brutal, dehumanizing assault that caused you severe emotional distress, that you would go to the very place where it happened. Then, of course, Your Honor, the next event in the timeline, January 22nd, there's a text message to her first complaint witness, Ms. Buckley, where she's telling her, trying to get her to talk to the reporters doing the story. And she says, just tell her how creepy and effed MB was. So she's coaching the witness. January 26th, 4 days later, you'll see text messages with her and her friend Kayla about she wants to get out of her gym membership. And there's a whole scheme, and I'll show you the text messages where she comes up with a fake lease to avoid a $200 payment, consistent with somebody who has a motive to lie for money. And and Kayla is her friend, partner, discussing that, just like she discussed going to the reporter on the story about Mr. Batali. You'll see the text messages. That's in January 26th. Then we get to February 5th. And that's when she's called for jury duty. And we know from the jury questionnaire that she...
So guys, this is jury duty. I know this is not going to be...
She gets on a jury for an assault, domestic assault.
Yeah.
Here's the jury questionnaire.
So...
She writes on the bottom...
Yeah, Critter, I think there is actually jury selection here. This is not a bench trial. So...
She's going to say she's clairvoyant to get out of jury duty. And there's texting about it. And that's the question. The text messages show it's a big giant joke with her. It's funny to lie in a courtroom when you're a sworn juror, apparently. I don't know what she'll say, what the testimony will be, but she's going to admit that she violated the judge's instructions in that case. She talked about the case. She Googled the defendant. She judged his guilt before the case was done. And then, most importantly, Your Honor, she sat in a courtroom, the evidence will show, like this, in Middlesex County, when the judge asked her, "Do you follow my instructions?" She nodded her head, said yes, didn't disclose the fact that she had violated all the instructions. Now I want to do that twice. She lied to a judge in a courtroom in a serious criminal trial, and she's going to be testifying here on the road as well. That's when she engages her civil attorneys. They reach out. It's a runaway train at this point because the civil attorneys see a celebrity defendant and money. They direct her, or rather their investigator contacts the Suffolk DA's office on June 11th. On June 22nd, she meets with the detectives. And there's a 45-minute recording that she gives where she's less than truthful with the detectives. She's asked directly, "Are you doing this case for bolster a civil case?" She feigns ignorance about the civil complaint process. There's text messages where she's telling the reporter, giving her a scoop. They got the complaint last night. This is before she talks to DPD. They want to work with some detectives before they file.
Guys, I fixed over the descriptions.
When asked by the detectives who rely on her to tell the truth, she prevaricates. That's going to be in evidence. And then we have the August 22nd. That's when the lawsuit's filed, Your Honor, again, alleging severe, extreme emotional distress. She claims a fear of being assaulted and or touched in an inappropriate manner in public.
Yeah.
So I've covered a lot of ground. It's a lot of evidence. Again, it's not our burden, it's their burden. And I think, Your Honor, at the end of this, we're going to determine that she's not being truthful. This has been fabricated for money and for fun, and that Mr. Batali will be
All right. I'm going to propose that we take a brief recess before we start with the first witness. All right. So we'll take a 10-minute recess.
I don't know if you guys had watched. Okay, yes, thank you, Critter. So he was doing jury. I heard him talking about jury questionnaire. That's why I thought we were doing that. But yes, that actually was a closing or an opening argument. When you do an opening argument in a bench trial, sometimes you waive it because it's not necessarily important. But in this case, Mario's attorney did it, so did the prosecution. It's not the same thing because remember, you're not trying to wow and lay things out for a jury because you're dealing with a judge, and the judge knows what's going on. The judge is not going to be baffled by your, the fanciness of your arguments. So it's a little, you hear this attorney, it wasn't delivered with the same fire and passion. You make your normal arguments. You make them in your normal tone, your normal motion setting situation. That's what you're looking at there. Yeah, it's far less theatrical, Darvoid. That's 100% correct. But yeah, as much as I don't like using law and crime, I guess we'll use them for now. I do think it's interesting they didn't throw up their watermarks or anything on it, which makes me feel a lot better about it because then because they're dickheads. He could face up to 2.5 years in jail and would be required to register as a sex offender. From what I understand here, Will Call Magic said if it's in Massachusetts, this is a criminal trial. Yeah, he could be facing up to 2.5 years in jail, and he could be forced to register as a sex offender. And while these may seem like misdemeanors, there are quite a few situations, even in Ohio, for example, misdemeanor offenses that do require you to register as a sex offender. So being a sex offender does not mean it was just a felony offense. It can be a misdemeanor offense. Okay, guys. Also, I'll let you know at 10:30. I have a phone pretrial I have to do, so I will have to go ahead and do that at some point, just so you guys are aware. Also, I just wanted to bring this up. Here we go. We'll bring this up just so you guys can look at it. Oh, I need to take So, just so you guys can see it, here's what he's being charged with. Share. Doo-doo-doo. That's what he's being charged with, is indecent assault and battery. That's from the state of Massachusetts website. Sorry, putting my collar stays. So that's how we get to that point. Oh, did I miss this? So, yeah, sorry guys, I'm fighting with this on live. This has got to be quality entertainment. Trying to fish out my collar stay I put in the wrong spot. Oh, jeez, I'm an idiot. There we go, got it out. So that's the potential penalties he faces. But we'll go back to where he's at now. Yes, long cut with the beautiful watermark. So that's where we are with stuff. That's what's happening. Like I said, I thought this would be a little bit of a. Yes. Yes. Okay, I'm sorry. Kat, did he know the girl before this happened? No. And actually, Nicole chimed in right away. Yes, this is my understanding as well. He was at the restaurant. He invited her over to her while she was there taking pictures, and that's when he got a little touchy feely. So, that'll be interesting, I think. Also, you guys, I thought this would be an interesting one to show because it's not a murder case. We can have murder trials, we can watch a ton of those, but after a while, they're murders. There's a lot more to the system. There's a lot more to what goes on, and I think a case like this is very interesting because it isn't a murder trial. It's a different type of fact pattern. It's going to be very, kind of short and sweet. There are not a ton of witnesses involved, really. These are the interesting ones where it's he said, she said. I think it's also kind of interesting. It dovetails in with the Johnny Depp situation. So, are you talking about the one I have on my background? Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it. So I just think this is an interesting one. I think it's also for you guys to see kind of the rest of the world that's out there. That it's not all just murders, and there's all kinds of stuff, and these kinds of things are happening to all kinds of people, including famous people. If you're not familiar with Mario Batali, he was just like Emeril Lagasse back in the early 2000s. Celebrity chef, did a lot of TV stuff. Um, kind of like petered out after that, but that's the same thing for Emerald as well. Um, Sorry, guys, typing up a thing real quick. They're about to start back up again, which would be nice. Um, uh, he's the same age as Johnny. They look the difference in how they look. Well, maybe that cocaine keeps you younger. You never know. Maybe there's something to that cocaine, and all that drinking. So we got to be doing this pretty quick here. Yeah. Yeah, Darvoid, he was big with Emerald Lagasse back in the day too. I mean, these guys were he was huge. I remember him back, you go back to the early 2000s. He was the man. Him and Emerald were like big. What the heck? Who is eating the microphone? Somebody skydiving, the news crew skydiving in. Well, we'll see what happens. Maybe there is stuff that can be proven. Maybe there isn't. It's really going to come down to what just can be done. Yeah, somebody skydived in. That was really awkward. Guys, I'm going to share stream for 1 second. That is very interesting. Oh, yes. So this could be a real crazy person like Amber. So, yeah, if that's the case there, I didn't know that about her. I didn't know a ton about the trial. Yeah, that makes me a little more wanting to just right off the bat discount this. No, that's some stuff going on with the production work in the courtroom. So, good morning, Shannon. There's 40 people watching. Well, thanks, guys. Guys, if you like this, please like and subscribe. Yeah, I think that's all dependent on the evidence presented. If this woman really is a nutbag, it's you cut straight to the chase by going to the judge and have him saying, "Get out of here." Also, in a case like this where it's emotional and there's allegations of these crimes, you just really don't want a jury being wrapped up in the emotion of it all. Hey, Grant. Good morning. Well, it says they're back, but at this point, who knows if they're actually back or not? Because I can hear them talking. Constantine, okay, we actually had this up. Hold on here. So, Constantine, you're asking about this. Some of you fight someone while naked. No. Indecent assault is when you touch someone. An assault, it depends on where some states you're in. Some states it's called battery, some states it's called assault. Um, in Ohio, touching someone unjustifiably is assault. Indecent assault for Massachusetts is the unjustified touching of, buttocks, genitals, groins, breasts, any of those private or erogenous, private areas and erogenous zones of a person. And that's what he did. So that's what indecent assault is for. Yeah. And this is not going. Also, earlier at 9:30, I thought I had the phone pre-trial. It's actually at 10:30, so I'm gonna have to step away for just probably a little bit. But you guys probably see me on screen. But I have to go and take care of that. So if this gets started, I'll try to I'll catch up on my phone or whatever if I have to. So only wear orange Crocs today. No, jeez, you guys. Some of you guys, damn, some of you guys are savage out there. Well, no worries. Oh, I appreciate that, Shannon. But yeah, even if you guys were going to be upset, I still got to do it. So, um, 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 well, I think we cover the before and after parts. Oh, so, guys, I don't mean to step away, but I mean, at this rate, as soon as I step away, I bet this witness starts talking, and yeah, we'll see what happens from there. So I will be in touch, guys. Be back in a couple of minutes.
Commonwealth all set? All right, the first witness?
Natalie Teeny.
Yeah. Sure, sure. Raise your right hand.
Please raise your right hand. You solemnly swear the testimony of the taken this court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
Thank you, ladies.
All right, good morning, ma'am. Just make yourself comfortable, all right?
Okay, thank you.
All right, Commonwealth, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning. Good morning. Could you please state your name, spelling your last name for us? My name is Natalie Teeny, T-E-N-E. Thank you, Ms. Teeny. How old are you, Ms. Teeny? I'm 32 years old. And do you work? I do, yes. Can you tell us where you work? Yeah, I work for a company called, it's had a few names over the years. Now our name is Lone Wolf, and we're a software company. Okay, and what types of software? What do you do there? So we do real estate related software like front end websites, back end transaction management, customer relationship management, CRM in the back end. And I do post sales part of that, which is onboarding clients and implementing our software for them. Okay. Is that the field that you've always been in? For the most part, I mean, ever since college, I've worked for a few different software companies and startup companies in Boston. Okay. And have you had any other jobs in that time? Any second jobs, things like that? I did work for a staffing agency, and you know, was a recruiter, and I did some work for one of my friends. Okay. As well. And where do you live? Where are you currently living? I live in Newton, and I've lived in Newton pretty much for the last 10, 15 years. Okay. And who do you live with in Newton? I live with my mother. Okay. And have you lived with your mom for the past 10, 15 years? However long you've been in Newton? Yeah, for the most part. Okay. I want to turn your attention to the evening of March 31st, 2000. Were you living in Newton with your mother at that time? Yes, I was. Okay. Do you remember what night of the week that was? That was a Friday night. Okay. What did you plan to do that night? I planned to meet up with one of my friends. His name is Jonathan. And usually on Friday nights, we would go to our regular place. We would go to this restaurant called Town. Okay. Where was Town? So Town is on Boylston Street in Back Bay. Okay. And what's around Town? If you could orient us to
Totally.
the neighborhood.
So around Town is, right next to it is the Prudential Center. And right within the Prudential Center and right next to it is Ely, which is like a food court restaurant.
Okay. And do you know if Town's still open today?
Town's not open anymore, no.
Okay. And you mentioned on March 31st that evening you were going to meet your friend Jonathan there. Is that right?
That's right, yes.
And you said that you've been there before?
Yeah, we've been there several times. We were pretty much regulars at Town.
Okay. And is that because Jonathan lived close by to there?
Yep, Jonathan lived at the time in some apartment buildings that were connected to the Prudential, and the Prudential is right next to Town. They're probably just a few feet away.
Okay. Do you know if Jonathan still lives there?
I don't know where Jonathan lives or what he's doing today.
Okay. And when you went to Town on March 31st, 2017, you said that was a Friday night. Is that right?
That's right, yes.
Do you remember around what time you would have gotten there that night?
I probably got there around 9 or 9:30.
Okay. And how did you get there that evening?
I took my car and I drove to the Back Bay and parked on Newbury Street or some kind of street nearby, and then walked over to Town to meet Jonathan.
Okay. And when you say you drove there, did you drive from your home in Newton?
Yes, that's right.
Okay. So you get there around 9:30, you drove in. When you got to town that night, what'd you do?
I think I saw Jonathan at the bar, got a seat next to him, and said, "Hey, how's it going?"
Okay,
Took a seat.
so you sat at the bar that night?
Yes, we did.
And was it, did you meet anyone else there besides John, who you were friends with, or was it just you and Jonathan?
It was just me and Jonathan there.
Okay. And you and Jonathan, were you just friends?
Yeah, we were just friends, and at a certain point, I worked for Jonathan very briefly.
Okay.
We were both kind of in that recruiting world, so I kind of helped him with some startup business that he was running.
Okay. So when you get there, you're sitting at the bar. Can you describe what town looked like the interior?
Yeah, so in town there's a long bar, and behind that bar, so if you walk into the restaurant, you'll see on your right that there's a large bar, and there's also some tables, like high top bar tables and kind of smaller, like two tops, for people to sit. And then on the opposite side, like behind the bar, there's a larger restaurant and like the bathrooms and things like that. So we were in the front part of the restaurant at the long bar, though.
Okay. So sitting at the actual bar?
Yep,
Okay.
exactly.
That night when you were there, was it a busy Friday night? About how many people would you say were in the pie?
Yeah, I mean, it was pretty lively. I don't recall how many people were there, at a given time, but I'd say groups were coming in and out. I think I remember one kind of large party, and they might have dispersed like throughout the restaurant, but it was a pretty lively bar.
Okay. And what was the lighting like in there that night?
It's a pretty dimly lit for the most part bar. It's very dark. It has like dark wood, dark leather, kind of like those sepia tone lights, kind of like that.
Now you said you've been to town before. This night when you get there, would you classify this as just a typical night at this bar for you?
Yeah, absolutely.
Did you have any food there that night?
Yes.
Did you eat dinner there, if you remember?
Yep, we had dinner there. I think I even got dessert.
Did you have anything to drink that night?
Yes.
Do you remember what you had to drink that night?
I had sparkling wine.
Okay. And do you know if you had more than one glass of sparkling wine, if you remember?
I had more than one, but not more than 2 glasses of wine.
Okay. And why was that?
Because I'm really not a big drinker, and I also had to drive myself home, so.
At some point later that night, as the night went on, did you recognize someone take a seat at the bar a few seats away from you?
Yes, I did.
And who was that?
That was Mario Batali.
And how did you know that it was Mario Batali?
I knew that it was Mario Batali because he has a very distinctive look. Certain things about the way that he dresses are very distinctive. Also, Italy had opened somewhat recently, and his face was on a lot of the products in the store. So since I was right next door to Italy, I recognized him, and it kind of made sense. Oh, that's the guy from Italy. He's here.
Okay. And in terms of recognizing him, what did you know him as? Like, who was he in the community?
I knew him as a chef. He'd been on the Food Network at a certain point. His face was all over Italy. As well.
And Italy had opened a short time.
Yeah, it had opened probably within a year or two of that time. I don't know exactly when that opened.
Okay. And when you first noticed Mr. Batali sitting at the bar, do you remember around what time that was at?
Maybe a little after midnight.
Okay. And that was that the first time that evening that you noticed him in the bar?
Yes.
Okay. When you first noticed him down the bar from you, do you remember where you were relative to him? What I mean by that is how many seats away at the bar?
Just a few seats away, probably Probably not more than the distance between you and me.
Okay. When you saw him there, did you notice him to be with any other people?
I thought I saw him with another gentleman, but I don't know if that gentleman was actually with him or if he was just another patron that had been, having a conversation with him.
Okay. When you see Mr. Batali come in, you recognize him. What did you then do?
Well, I didn't actually see him enter. I just noticed him once he was seated.
Okay.
And after I noticed him, I took my phone out,
I'm back,
my
everyone.
phone was in my hand, and I took a picture like over my shoulder of him and some other gentleman at the bar.
Okay. And when you took that picture, were you seated at the bar?
I was seated, yes.
Okay. And where was your friend Jonathan?
Jonathan was sitting right next to me, and he was on my right.
Okay. So would it be fair to say that Jonathan was on your right and then Mr. Batali was on your left?
Yes.
Okay. And why did you take that picture of Mr. Batali?
Just because it was kind of, at the time, it was kind of interesting. Like, oh, guess who's here? Mario Batali, the guy from Italy, is like right here.
Okay. I'm going to pull up a picture for you now. Your Honor, at this time I would move to introduce the series of photographs taken that night. It's going to be 11 pictures on this USB drive.
Any objection from,
Your Honor, I don't have an objection, assuming they are what we discussed. I actually haven't seen them on the disk drive, but I believe they are what we think they are, so no objection unless something comes up that looks different than I thought. Okay.
So you're gonna display them on the?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So they'll be admitted into evidence as long as they are what you say they are.
Gotta love the thick Boston accent. Holy cow.
For the envelope for the USB device?
Yes.
In addition, I think we also have a second exhibit to offer, which is the same images, but with the exact second timestamps with them.
All right, Attorney Fuller?
Well, the images, obviously, there's no live photos on that piece of paper, but they're still representatives of the live photos, and we are in agreement.
Okay. So now, are the parties proposing that these two things be group exhibit 1? One and two? All right. So the envelope and the photos 1, and then this will be 2.
And guys, I made this point last week in the Johnny Depp trial. I made this point when I was on with Nick Ricada. You can hear them this is a trial. There's not a million exhibits, and they're kind of like, do we put together like this or that, or it's not all set. So yeah, I mean, nothing's 100% set in a trial.
Okay, we can pull up the first photo of 1236. Ms. T, can you tell us what we're looking at on the screen here?
Yes. So this is the first photo that I took when I was sitting with Jonathan at the bar. This is the photo that I took from like over my shoulder in town.
Okay. And where is Jonathan in this picture?
Jonathan is to my right in this photo.
Okay, so obviously not in this.
Yep, Jonathan's not in this photo. That's right.
Do you know who the person in this picture whose back is to you?
I don't know who that is.
Okay. Is this the person you thought may have been with Mr. Batali before?
I thought so, but I'm really not sure who this person is, if it's just a patron or if it's his friend or who this person is.
And that person in the orange looking scarf, is that Mr. Batali?
That's right, yes.
Okay. When you take this picture, what happened?
So after I took that photo, Jonathan, who was sitting right next to me, basically said something to the effect of, wow, that's really embarrassing. Like, why did you do that? And I said, I didn't know that wasn't allowed. And he said, that's so embarrassing. Like, oh my God, you're definitely caught. Like, you're busted. Like, why did you even take that photo? And I was like, I thought it was just a harmless photo.
Okay. And did it seem to you and to Jonathan that Mr. Batali had caught you taking that photo?
Yep. So right after that.
All right, I'll sustain the objection as to the form of the question.
When you took that picture, how did Mr. Batali seem to respond?
Well, I wasn't actually looking at Batali respond after I'd taken that photo, because I took it over my shoulder and I was facing Jonathan. So Jonathan had said to me, "You're caught. Look at you now. Look at how embarrassing. He's calling you over there. So you better go over there and you better delete that photo."
And what time did you take that photo at?
A little after 12:30.
Okay, and on that exhibit that's in Murphy, does that have the exact time stamp on it?
It does. It says 12:36 and 17 seconds.
Okay, so after that happens, what did you do?
So after Jonathan had said, "You're caught. This is the most embarrassing thing ever," he said to me, "Look, Batali is calling you. Mario Batali, he's go over there and delete the photo." And Mario Batali pictured there, he was summoning me to come over to where his seat was at the bar.
And did you go over there?
I did go over there.
And when you went over there, what happened?
When I went over there, I started walking and I was like, "Hey, I'm so sorry. I can delete the picture right now. Like, I didn't mean anything of it."
Did you have your phone out at that point?
Yeah, I had my phone ready and I had that photo pulled up, ready to be deleted, because that's why I was going over there.
Okay. And when did you offer to Mr. Batali to delete the photo at that point?
Yeah, I said, "Hey, I'm really sorry. Like, if you want, I can delete it. I didn't mean anything from it. Hey, my bad."
And how did he respond to that?
He said, "No, it was fine. No worries. And hey, let's actually take some selfies instead."
Okay. And when Mr. Batali offered to take some selfies with you, what did you think of that?
Is there an objection to what she thought, Your Honor?
Overruled.
You can answer. What did you think when he made that offer to take selfies with you?
I said, "Sure, okay. What's wrong with the selfie?"
And was that, you knew Mr. Batali was a celebrity, is that right?
Yeah. I mean, to a certain point. I mean, he in a way, I mean, he was associated with Italy, and that was kind of a big deal in Boston. So.
Okay. Did you think at that point?
He wanted to show me his cannoli.
Objection to the
I'll overrule the objection this time.
I didn't
That was a good
really-
objection.
I didn't really think anything of it at the time. I was just like, "Oh, okay, a selfie, cool." Like, taken 100 selfies before, so.
Okay. You mentioned, and we see in that picture that there's another man in that frame. When you walk over to Mr. Batali, was that man still there?
That man had moved out of the way, either to like the other side of Batali or some other place in the bar, but I don't recall that other gentleman. Once I had been summoned over to Batali.
Okay. And did you ever see him again?
Not that I remember.
Okay. Did you agree to take some selfies with Mr. Batali?
I did.
Who took those pictures? Who took those
That was
selfies?
me. I was taking them.
Okay, and did you take them with your own phone?
Those were with my phone, yes.
Okay. When you took the selfies, what part of your body and what part of Mr. Batali's body can you see in the photos?
Our heads, our faces, our shoulders, just the upper parts of the body, and really whatever can fit in the frame as you're holding your hand out. So not really anything below like a portrait.
Okay, so what you would see in a typical selfie picture frame.
Exactly.
Okay. How many selfies did you take, if you remember?
I think around 10.
And do you remember what times those pictures were taken at?
Those were just shortly after the first photo was taken, within a minute or so. And if I'm looking at this, it says exactly at 12:37 a.m.
Okay, so the next photo was taken at 12:37?
Yes.
Can you pull that picture up as 12:37 a.m. one? Can you tell us what's going on in this picture, Ms. Teeny?
Yep, that's the first selfie with Mario Batali, and he has one of his arms around me. He has his face pressed up against mine, and he's pulling my body closer towards his.
Okay. And is this a still photograph?
This one, yes.
Okay. Can we see the next photo, please?
He asked me if he wanted marinara sauce.
Okay, looking at 12:37 a.m. 2. Is this one Mr. Batali again?
Yes, it is.
What's Mr. Batali doing?
He's
We can see.
Yep, he's kissing the side of my face. He has his other arm wrapped around the back of me.
A lot of documentaries on Pornhub start out this way. Lots of them.
This is 12:37 a.m. 3. What's going on here?
More of the same. Trying to take another selfie. Batali's face is pressed up against mine, and he's making some kind of like kissy face.
Okay. Can you see the next photo, please? This is 12:37 a.m. 4. What's happening in this photo?
This is another attempt at a selfie. And we're standing, and now Batali's looking at the camera, kind of doing a pose.
Okay. And when you say attempt at a selfie, what do you mean by that?
Well, a few things. So we had taken a few selfies. I didn't think any of them were good. Like no one's looking at the camera. Like it's very. It's not like a selfie that I would like take with my friend and we're both like looking at the camera and smiling. It's like it's just not right. And also, while this was happening, like his hands were in sensitive areas, touching me, touching my body. So it was like a selfie, but other things were happening simultaneously.
It was like a selfie. That's how we do selfies in Boston.
And 12:37, photo 5. Is this a still photo again?
Yes.
And again, taken at 12:37.
Yes.
And let's see the next photo, please. What?
Oops.
Oh, so that looks like it's a video. What is that, Miss Teeny, that we just looked at? We can play it for you.
Yeah, so that's a live photo. So I guess, one of the features on the iPhone is takes these like 6-second short videos of the photo, and it includes some audio. So that's what that was. And then
What time was that? Was that video taken at?
that was at 12:40 a.m.
Okay.
and 12 seconds.
And can we see the next live photo, please? that live photo taken at 12:40 as well?
Yes.
And what's happening in that live photo?
Mario Batali is grabbing my face, kissing me on the side of the face. His other hand that can't be seen is touching my body in sensitive areas.
Okay. Can we see the next live photo, please?
Sorry, that was the same one.
In that 12:48 a.m. 3, is that Mr. Batali continuing to grab your face and kiss you that you can see in that
Yes, it is.
video?
Yes, it is.
And can we see the next video, please, for? In the end of that 12:44 video, will you hear Mr. Batali say something to you?
Yeah, something like, does that work? Because he kept saying one more to get another selfie.
Can we see the last video, please? Okay. Is that the last live photo that you took that night with Jeannie?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Now that we've seen those 10 selfies, 5 of the still photos, 5 of the live photos, I just want to ask you some questions about those. We can watch them again if need be.
Okay.
When you're taking these pictures, can you describe the position you're in relative to Mr. Batali?
So I'm standing, and Mario Batali is sitting on his seat at the bar. I'm on the right side, and well, he's to my left, and he's seated.
Okay, so would it be fair to say that you are standing next to him taking those pictures while he's sitting down on,
Yes.
on the bar stool?
Yes.
Okay. And what hand were you taking those selfies with?
I was taking them with my right hand.
Okay, and Mr. Batali is on your left side.
Yes.
Okay, in many of those photographs, you can see Mr. Batali's left hand pulling your face.
Yeah.
Can you tell us what his right hand was doing?
Yep. So his right hand is all over my breast, all over my rear end, in between my legs, grabbing me in a way that I've never been touched before like that, like squeezing in between my legs, squeezing my vagina to pull me closer to him, like as if that's a normal way to grab someone, just between the legs to pull them towards you.
Okay. And he was trying to pull you towards him as he sat in the bar stool?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you know in these pictures where on your body he was touching during which pictures? Are you able to distinguish that?
I really can't distinguish that because it all happened so fast, and it was happening essentially the whole time in different parts. So at first, or I shouldn't even say which order, but there was touching of my breasts, touching of my rear end, touching of my sensitive feminine areas, in between my legs, touching all over my face, his lips on the side of my face, his tongue in my ear.
Okay.
It was just a lot happening.
And these pictures, this incident happened in between 12:37 and 12:40. Is that right?
That's right. Yes.
And it looks like from the timestamps on the photo, some pictures are taken at 12:37 and some pictures are taken at 12:40. Is that right?
That's right.
And do you remember what was happening kind of in between when the pictures are taken at 12:37 and when the pictures are taken at 12:40?
So this incident did happen several years ago. So my memory on every single, those 2 or 3 minutes in between like the photos isn't, I don't remember every single detail perfectly clearly. But I do remember having kind of a conversation with Maria Batali.
Okay, and what was that conversation about?
So certain aspects of the conversation were like, what are you doing here? Why are you here?
Okay. And do you remember if that conversation was while you were trying to take these pictures?
It was either, you know, like during or after. I don't remember exactly when, but I do remember that we had a very brief conversation.
Okay.
You know, very, very, just a few words with each other.
Okay. And when you're taking these pictures, when you can feel Mr. Batali's hand on your body, how are you feeling in that moment? What was going through your mind?
Really shocked, surprised, alarmed.
Did you feel like you knew what to do in that moment? Like,
I'm going to sustain the objection.
how did you react in that moment to that?
Good objection.
I froze up, to be honest. Put on a smile to kind of de-escalate the situation. Just became very nervous and kind of uncomfortable. I was really shocked, alarmed.
In some of the live photographs, you can see you smiling and sort of laughing. Can you tell us about that?
Yeah, so at first, when I walked over there, and Batali said, yeah, it's great, no problem, let's take some selfies. That's kind of the typical selfie pose, you know, smile and let's have a photo together, make it nice. So that was part of it. And then I'm just a very, sometimes I laugh or smile at inappropriate times. I'm just a very kind of giggly, nervous person.
Did you feel nervous in that moment?
Absolutely, yeah.
And when you felt that way, what did you try to do as you were taking these selfies and you felt Mr. Batali's hand on your body?
I tried to pull back. I tried to look at the photos to see if what is going on here. This guy's eyes aren't open in any of these photos.
What did that make you think?
He was definitely drunk. I could smell it. The way he was talking, his words were very slow, not like, you know, if you're just having a regular conversation, whereas if you're drunk, your words take a long time to come out.
When do you think that you realized Mr. Batali was drunk that night?
Probably within those first 5 photos, it became really clear to me that like this guy is wasted, for lack of better terms.
Were you still trying to get some good photos at that point?
Well, I mean, I'm not really sure, because at that point he kept saying one more. So it wasn't really, at a certain point I was like, okay, there's no good photo here. This is not about photos. This is him touching me, grabbing me and saying one more, but his hand is on my vagina now. So it was kind of like, okay, wait, this is not one more. These selfies aren't going to be better. His eyes aren't going to be open. No one's going to be smiling. This is not a normal selfie. This is something way else. This is escalated past just a selfie.
Okay. How did you get what you realized was no longer just selfie taking to stop?
That was it. I was like, okay, well, I gotta go. And it was part of a conversation actually with Batali that I immediately, I was like, I gotta end this, I gotta go. Chills like came over my body when he asked me to join him in his hotel room at the Mandarin Oriental.
And what did he say about that?
Basically, hey, come back to my room tonight. I'm just like, what? No. He's like, I'm staying at the Mandarin Oriental, which, if you're familiar with the Prudential Center or Boylston Street, is right next to Ely as well.
Okay.
I go back to his hotel room. Probably be fun.
Absolutely not. I got chills.
Should probably do some baking and cooking.
Right back to shop. All right, have a good night. See ya. and walked right back over to my seat at the bar with Jonathan.
Okay. At any point, did anyone else take a photo of you and Mr. Batali that night?
Not that I know of, no.
Okay. The man who groped you in the bar that night who's in these photos with you, do you see him sitting in court today?
I do.
Could you please identify him using a piece of clothing he's wearing?
He's wearing a blue collared shirt with a navy zip up and a suit jacket.
Thank you. Your Honor, please let the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant.
Any objection, Attorney Fuller?
The identification.
Yeah.
That he's in the photos.
All right, the record will reflect that the witness has identified the defendant.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Keeney, how are you feeling in those moments as you walked away from the defendant?
Kind of like mortified, disgusted, had that like kind of sensation that this was not right. So just overall very uncomfortable, and it was at that point when the night was over for me. I went back over to Jonathan. I said, we've got to go. Let's settle up the tab. Let's leave cash and just walk out.
Okay. And how did it feel to you that incident had happened in terms of the speed of the event? Did it happen fast? Did it happen slow? Somewhere in between?
I'd say it happened very fast.
And walking away from that, you mentioned you felt shocked and confused by that. Is that something that did you share that with Jonathan when you walked back over to him?
Jonathan made a comment to me that was like, what was that all about? Who was that guy grabbing you? And that's what.
Objection.
Grounds?
Hearsay.
It's sustained.
And Ms. Keeney, when you walked over, you said to
Good objection.
Your night was over at that point. Did you leave pretty much right after that?
Pretty much right after that, I think Jonathan was like, well, I'm finishing my drink. Like, I'm
Sustained. That's sustained as well.
You know, he needed time. We still needed to
Just
get it together.
hold on. Next question.
So Ms. Keeney, after you walked back over to Jonathan, what did you do?
They don't have good control over their witness.
You know, after he finished his food and drink, after we paid the bill,
Okay.
you know, we couldn't just walk right out. We had to kind of settle everything up, and then within a few minutes, we were out of there.
Okay. And when you left that night, where did you go?
I went back to my house in Newton.
And do you know where Jonathan went?
I think he went right back to his place. If he stopped at anywhere in between, I'm not sure, but eventually he made it to his house at the end of the night.
Okay, but you left separately?
Yeah, we left totally separately. He
Okay.
walked one way, I walked the other way.
Okay, and you went back to your car?
Yeah, that's right.
And where'd you go from there?
And then I drove home and then went back to Newton.
Okay. The pictures that we had just looked at, did you ever post any of those pictures to your social media?
No, I didn't.
Okay. After that night, who was the first person you told that the defendant had assaulted you at town that night?
I told one of my really close friends at the time, Rachel Buckley, about what had happened.
And when did you tell Miss Buckley what happened, if you remember?
Within a week or so. I don't recall the exact dates. It was quite a while ago, but it was pretty shortly thereafter.
Okay.
Probably maybe the next weekend, 2 weekends. We would hang out a lot, so.
Okay. Do you remember why you didn't tell her that weekend, like the Saturday, Sunday after this happened?
Because she was going on like a trip or some type of vacation, so I didn't know if it would be appropriate to be like, hey, pause your vacation, like I need to tell you about this thing that happened to me. So I just figured, oh, it's not a good time, like she's got other priorities right now, let her enjoy her vacation.
Okay. So the next time, when you told her, was it the next time that you saw her in person?
Yeah, it would have had to been. I don't know if it was the very next time or, you know, if it was on the weekend and they were just, you know, sitting, hanging out, but it was definitely in person and one of the times that I'd seen her
Okay,
in following
okay.
weeks.
And you said probably within about a week.
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember where you were when you told her about what happened to you that night?
I think it was probably in her apartment. We hung out there all the time. I don't remember exactly. It was either, you know, in her apartment we were hanging out, or, you know, in my car as we were driving, you know, to some destination. But it would have been one of those two places.
Okay, and where did Miss Buckley live at the time?
She lived in Cambridge at the time.
Okay. When you told her about what happened to you that night, what do you remember telling her?
How his hands were all over me, how I was so shocked that something like this could happen, you know. It went from a selfie to...
Objection to how she felt this is about the person and what she said, Your Honor.
I'm going to overrule the objection.
Sorry.
Next question.
If you could just tell us what you were saying to her, what you conveyed to her at that point.
This happened. I was out with Jonathan. We were next door to Italy. The guy that's associated, or one of the main faces of Italy, was there. When we went to go take the selfie, he had his hands all over my body, all over sensitive areas in between my legs, my rear end, my breasts. His face was all over mine. His tongue was in my ear at a certain point, I didn't think. And I just told her that, and then just my general sentiments that, like, let's never eat at Italy again.
And when you told her that, would you say that this was an extensive or a detailed conversation?
I mean, it was one of those conversations where I told her what happened, probably in a few minutes, maybe 10, 15 minutes. And then we both agreed, like, that was wrong. We're never going back to Italy again. Like, that's so wrong.
Okay. And when you told Miss Buckley about what had happened to you that night, do you remember if anybody else was there at that time during that conversation?
It could have been her boyfriend Peter at the time. Might have been there. He was kind of always with us, hanging out.
Was Peter involved in the conversation?
Not really. He was just kind of sitting there in the house or wherever we were, but he kind of was always just there, not really in the conversation with us, but he might have been there.
Okay, so would it be fair to say that you don't have a memory of specifically telling Peter what happened to you?
No.
Okay. Fast forwarding a little bit to December of 2017, did you connect with the reporter from the Eater publication about Mario Batali?
Yes, I did.
This is the objection. Getting into your shall, just outstanding objection.
All right, I'll note your objection.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And Ms. Dean, what led you to reach out to that Eater reporter?
Because I wanted to let her know what happened to me in the bar that night and show her, I just wanted to let her know what had happened to me in the bar.
And why did you want to let her know what had happened to you? What did you read that made you want to tell the story about what happened to you?
Well, in the article that I read in Eater, it was other women saying that Batali had done unsavory things and had sexually abused them in some way or another.
And how did that make you feel about what had happened to you in town that night?
Objection.
I'm going to overrule the objection.
To me, I mean, it really made me feel like, wow, I wasn't making that up. Like, this wasn't an isolated incident. Like, that's who this person is. I mean, I want to say the full answer.
Did you feel before you read that article like what had happened to you that night was an isolated incident?
Objection to the reading, Your Honor.
I'll sustain the objection.
How did you feel before you read the article in Eater about what had happened to you that day?
Overall, just embarrassed, kind of just living with it. I just felt like, okay, this is something that happened to me. It was embarrassing. It was really confusing. And
Did you feel like there was anything you could do about it?
before reading that article, no. I felt like totally powerless. Felt like I'd lost bodily autonomy even in that moment. There was really nothing to do. Like, what do you do? I had no idea what options or what path I could even take or who would listen to me. And that's why I talked to the reporter. She was listening to what I had to say.
So that feeling that you had up until December 2017, how did that change when you read that article about the other?
When I read that article, I was like, wow, this is real. This isn't just one night in town. This is constant. This is repeated.
And what did you do after you read that article? What did you do about it?
Yeah, so I emailed the reporter and I said, hey, this happened to me too. I have a story and I have photos that also go along with what happened to basically prove that I was with Batali and this was all happening and the photos right here.
Okay. And did the Eater reporter get back to you?
She did.
And what happened from there?
She and I had a conversation, I think that day. She basically said, hey, we'll be in touch. Like, hey.
What the reporter said, this is going further than anything.
All right, that's sustained. Next question.
Did the reporter you told your story to, did she end up at that time publishing a story about what happened to you at town that night with the defendant?
Not at that time.
Did you stay in touch with her?
I did.
And in May of 2018, did a story about the defendant come out in 60 Minutes?
Yes.
Objection. It was like an article, and we're talking about 60 Minutes, and now I don't know where we're going.
Well, I'm going to overrule the objection for the time being, Commonwealth.
After you saw that, did the original Eater reporter get back in touch with you?
She got in touch with me, yes.
And did she want to publish your story at that point?
I mean, I think she always wanted to publish a story, but at that point, we got more in touch and she, yeah, yes.
So at the end of May, did the Eater reporter publish a story with your name in it?
Yes, she did.
And did you agree to have your name in that story?
Yes, I did.
And was that story about what happened to you at town on April 1st, 2017?
Yes, it was.
Christine, why did you agree to let the Eater publication use your name at that point?
Objection, relevance.
Overruled.
So prior, the original article that I read, no one's name was mentioned. And in my conversations with this reporter,
I'm not object to the hearsay about what the reporter told her.
Well, she hasn't said anything yet about, all right. Go ahead, ma'am. You can answer the question.
the sentiment was, hey, if you use your name, no one else has done that. This will be a lot more real.
Objection. Strike.
All right, I'll sustain the objection as to what the reporter said, and that part of the answer will be stricken.
Christine, how did you, to yourself, how did you feel about using your name when you were thinking about it and deciding what to do?
That's what I was going to do. I was going to be brave. I was going to put my name out there, my face out there, and just own it, own what happened to me, and take control back of what was done to me.
And why did you want to do that?
Because I wanted to be brave. I wanted to come out there and say, no one else put their name or their face out there, and I wanted to be strong enough to do that.
when you agreed that your name could be used in that article come out on May 30th, 2018?
Yes, it did.
And was that in the Eater publication?
Yes, it was.
And was it published about the story about what had happened to you on April 1st, 2017 in town?
Yes, that's right.
When that happened and you used your name, what happened to you in terms of media attention?
Oh my God. My phone was blowing up with calls from reporters from every type of the Boston Globe, the Boston Herald, other places I have no idea. The media tried to come to my work. The media showed up at my house in Newton. I was at work at the time, so. I was
Commonwealth,
Far away from what happened tomorrow.
Commonwealth, do you want to make an offer of proof as to why it's relevant?
Sure, Your Honor, this is exactly why Ms. Teeny engages with an attorney.
All right, I'll overrule the objection. Can you repeat the date of the Eater story?
May 30th, 2018.
All right.
Ms. Teeny, in reaction to all of that media attention, did you feel like you needed some help?
Absolutely.
How did you try to get help at that point?
Well, I did a few things. I contacted the reporter, and there was really nothing she could do for me. I told my mom like what was going on because why are these news trucks in front of our house? Why is some reporter knocking on the front door? So I told her, and she told me, and
Objection.
Sustained.
After you confided in your mother, who else did you seek help from?
From an attorney.
And did you think that an attorney could help you manage all of the media attention?
Yes, I mean, I really wasn't even sure at that point. I just needed advice or guidance or some type of help, and I thought, an attorney can help me, at least let me know what options are, what is available to me.
Okay. And did you end up engaging with an attorney?
Yes, I did.
And did he help you manage all the media attention you were getting at that point?
Yes, he did, because I could just direct inquiries to him, and he handled it. Yeah.
Okay. And after that, did your attorney discuss filing a civil lawsuit with you against the defendant?
Yes, he did.
And prior to this incident, to this experience, had you ever filed a civil lawsuit against someone before?
Never before.
Did you have any experience with civil court proceedings?
None at all.
What about any legal background or training?
None.
Did you at that point understand the difference between a civil lawsuit and a criminal prosecution?
At that point, no.
Had you ever had an experience with either before that point?
No.
Okay. Did your civil attorney eventually suggest that you could file a police report against the defendant for what happened at town?
Yeah.
Did you know that you could file a police report for what happened at that point?
I'm going to overrule the objection.
Oh, that should be sustained.
Option two, that you could file a police report at that point?
No, I didn't know that.
After you found out that that was an available option to you, did you do that?
Yes, I did.
And do you remember when that was?
I think in June. I don't remember the exact dates, but
In June of 2018?
Yes.
Okay. So shortly after this year article comes out?
That's right, yes.
Okay. And were you able to report what happened to you to the Boston Police Department?
I was, yes, thankfully.
Okay. And eventually after that, a couple months later, did your civil attorney file a civil lawsuit on your behalf?
Yes.
And was that in the end of August of 2018?
Yes.
Is that case still pending?
Yes.
And in that case, are you seeking monetary damages?
There's no amount of monetary damages that are expressed or,
So there's no specific amount, but it is seeking monetary damages, is that fair to say?
yeah,
Okay.
potentially, I mean,
in the course of this case, this criminal prosecution, at some point, did you turn your phone over to the court to be looked through?
yes, I did.
And were materials from your phone for over a 2-year period extracted from your phone?
Yes, if not more than 2 years, but yes.
And did you bring your phone in and give it up for that purpose?
Yeah, and I did so willingly.
And you know if that phone extraction was completed by a contractor of the defendants?
Yeah, it was like a neutral third party, I think. I don't know who did that extraction of information though.
Okay, but you willingly turned your phone over, had all your information for over 2 years extracted from your
That's
phone?
right.
Okay. Why did you do that?
I just wanted to be very cooperative. I just wanted to be very forthcoming. And just let whatever needed to be taken from my phone be taken, especially the photos. And I did so because I felt like I had nothing to hide.
Objection, Your Honor, I move to strike her testimony and then we have a sidebar.
Sure.
outside the presence of the witness.
Sure.
Okay, guys, I'm going to start off by saying, look, okay, it's not that he got handsy, but you are not allowed to grope or touch someone's genitals, their breast, their buttocks, their erogenous zones, or their private parts without their consent, okay? You can't just walk up and just start grabbing women's tits, or if you're a woman, you can't just start running up and grabbing dudes' junk. Hopefully it's in a nice, gentle manner. I'm sure most wouldn't mind that, but you're legally not allowed to do that, okay? That's not allowed. That's not legal. In Ohio, that's called sexual imposition. You're not allowed to do that, okay? Yeah. Yes, Chungus is like... Yeah, what's consent? What's that word? Is it a French word? Yeah. Well, see, I actually do. I mean, I leave pictures on my phone all the time, but I'm kind of a boomer, so I had a person, I had a client texting me. I didn't hear exactly why we're on for this. It's actually this person trying to call me right now, what we're going on for. Guys, hold on. I need to take this.
All right, AJ Benelli.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Teeny, just a couple more questions for you here. Can you tell us why you didn't come forward earlier about what the defendant did to you that night at town?
I had no idea where to start, who to go to, who would listen. I really just didn't know what to do. So that's why.
Are you just doing this for money?
No, absolutely not.
Why are you doing this?
This happened to me, and this is my life. And I want to be able to take control of what happened and come forward, say my piece, put the truth out there, and everyone be accountable for their actions. I'll be accountable for my actions, and everyone else in this room can be accountable for their own actions and their behaviors as well. And that's why.
Thank you. If no other questions from the witness at this time.
All right. So we're going to take a brief recess, 10-minute recess, and then we'll start up with the cross-examination of the witness. All right?
Thank you.
Rise.
Okay, I mean, so you guys heard that. It's not the most. I mean, is this the most blistering and powerful cross in the world or direct in the world? No. Oh my God, he touched me. That's it. Also, hopefully, you can see me a little better now. Yeah, this is not also the first time Mario Batali's had these allegations. But like I said, guys, as far as things are considered, yes, you'd like to think this woman would have said, like, hey, what the fuck are you doing? Get off me, punch him, swat him, give him a punch, give him a punch. Do something to stop him from doing this, but she didn't. But that's not uncommon. If you guys ever, I know generally it's not something on the internet that gets all the attention or like rape trials or sex assault trials, but dealing with the aggression and the attacks that happen, there's not always an immediate combat from the victim. Sometimes it's like, oh my God, what's going on? Is this normal? Is this real? Now, yes, he did not shove his hand down her pants. But for those of you out there who have moms, daughters, sisters, or wives, you wouldn't want this happening. If you had children, you wouldn't want this happening to them. This would be unacceptable. If you're a woman, you wouldn't want some, other woman come run up and grabbing your man's stuff. That'd probably piss you off a little bit. So it's just something to think about. Rach, I just think it's, and that's where I'd say, yes, that's generally the case. But there's also, think about if you've watched any of these murder cases or any of the things that, get covered. People have been shot and murdered and killed, hit by cars, run over. And somebody's like, oh my God, did that just actually happen? I can't believe it. Then there's some people who their mind still can't process it to the point they have PTSD over it or completely blocked it out of their head because they can't convince themselves it happened, and that would have just destroyed them to confront that realization. So it's not that uncommon. Like I said, it's just something to think about. And I'm not here to pick a fight. I'm just saying those are all important things to know. Now, would I certainly use that against her? Oh, yeah, I would certainly use all of this against her if I was going up against her in court. I would use the fact, why did you report us? Why did this happen? Why did that happen? Why did you decide to go get her? You didn't, lawyer told you it's a civil case. Sure. Did he mention it was criminal? Okay, well, you didn't go to the cops right away. You didn't go do this. You didn't go do that. Yes, that all makes her look like a gold digger. But remember, at the end of the day, those aren't enough, I don't think, to disprove this. I think it all comes down to those pictures, and I bet those pictures somewhat look like something happened, but it's, there. And remember, the other big thing to remember is, guys, it's not that there's no evidence or there's no proof. Testimony is evidence. Testimony is proof. It can be evaluated and judged for its credibility and weight. So there is evidence. It's her testimony. The pictures show that she was actually there and that, she could say, well, we were getting selfies and that's when it happened. So, yeah. Yep, Gabby, she did report it eventually, but, yes, I think there is a point to say, you filed a lawsuit. It's like, okay, wait, why wasn't your first step running down the police station? I'm not saying you're using creepy. Yeah, nobody's going down that road. So don't worry, nobody's making that argument. So, but yeah, just something to think about. Now, I think defense will have a field day with this woman. And I do think that there is a lot that can be done with her testimony. So we shall see. Um, and as far as things go, you guys, I think you notice here too, these attorneys are a lot faster. They're on it. But these guys are criminal attorneys. They're in court a lot. These guys have probably been in trial more times. Even that younger woman on the DA's team has been in trial probably more times than all of like Johnny's team or Amber's team combined. I mean, going to trial in a civil situation is not common. You do litigation and transaction work and maybe some depositions and whatnot, but being able to think on your feet and, handle things in the middle of a gunfight, that's not how those guys roll. That's not their world. That's the world of generally criminal attorneys. So that's why you're seeing a different level of work here. These guys know their objections. They know what they're doing. Boom, 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 boom. If they get shot down, they don't keep prying. They go a different route. So it's a different quality of work. And the funny thing is, these guys make nowhere near as much as those attorneys do. But yeah, these guys do it so much better. Yes, this is a criminal case. It is a misdemeanor charge. It's a municipal court. He can face up to 2.5 years in jail if convicted. And he would have to register as a sex offender. But yes, Chungus, this is a criminal case. This is not civil. This is the real stuff. This is the real, as I like to think of it, this is the real shit. This is not the fancy pants law. This is the stuff in the trenches, the down and dirty. So that's okay. No worries. No worries. It's not Kabuki Theater. Well, it would have been Kabuki Theater had they gotten to the hotel room, I bet. Been a little Bukkake Theater. And I hope you guys don't think I'm trying to be combative. If you guys haven't heard me, on my own stream when I kind of have to run the show myself, I'm not trying to be combative, not trying to pick a fight with anybody. Just sometimes I come across a little short and to the point. That's really it for right now. I mean, if you guys have questions, be happy to answer them. I remember somebody asked also, why do they show the seal of the courtroom? Because that way it's focused in on something, it's up, it's out of the way. That way there's no inadvertently the jury gets caught on camera, or the counsel, if they're doing something that gets caught on camera, or anything like that. It's a safe place. It's why you see like them aim at the exit sign or aim at the clock, depending on what courtrooms you're in. It's something up and out of the way, and it kind of just shows that the case is kind of in the holding pattern. And it's that way nothing gets observed until it's ready to be observed. Well, yes, he is charged with indecent assault and battery, which is a crime in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. Not the state, in the Commonwealth. But yes, apparently in Boston, they frown upon, you grabbing some woman. So let's see here, guys. Sorry, I'm trying to take care of some. I had an email or two I tried to answer. I'm going to try to work. There. Sorry. You know, Minu, I understand the problem is this is my laptop in my office, so it's hard for me to combat that. And I got a bunch of emails this morning. That just kind of flew in. I need to answer, so I gotta kind of get that done. Um, there are concerns using long crime. I'm not going to bring that up because I really don't need to call down the thunder. So I'm just arguing I'm using fair use. If it comes to it, I'll argue more fair use, and we'll deal with it then. But for right now, I think I'm fair use the crap out of this. Um, Also, I will say it is very nice looking at the Massachusetts. Their state sealed is very Latin based, which is nice. But that just goes back to the fact they were around 1620. So, but I'll keep. How about I keep that up? Then I'm not covered by the thing. Um, Also, guys, I need to let you know I have court at 1 o'clock this afternoon. I have to go in. I have to take care of stuff. Um, it might be about an hour or so. I apologize in advance. I will be away. Um, that came up. I forgot. I forgot I had this today, but I have to do it, so I can't not do it. If that makes sense, I have to go. So, Critterville, Gabby Smith and Matt Raftree, they are my mods. Um, they'll be able to kind of run things while I'm gone, and as long as the trial's going, we'll still do it. Um, I just show them some respect and don't cause them any problems. I would just ask. Are you still an active lawyer or have I retired? Well, I hope that doesn't mean I look old. I'm only 36. No, I am not I'm not one of these YouTube guys where I could just do this as a job. I am still a practicing attorney. In fact, I'd show you the morass and just mess of paper in my office right now, all around me. Um, no, I'm still a practicing attorney, so no, I am nowhere near done working on stuff. Uh, so no, I'm a full time attorney. This is kind of like my hobby. And I think there's days where I'm working. If I'm working, I try to work in. I try to do the stream and work around it as best I can. Am I downtown in Cleveland? No, I am actually in an undisclosed location right now. And I'm sure you will. And they enjoy a good-hearted ribbing every once in a while. Just unlike Nick, my mods are not gay and they don't fight. They actually are very good with each other. Now they break my balls a lot, but they leave each other alone. They like each other. I'm sorry, guys, trying to answer all those shit once to get stuff done before I got to hit the road here. I'm about 50 minutes east of Cleveland. Well, I live over in Lake County, Brandon, so you might be out near where I live or where I used to live. I used to live way out in Ashtabula County, out in Jefferson. I mean, Rach, why is this being there? Because he is high profile. I mean, there could be politics involved. He may pissed off somebody. He may just be a decent target. Somebody looking to put a notch in their belt. Any number of things like that. It could easily be anything like that. Who knows? Um, it all depends. I don't know for sure. Yes, this certainly is the crime of the century. This isn't, OJ, but it is what it is. Um, uh, because he made that decision. Talking with his attorneys is probably better because these allegations of sex crimes, the jury might just say, "Fuck it, you did it." Maybe they think this witness has some credibility issues they're going to be able to draw out, and the judge will immediately say, "I don't believe this witness." I think that's probably why they did it that way. I don't know for sure, but that's generally why. Because you don't want to get the judge doesn't get bought in emotion. The judge sees through that. I wasn't late today. I live in Geauga. Okay, cool. I live in Euclid. You live in Manu says I'm in Euclid. It's like I live kind of close to that. I live near there. Yeah, I think it's the location when it comes to that too. I do, but somebody came to the police said a crime was committed, and they looked and they think there was enough to agree that a crime was committed. So, the constabulary and the prosecution, their job is to charge and prosecute crimes. So somebody brought them a crime. But yes, this goes back to my thing I've constantly talked about. Do we benefit from this as a society? Does it serve justice? This doesn't, but I've made that argument before. Do we benefit from this as a society? Does this help us? I don't know. That's a question for another day, I guess. Maybe someone smarter than me. Yes, her credibility seems very suspicious. I don't think she's very credible at all, but I'm not the jury, but we'll see. Um, but yeah, guys, that's it. Give me a couple minutes. I'll be switching over to my car so I can get driving, and I'll be with you guys all the way in the car for at least an hour. Um, and then after that, I will be heading off to the lovely Miss Critter, and she'll be running the show. And if it ends, it ends. And then if there's day two, we'll be doing day two tomorrow. So yeah, that's really it, guys. So yeah, give me 1 minute, and I will be right back. Hello, everybody. Welcome to Potentially Criminal. My name's Sean Martin. I'm a defense attorney in Cleveland, Ohio. And on this channel, we cover many topics in criminal law. Anything that's popped up in the news, general legal education, or if you're watching this, a trial. We'll cover it, we'll talk about it. Generally speaking, I let the trial run its course, and then when there's breaks or recesses, I like to give my commentary and thoughts on what's going on.
What are you, retarded?
In addition to the trial streams and videos that I produce, I also do a weekly stream every Thursday night at 9:30. In that stream, we cover topics that have occurred during the week and anything else people may bring up on their own. Now, the reason why you're watching this instead of listening to me talk to you in person is I am a full-time attorney. So if you're watching this, I'm probably in court. So if you like what you see here, please give me a like, please give me a subscribe. I would greatly appreciate it. And until next time, just because you did it doesn't mean you're guilty. Real world, he waived his rent this morning. Thank you for stopping by, Scarlett. I apologize in advance, guys, if I sound like a robot, but that's kind of how things go in the car. Also, let me know if you guys can hear me okay. All right, good. I'm glad you guys can hear me. Yeah, for right now. Oh, yeah, just waiting for them to come back. Probably get the layout back so I can at least squish up part of their logo because they don't deserve to have that logo aired on my channel because they are uncouth people. Yeah, sorry. I went ahead and I adjusted the sound for a minute. Wanted to make sure it was a little louder. Ooh, he's driving a Lamborghini Gallardo. Very nice. Anyways, guys, if you're new, if you have questions, feel free to ask them. There's no such thing as a stupid question. Be happy to take them. Even if it's about this, if it's about another case, I mean, really, if you have a Johnny Depp or Amber question, I mean, hell, I'll answer those too. So don't feel obligated. You only have to talk about this case because this is not exactly the most in-depth case in the world. I just thought it was an interesting change from what normally gets put on YouTube. So, on and assume control. Yeah, I think at the end of the day, she was gonna.
Okay. Okay. Yeah.
I apologize. Audio depending on the cell signal.
Yes. Yes. I don't recall the exact date, but it was around that time. That was the purpose.
If you could open that binder up, look at Martin's ID one. You know, I have a binder for you, I have one for Commonwealth.
Okay.
And so, Ms. Kenny, could you take a look, just tell me if you recognize that document? Look at the second page.
Yes.
You recognize it?
Yeah, I mean, I haven't seen this in a while, but this is my signature and.
So the second page, it says June 1st, 2018, client acknowledges receiving a duplicate copy of this agreement and sign that, correct?
Yes.
And paragraph 1 on the first page says scope of engagement, right? And it doesn't say anything about helping with the media or anything, right?
When I first,
So the question is, does it say anything about helping with the media?
that does not.
In fact, it says, the claim, controversy, or other matter with reference to which services are to be performed are assault and battery claims against Mario Batali, correct?
That's what that says, yes.
And that was the sole purpose of your hiring those lawyers to represent you in an assault and battery case against Mr. Batali, correct?
Parts of that statement are true.
So, here's my question. The engagement was for them to represent you in an assault and battery case, correct?
Yes.
And if you look at paragraph 4, they get 40% of what's recovered. Is that your understanding?
Yes, that's right.
Maybe if you look at Mr. Martin's ID 53.
What page is that?
There's a tab that should say 53.
Oh, right. Yes, yes, I'm on number 53.
Take a look at that document real quickly and tell me if you recognize that as a civil complaint that your lawyers filed in your assault and battery case.
Yes.
You reviewed that before it was filed back in August 2018.
Yes, I did.
You're aware that it has 3 counts in it.
Yes.
Assault and battery, intentional infliction of emotional distress.
Yes.
You aware of that?
Yes.
And if you look at the last page, see that civil action cover sheet?
Yes.
See the handwriting there? It says statement of damages pursuant to GL chapter 212, section 3A. You see that? It's the last page of the document.
It says civil action cover sheet.
So if you see in the middle, it says statement of damages pursuant to GL 212. And you see the handwriting.
I see some signatures.
You see the part that says damages amount to be determined by jury far in excess of jurisdictional limits.
I see that.
And that's what your lawyer wrote on the civil action cover sheet, correct?
Yes.
So it's the fact that you are seeking damages in the amount that is to be determined by a jury far in excess of the jurisdictional limits, correct?
Correct. That's what it says here, yeah.
And that's what you're doing with that civil case that's pending right now. You're seeking damages far in excess of the jurisdictional limits, correct?
Yes, but that's all pending. So,
Correct. So but it hasn't been decided.
right.
Do you know what the jurisdictional limits are?
I don't.
I told you it was $50,000, was that ring down?
I've never heard that number before.
So you're not looking for an excess of $50,000?
No.
You're looking for something less?
I'm not looking for any type of, I'm not the arbitrator of how much or what amount. I'm not seeking any particular amount, nor am I able to say what an amount would be.
You authorize your lawyers to file a lawsuit for you seeking an excess of $50,000, correct?
Based on some of the information that's just provided to me, I mean, I would have to agree with you, but.
Well, they're not based on information, that's your memory. You hired the lawyers to sue him for an excess of $50,000, right?
But I've never seen this number, $50,000, so I would have no idea.
You'd like to get more, right?
I would not, it doesn't matter to me, the amount.
So then why are you asking for damages?
What other way is there to make a situation like this right? I've never
Okay.
been in this situation.
The situation you were talking about is the encounter you had at District Batali, I think it was 2017.
That's correct.
So then if you look at the introduction, your complaint, it says, the tenant seeks damages for the severe emotional distress she suffered due to famous celebrity chef, the business mogul sexual assault against her, which was carried out in the broad public in a brutally dehumanizing fashion. That's a true statement from your perspective?
Yes.
And then if you look, turn page to page 3. Actually, Your Honor, I'm going to offer exhibit 3.
Any objection, Commonwealth?
I would object just on the fact that this isn't, this teeny document, she didn't write it. She made it clear that it was conducted by her civil attorneys. So they need to be further authenticated.
Attorney Fuller?
She testified she engaged civil lawyers to file a lawsuit. The lawsuit that is exhibit, what I would offer, and these are her agents, since she authorized to file it, and claims on her behalf, I think it's admissible in the future for financial bias. It's obvious from the fact that she's suing.
All right, I'm going to admit the document into evidence over the objection of the Commonwealth.
So if you look at paragraph 13 of the complaint, are you with me?
I'm with you, yes, number 13.
It says specifically, the Valley Brad, kiss Miss Tanny's face, rub her breast, grab her buttocks, put his hand between her legs, and broke her leg. And then it goes on, forcefully squeezing her face into his as he kissed her repeatedly. You don't mention anything in there about sticking a tongue in your ear, right?
I mean, I didn't write this up, but
So here's my question. When you know your lawyer, you told him everything that you thought was important, and then you know when they brought the lawsuit against you.
yes.
And when you talk to the Boston Police Department, tell them everything you remember and what was reported about the alleged assault, correct?
Yes.
And then when you sat in your deposition under oath, and we asked you about the assault, you told the truth about what happened, correct?
Yeah.
But in none of those instances did you ever say you stuck his tongue in your ear, did you?
Not that I recall. I mean, I don't recall.
Well, we can show you them, but so now 5 years after the fact, the first time, you're saying you put his tongue in your ear, is that your testimony?
I mean, that's what I remember.
That's what you remember. And your memory is better now than it was 2 years ago when you proposed.
No.
When you told your lawyers. Paragraph 14, you say, you allege Batali's actions were without warning or permission, were unwanted and disgusting, and made Ms. Tenney feel shocked and highly uncomfortable. And then 15 says they were carried out in public and as such were dehumanizing and humiliating. You feel that way today, that's true.
Of course, yes.
And then if you look at page 5, this is count 2, the depiction of emotional distress. You say there's behavior in paragraph 23. It's outrageous and exceeds all bounds of decency tolerated in civil society. And then you say in paragraph 25, you suffered extreme emotional distress, including but not limited to recurring intrusive memories, anxiety, self-doubt, fear of intimacy, a general feeling of being disrespected, and a specific fear of being assaulted into a touch in an appropriate manner in public, right?
Yes, that's right.
And these are all feelings you had immediately after the assault, right?
Yes.
And you still have them to this day.
I still do, yes.
And you still want money damages, correct?
That's really not the motivation here.
No, here, but if you win, rather if Mr. Batali is found guilty, obviously that's what helps.
I don't know if that's obvious or if that would help. I don't know if that's true.
No.
I don't.
I'd like you to turn to document 50, please. Actually, do you have another folder binder up there that has, is there another binder in front of you?
There's-
You should have your,
There's just one binder, sir.
look at that section. You see that document that's in front of you?
Number 50?
Yes.
Yeah.
And that's actually usually your answers to interrogatories that were counted in that civil case, right? Take a look at it and tell me if you recognize the section and the last page. You recognize it?
I mean, I recognize this information. I don't know if I've ever seen this document like in person physically, but
Did you sign it?
I must have had to. Yes.
You know what those are?
Answers to questions. There's a lot of information here.
Your Honor, may I approach, actually, the clerk? This is, offered. Yeah. That would be, I think, exhibit 3. Thank you. So the question is, you recognize these answers to interrogatories to your sworn statements under oath in response to the questions that were sent. You recognize that?
Yes.
All right, we'll admit the defendant's offer of the plaintiff's interrogatories as the next exhibit.
If you look at the last page, Ms. Dean,
Page 8.
page 9,
Page
for
9.
your signature, that's your signature, correct?
Yes, that's right.
And it says sign under the names and penalties of perjury, you this 15th day of February 2019, right?
That's right.
Do you understand what that means?
Yes.
What does it mean?
Perjury is when you lie when you're under oath, and that's not allowed.
You understood that when you signed it?
Yes.
If you look at interrogatory number 2, that's on the second page,
Okay, page 2.
you see that you were asked to identify each and every person with whom you communicated about the alleged incident. You see that?
Yes.
Read the whole thing. That's the gist of it. Identify everybody that you talked to about the incident. You see it?
I do.
You identified 5 people, right?
Yes.
And that was under oath. Those are the people that you chose to identify, correct?
That's right.
And you're familiar with somebody named Kayla Toner?
I am familiar with Kayla Toner, yes.
And she's somebody you talked to about this incident, isn't she?
She is, yes.
And you didn't put her on the interrogatories, did you?
No.
And that's because you had a lot of text messages with her underlying your claim that you were assaulted, isn't that right?
I don't know if that's why I didn't put her on here.
But you agree you had a lot of text messages with her underlying your claim that you were assaulted, don't you?
She and I definitely have text messages back and forth, but not all of those text messages undermine the assault.
I didn't say all of them, I said there are some, but there do underline your allegation, correct?
There might be some, yes.
Yeah, you didn't disclose her name in the interrogatories, right? That was intentional on your part, right?
No, I don't think that was
It
intentional.
was just slipped out that day, you didn't remember her.
I mean, to the best of my knowledge, like I'm putting everybody that I can on this sheet.
And so, by the way, you touched on me about a cell phone and, you didn't willingly turn over your phone. You were required by the court to do that, right?
They had asked me to turn it over.
You were ordered to turn it over and you complied with the order. Isn't that what happened?
Yes, but there was some back and forth about,
And your lawyers opposed our efforts to get access to the text messages on your phone, correct?
I believe so. I don't know exactly.
You don't remember that?
I mean, we went back and forth about it. I don't know what their claim or their position exactly
So
was.
do you remember that they opposed our motion to get access to your phone? Don't recall.
Yes. I mean, I know there was a lot of back and forth about the phone, and I was just like, hey, I'll do whatever makes it easier. If it's to give my phone, then I'll do that. And then it was ordered to give my phone, and I did so, like, hey, sure.
After you were ordered.
Sure.
You always comply with court orders?
Well, I mean, I think I know where this is going, and
Well, I'm not going anywhere. Do you always comply with court orders?
I mean, today, yes, and going forward, previously, there were some court orders that I didn't follow.
In the past, you failed to comply with court orders, correct?
That's right.
But this time, with the following, you actually did comply and you willingly complied with the order. Is that your testimony?
Yes.
Now, look at the court orders later. Turn to number 117, please. Are you there?
I am here.
You recognize this as a text message between you and Kayla Toner on December 11th, 2017?
Yes, I see this.
And it goes on for a couple pages. But the first thing you say to her on December 11th, 2017, oh wow, so I have a good story for you, right?
That's right.
That good story was your encounter with Mr. Batali, correct?
Yes, that's what we're talking about, yes.
And it's a big joke. You have a good story for her when you wrote that, right?
Well, it's definitely not a joke. It's a pretty serious matter.
This is your state of mind,
Right.
2017, correct?
Yeah, I mean, I definitely present myself in some of these text messages as very flippant, kind of making it seem like it's not a big deal in this message of text. Yeah, but it's a pretty serious
We're
thing.
gonna show a few of those.
Okay.
You say, oh wow, I have a good story for you. And you send a picture of Mr. Batali, correct?
That's right.
returned later in the thread, but you say, he ethnic assaulted me in town, right? You say that on December 11th?
Yes.
That's the first time you ever wrote that in any text messages you've ever had, right?
I'm not totally sure about that, but
You're not,
I don't know if this is the first time that I said Mario Batali assaulted
you
me.
didn't start telling people he assaulted you until you saw that article, right? Isn't that true?
Well, I had told Rachel Buckley what had happened.
Okay,
In person.
We'll get to that in a minute. But you didn't text your best friend Kayla Comer until December 11th after you saw that article, right?
Right, and I wouldn't say she's my best friend, but yes.
Who do you think you texted with the most of all the text messages we've seen? If I told you you had 60,000 text messages to Kayla, would that surprise you?
I don't know. I have a lot of text messages with a lot of people.
You didn't reveal her name to somebody because you didn't want these text messages to come to light, right?
No, I mean, I didn't really have anything to hide. So
when you wrote December 11, 2017 at 6:05, like, pay me $10K or I post them all. You didn't want to hide that?
there's no reason to hide that.
You wanted to get paid for the pictures. That was your first reaction when you saw the article, right?
Because that's how I thought this worked. I'd never been assaulted. Or I shouldn't say that actually, but I never knew what to do when a celebrity violates you.
You weren't violated. You didn't assault you.
Yes.
That's your testimony on the road today.
Yes, that Mario Batali assaulted me that night. Yes.
And that was a good story you told Kayla that day, right?
Apparently, yes.
And she wrote, I have a pick and I want to be compensated. You wrote, yeah, right. Like, is that how it works? You wrote that, right?
Hold on, wait a second. What page is that on?
Keep scrolling through.
I'm sorry, which page?
Flip the page over and you'll see.
Okay, on page 5.
Yep, guys, court was canceled, so I am back. I'll be back all day. But yes, they're using all the civil discovery against her.
Number 120.
Yeah.
Also, I'm going to switch to CBS. They got a better feed audio-wise.
I don't know. I don't think she still works there today. Yes. It's pretty serious.
So, let's see, so now we're on concerns law and text with Kayla.
Is this still number 1?
Yeah, right. She made some comments about, well, at least we'll get some excitement about suing Mario Batali. She says, I don't know how you say it, the words are, you can see it. She uses some swear words, there's a lot of that. See that?
I'm sorry, where are we supposed to be looking?
You wrote, well, at least we will get some excitement on suing Mario Batali, thank you, right?
Okay, I see that, yes.
You're joking with Kayla about this assault, it's so traumatic, correct?
That's right.
And then she writes, F yes, taking them all down, 2017, you read every last one of these Fs. She says, you tried coordinating ruining his life, right?
That's what she said.
You wrote, I just emailed the woman who published the story in Boston Magazine, waiting to see if she replies. OMFG, she responds. And she said, you didn't attach the pic, right? You said, no, not yet. Remember this conversation you had with Kayla?
I really don't remember this conversation, but
You're not contending it didn't happen, right?
no, seeing it here, I mean, it happened, but I don't remember this conversation.
And she says, because she could steal that at no compensation, you have to move on it. What does that mean?
I don't know, because I didn't say that.
You don't know what she meant about the pictures, move on and reporters.
I don't know what she meant.
Then look at page 5, that next one. OMFG, OMD, OMD, you see that?
Hold on. Okay, I see that. Yeah, I guess so.
Because you didn't disclose Caleb Connor as a witness, so this directly undermines your story that he assaulted the president.
But I don't remember this conversation.
You remember that, you don't remember the text you sent back?
No, I mean, I'm seeing it now, but I didn't remember these conversations.
And then you wrote LOL, OMG, exciting. After you wrote, of course, in response to her saying, just play up the story. And then look at the next page.
If you guys can hear me, he is decimating her with her civil discovery.
Sorry, is that on page 6?
Page 4. And the screenshot of your email was recorded, right?
Yes. Okay.
She's playing way too coy and way too stupid. This is what kills you.
Periodically with this part, right? You send screenshots of things, and you guys are joking around about, you know, when you were doing, you send screenshots.
I mean, yeah, I guess so.
Yeah, I'd like to offer 120 as the next two.
Well, all right, that'll be admitted into evidence as the next exhibit.
No, she has not settled her case. She's still going. Her case has not been resolved.
And you texted her, you look at 1.1.
His mic isn't off. This is just crappy audio because it's like a local courtroom.
You're talking about calling in sick at work. And then she's talking about her genes. And then she says, hopefully you will get this assault money and take a well-deserved break from work, right? You see that?
She says that, yes.
This is December 13, 2017. You say, OMG, keep it up, girl. And then you look at the next page. What did you write at 9:16?
I wrote OMG. I know. LMAO. Give me 10K.
10K, maybe $10,000. You're talking about trying to profit from the pictures you had of Mr. Batali, right? Is that what that shows?
Yeah, I really honestly thought that's how this all worked. I thought that celebrities, when they get in trouble, that's just how it works. Like,
so you agree that this is your state of mind in December 2017, going $10,000 for the photos?
$10,000 is just like an arbitrary number to me. There was no, that to me really isn't it.
Testify about this assault. And I think your testimony is that the actual assault took place while you were taking the photo, correct?
That's right.
While you were holding that camera, correct?
Yes, and also in moments in between photos. So during that whole time that I was next to Batali with my phone.
So to be clear, your testimony is that you were taking the photos, you were sitting on a bar stool, you were leaning in, holding the phone with your right hand, right?
Yes.
And he was grabbing your breast, your buttocks, and your crotch while you were taking the photos.
Yes.
And you testified that the hands that aren't in the photos were actually grabbing him at that very moment.
Yes.
But yet you don't flinch or grimace in any of those photos, right?
Well, I mean, I'm visibly uncomfortable. I have that like look on my face, and I think it looks like a smirk or a smile, but it's more of a grimace. Yeah.
You're saying the photos have a grimace. Let's go through them one at a time.
Yeah, you can bring them up. It looks like I'm smiling because I'm a very smiley, laughy person and try to de-escalate the situation. That's kind of my response.
Okay, so that's the mark. That's when you say you saw him and they called you over. We could look at, exhibit. Summary two. Oh, is it up there?
Do you need this?
No, I don't know.
Yes, guys, that whole LOL, give me 10K and I'll go away. I thought that's how this normally happens.
About 10 seconds apart.
She's toast.
Which photos, please?
You look at that summary exhibit.
Yeah.
This is an evidence, I don't know if you can get a copy.
I would like to.
Okay.
Pile 4.
That's right.
That's what that is, right?
That's right. Yeah.
So there's that much space between the two. So your hits are about 8 inches apart from his. And your testimony is his arm is going around and grabbing the breast at that moment.
I don't know if it's at this exact second or this exact moment. I mean, the next photo, I think number 3, it doesn't pile floor. And then reverse 4.
And that one, you're right, smile. So let's take a second. Let's go through the second one, the next one, go 2. You don't see the fourth, then we go to the next one. Now there's the fourth. See that? He wasn't grabbing the fourth circle.
He definitely was.
And now his picture, right?
I don't know.
Oh, you see
His hands are doing other things behind my back. He's grabbing my ass in this photo.
You're bringing in your testimony, he's grabbing your.
Yeah.
Okay. So let's look at the next one.
Number 3 or?
Next photo on the. We go live at this point. You said, hold on one more, and you say, want one more? Yeah, that's what you just saw, right?
It's hard to hear him in the bar. And it's hard to kind of understand what he's saying because he's slurring.
Okay, just so we can establish this, you continue to take the selfies despite what you say he was grabbing you and assaulting you, correct?
That's right.
Continue to do it the entire time.
That's right.
And you don't premise or I don't see premise there. Let's look at the next one. The next slide. And then you start to laugh at the end of that one, right?
To de-escalate the situation. I'm so uncomfortable. I'm such a nervous.
Okay. That's what the picture shows. You're saying today, 5 years later, when you have a civil suit pending, you laugh to de-escalate, right? That's what you're saying today.
That's what I've been saying. Today, yesterday, 5 years ago.
Let's look at the next one. Right, he's moving away. He's not grabbing you, right? At the end of that, he moves away like
He
this.
was just grabbing me. His hands were all over my face. His lips were all over my face. He was just grabbing me.
Well, but it was, that didn't show grabbing your breast, your buttocks.
None of the videos show that because his hands are not visible. The hands that are grabbing me are not in the photo.
Did you not just see the video where he moves away at the end of the photo? Is that what it depicted?
We both move away at that point.
You're loading the camera and he moves away.
Right.
Did that work? And you said, no, I want to take more selfies, didn't you?
I don't think so.
Well, he asked you, did that work? And then there's one more. Let's show the last one. And you're holding a pose with your lips closed.
That's what that looks like, yeah.
You're holding a pose with your lips closed. 3 seconds, right? After he said, was that good? You went back and got another selfie with him, right?
Yes.
Because he wasn't selfie.
Yes, he was.
Now, there's also a 3-minute pause between, if you look at that exhibit in front of you, sorry for the photos. There's 3 minutes between the still photos and the live, right?
Yes. Well, actually, sorry.
Take a look.
Yep, about 3 minutes.
And you were looking at the selfies in that 3-minute interval to see if you had one.
And also having some words with Mr. Batali, because we did have a conversation as well.
So this is cross-examination, right? Ask the questions and then you respond.
Okay.
You'll get a chance to do a redirect and then you can
Okay.
respond to the extent you want. There's a 3-minute gap. And that's consistent with you looking at your phone, looking at the pictures and saying, did you like them? Did you like them, right? And then you went back and took some more, correct? Is that right? So you continued this encounter with Mr. Batali, taking pictures. After a 3-minute hiatus in the photos, right? Now, you also testified that you had this conversation with him, maybe in that 3-minute period where he said something about the Mandarin, right?
That's right. Among other things, but yes.
But wasn't your testimony before, when you were deposed, didn't you tell Boston police that you had a conversation after all of that?
I don't really recall. It has been, I don't remember if the conversation was during, after. I remember that I definitely had some brief exchange of words. And if that was during or after, I really don't recall.
Do you recall that you testified in your deposition? When you had a conversation after all the photos were done?
Then that would make the most sense. I mean, I just don't remember because it's been so long, and that deposition was a lot closer to like the event.
Right, so that's probably what happened. Your memory was better in 2019 on May 9th when you were deposed than it is today, right?
I mean, certain things definitely have left an imprint on me, whereas other details I might have forgotten in that time.
Didn't you, learning that there was this 3-minute photos, didn't you come up with this? That's why I must have had this discussion. And is that something you just came up with recently?
No, I mean, I definitely had this conversation with him. I do not recall if it was in the time that the photos were taken or if it was immediately after or if it was a little bit of both.
Could we look back at the interrogatory, excuse me, my approach,
Yes.
Your interrogatory responses in there, if you sign on your own.
Sorry, what pages?
You look at, interrogatory number 8. So describe any statements you made to the defendant before, during, or after the alleged incident. See that? Page 5 of your interrogatory responses, that's number 51. Oh, 50. I'm sorry, 50 or 51.
Oh, wait, so maybe this is up there.
With me?
Hold on 1 second. Somehow this got a little bit flipped around. Okay, I am on, sorry, this is just such a lot of papers.
Well, I'll just say, the question was, please describe any statements you made to the defendant before, during, or after the alleged incident. Talking about Mr. Batali. Your answer was, those statements were made. That's what you wrote, that's what you signed under oath. Correct?
I'm sorry, which page are we on?
Page 5.
And I'm sorry, okay, page 5 and number 8?
Yeah, see where you wrote, no statements were made to the defendant. Before, during, or after the alleged incident, see that?
I do see that.
You sign that under the penalties of perjury back in,
I mean,
back in 2019, right?
these answers are like my best answers. I'm not
That's
I'm
fine.
not
You're
making up
different than-
something.
Ms. Kennedy, the answers are what they are, but they're different than what you're saying today, right?
I mean,
Right.
apparently, yeah.
Mr. Batali didn't tell you he was staying at the neighbor, that never happened, right?
Why wouldn't that have happened? That did happen.
That's not the question.
That did happen.
When I told you he was staying at the house, would that surprise you?
That's what he told me. I don't know if it's true or not.
But you didn't mention any of that in your interrogatory answers. Under oath as a part of your civil suit, right?
I mean, at the time, I was,
I think this has been asked and answered.
Overruled.
sorry, what was the question?
You didn't mention that statement about the hotel, you staying over, that wasn't in your interrogatory answers, right?
That wasn't in these answers, but it was in other conversations that we had while I was under oath.
Okay, you were under oath on this day, you didn't put it in there. I'll just.
I'm trying to put my best answers to this.
Your best answers to help.
No, like the answers that I have the most knowledge about. Like I'm trying to give the full answer at this time.
Today.
No, whenever this interrogatory information was filled out.
Now you, again, I know there's severe emotional stress, like you established that, you still feel that way, you felt that the day after, right?
Yeah.
So April 1st, and then you said you and the friends agreed you were gonna boycott Italy, is that what you, Rachel, is that what you said?
Some kind of sentiment like, oh, we're not going to eat there because why would we?
Right away.
I mean, that was kind of the sentiment. It wasn't like we're not going to ever set foot in the Prudential Center. It was like, yeah, if we see Italy, we're not going to go in there. Right.
That's because you.
He's got her on the ropes, guys.
Face was all over Italy, right?
This is you're
There
getting
was
to the
certain
end.
merchandise that had his face on it. Yeah.
And you testified in your deposition that it made you sick to see a jar of pasta with his face on it, right?
That's kind of repulsive. Yes.
And it made you sick to walk into Italy, it would have made you sick to walk in there at all. To see his face on a pasta jar, right?
Yeah, I mean, I was very disgusted with Batali. Yeah, knowing
You were disgusted, embarrassed, humiliated, right?
that's right.
It would be triggering for you to go into Italy. It would be, you would be intrusive memories.
Yeah.
Right?
I mean, but I'm also not gonna. I mean, it's in the mall. Like if I pass Italy, I'm gonna.
But you actually did go to Italy, like 4 weeks after this assault, didn't you?
I don't remember that.
Well, why don't we take a look at, the bank records in order to use, your civil cases, number 6, document number 6.
Phone numbers.
You recognize that to be a summary of your credit card statement, 2017.
This does look like it. Yes, there's a lot of pages here.
So turn to, it's marked 10A, and then it's, the last numbers are 286. See that? Get to that page.
Okay, well, it says dining.
And you see where it says on May 25th, Italy, Boston, 4245?
I do see that.
So you went to Italy 4 weeks after the assault and spent money at Mr. Batali's restaurant, even though you claimed it made you sick to be anywhere near him, right?
Yeah, but I don't remember going into Italy after that.
You don't remember, but that's what happened, right?
Okay, then.
Because you weren't assaulted on April 1st.
Yes.
So you obviously didn't remember that when you went on May 25th, right? Because you wouldn't have gone there. You wouldn't go there if you had suffered all this emotional distress, right?
No, I probably was dragged there by someone who I was with, who I didn't tell about the assault, and probably they wanted to go there or
So
do
like-
something or
like
whatever.
somebody who was Philip Wolf, who you did tell about the assault, did that surprise you?
He liked Italy.
So why don't you turn to, let me offer, I'd like to offer ID 06, is that it?
Any objection, Commonwealth?
I think the whole page, the whole, there's several pages of the bank record. I
Right.
have an objection to the page with the Italy information.
Let me get a break, I can do the top page. And then- I'm sorry. May I approach, Ron?
Yes.
So I'm offering this to be exhibit 6. Let's take a look at, what's the mark ID 18, you see that? Oh, you ready, you see the document marked as ID 18?
No. Oh, sorry, hang on. Wait, what page is that on?
ID 18, tab 18.
Oh, tab 18. Okay.
Does that reflect your recollection that you were Mr. Wolf?
This does now, yes.
And then you, did you order the asparagus? Or
I don't remember.
ravioli, or, you don't remember?
I don't remember what we ate that day.
So you didn't get dragged there, you went there voluntarily, knowingly, Mr. Wolf, even though you claimed Mr. Batali assaulted you, right?
It's not like I was really enjoying myself or anything. I don't even remember this dinner.
Well, do you recall, if the later text friend, you said it was kind of cool, but it was expensive, Italy?
Maybe.
Let's look at 105.
Sorry, so tab 105?
Yes. You remember texting somebody named Carly Snidely? Is that somebody you know?
Yes.
And on June 7th, 2017, now we're about two months after the supposed assault. He said, I went to Italy and like got their food and you can walk around and get drinks. You see that?
Yes.
And you wrote, that was kind of cool, but it was like so expensive, right?
Yeah.
Nothing about F Mario Batali, you assaulted me, you don't know that, right?
That's right.
So this was your state of mind in June of 2017.
Yeah, I mean, I thought it was cool to be able to walk around in your in the restaurant with your drink. There's not really many places in Boston you can do that. And it was pretty expensive. Wasn't my favorite place in the world. And I had only been there, I think, one time. This was probably the only time that I'd been there.
After you put assault.
That's right.
I think you testified in your deposition, you didn't think you ever went back to town after that, right?
I don't remember. I mean, we were regulars at town. I don't remember if we went back after that or.
It would have been triggering for you to go back to town, or you brutally assaulted you.
Well, town, we had gone there pretty often.
So, answer my question. The emotional distress you claim to have suffered, humiliation, extreme severe emotional distress, that you'd be reliving that if you went back to town, right?
The location of town wasn't the triggering thing that was going to bring back like the unsettling emotions.
The place where he assaulted you, that's not, so you know you went back to town.
I'd been to town up before and probably after. That was like the regular place that we went to. Town wasn't the thing that was really triggering.
Show you the deposition transcript. You don't have it in front of you, right?
I'm not sure what page that's on.
You only have one Bible, right?
Yes.
You grab the other one. You're on the second one. Yeah, no, can I approach the witness now?
Yes.
Thank you.
So if you look at, turn to page 50 of your deposition testimony.
Okay.
Question, have you been there afterwards you sent your friend to town? Actually, I don't believe I've been there since, and now it's actually closed. So back, you testified under oath in May of 2019, you didn't believe you went back there.
That's right.
So what do you think today? Did you go back there or?
I really don't remember.
But it wasn't triggering, so the fact that you might have gone back 3 times, your testimony today is that wasn't a triggering thing for you to go back where you were assaulted.
I mean, I definitely, town wasn't the scary place. It was the scary person that was triggering. Town wasn't the scary place. We've been there 100 times and I was pretty comfortable at town.
Even though you were assaulted. We look at, so you agree, I'm not gonna have to go through all this, you agree you went back there and that would show up on your credit card records?
If it's showing up on my credit card records, then I can't deny that we had been there again.
Okay. Now, you already testified, you reached out to this reporter, right?
That's right, yes.
And then on, that was right after you read the article in December, and then you're in touch with her, you're emailing back and forth, probably talking on the phone, right?
That's right, yes.
And on January 12th, 2018, take a look at number 124, document number 124.
Oh, in this larger folder?
In the bigger one, yeah.
Okay. Okay.
You see that the reporter is telling you that she's going to move forward with the story?
Yes,
And that story was about Mr. Batali's assault, right?
that's right.
And you were happy about that, right?
I mean, to hear that, yeah, she's done, our conversation is done. She's going to put out an article. I was like, okay, great, that's whatever works.
And then later that night, you went back to town, the very place where this triggering, dehumanizing, brutal assault occurred, right?
If that was a Friday night and I was with Jonathan, that's very likely the place we went, yeah.
So take a look at 126. You there?
Yeah, I'm here,
You
yes.
see that? Is that a picture of you?
Oh, wait, sorry. I'm on page one. Oh, wait, sorry, I was on 125. Okay. Oops.
ID 126, yeah, there's a lot of paper.
There's a lot, sorry about that. Okay, I'm on that page, yes. Thank you, sorry.
See that there's a picture of you with a woman, and you guys are standing in town, almost exactly where you were with Suffolk, right?
Yes.
So let's look, so you agree you were there on January 12th, the day you learned that the court was moving forward with the story. Agree with that?
I guess so. I mean, if this was a Friday night and I was hanging out with Jonathan, that's the place we would go. Not by my choosing, but that was definitely the place Jonathan always wanted us to meet up. So yep.
So you didn't want to go there?
It's not that I did or didn't want to. It's just that was always the place. If I was going to hang out with Jonathan, we would always go to town. That was just it.
But you were reluctant to go. You weren't reluctant, right? You wanted to go.
I mean, that's just the place we normally met up.
You encouraged other people to join you on several occasions after you were assaulted. You encouraged others to go join you in town, right?
Yeah, I mean, I liked their food. I liked their atmosphere. It was close.
Okay, so let's take a look quickly at exhibit exhibit number 60, please. So, tab 60.
Sorry, there's like.
See the wall of the picture?
Yes.
That's you and your friend?
Yes.
Let's get it on the screen. I'm going to offer a copy of that photo. You can see the tile floor in that picture.
Yes.
Same
Or
floor.
for the
See
most
that?
part, yeah.
Same floor that we saw in the pictures of you and Batali.
Okay.
Virtually the same spot.
I mean, I don't know if it's everything kind of looks the same in terms of the decor. I don't know if it's the exact same spot or what.
All right, offer photo. March 6th.
Any objection, Commonwealth?
No objection.
All right, that'll be marked as the next exhibit.
We look at 61, just so we are clear, proximity of the town to Ely.
Yeah.
See that photo?
I do.
So I recognize that to be, looks like this was taken more recently. That's where town was, right?
That's right.
And it's right next to Ely.
That's right. Yes.
So I'm going to offer it to 61.
No objection, Commonwealth?
No objection.
All right.
And testify your deposition. Ask about your emotional distress. You said, when you walk past Ely, you're disgusted, you don't want to go in, you want to avoid it at all costs, right? When you walk past Batali, you're disgusted, you don't want to go in. When someone asks you to go to that restaurant, your stomach turns, you want nothing to do with it, it's disgusting. And you see like its face on a pasta jar or something, and you're like, that is that creep. That's the creep that pulled me by the going like a rag doll, like taking total advantage of whatever status and celebrity he thinks he has, and that's that pervert, that monster. He testifies to that, right?
That's right.
And you had those feelings right after this happened. And yet you walked right in front of Ely at least 3 more times to go to town, the very place where this happened, right? Isn't that right?
That's right.
And you went back to Ely.
Went to Italy that one time, probably.
And you didn't clean that in that call.
Yes.
You came up with that position. You didn't show that. Do they? They don't show that, do
They don't show that. That doesn't mean it didn't happen.
Describe that response.
Any position on that, Commonwealth? I'll note your objection, counsel, but I'm
All
not
right,
going to
that's
strike
fine.
the response.
You're on Facebook, right?
I have Facebook, yeah.
And, do you recall in October of 2017, Yeah, I think you said Philip Wolf, he liked you.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know everything that he likes, but he likes food and
Well, so Facebook, I'm not on Facebook, but when you tag somebody, they get a notification, right?
yes,
You tag them and then something's gonna pop up that you want to tell them about, right?
that does happen on Facebook. Yeah.
Okay, so in October of 2017, you tagged Philip Wolf about the opening of Italy World. You remember that?
Or well, actually, I don't remember that, but I mean, he liked Italy, and it was a big deal when it opened in Boston.
When you look at, 19, number 19.
Okay, I'm here.
You recognize, just look through the pages and tell me if you understand what these pages represent.
These are Facebook posts.
And did you tag Mr. Wolf and like Italy in November with these hands, praising emoji hands over your head? Is that what you did?
Yes, but I don't recall this.
Well, I'm not asking if you recall, but that's what that is, right?
Yes.
And so praising emoji hands, that's the two hands, that's a good thing, that's a positive thing, right?
That's like, I think, a high five or something.
So it's not a negative thing, like they probably have.
Well, it says Italy in November.
Yeah, so this restaurant's opening in Italy, right? That's what the article's about, right? First page.
Yeah, okay, yes.
So I'd offer 19.
So, what specifically, all right. What specifically are you seeking to offer?
The whole package, because it's different screenshots of the
All right,
Facebook post you're on, to show,
so the entirety of tab 19,
yes.
any objection, Commonwealth?
This is publicly available. And so you wrote Italy in November, praising emoji hands, Mr. Wolf, suggesting you and he go to Italy in November and visit Italy World.
Maybe. I mean, it was just an interesting, who knows if this was like a sponsored post for me or something, and it came in my feed and just tagged Phil.
You tagged with a positive emoji about this article concerning Mr. Batali restaurant, right?
That's what it looks like. I don't
This is
remember.
October of 2017. However many months after you made the result.
Phil still liked all this stuff.
And you did too. That's why you're looking at the praising emoji hands, right?
No,
Because you didn't have to get involved.
Guys, I had to step away for 1 minute.
I did.
I'm sorry, I can't. That's what post would do. Or any of the text messages.
Overruled.
You read those text messages in that post, undercut your testimony that you were actually assaulted, right?
I wouldn't agree with
Overruled.
that. I wouldn't agree with that.
That's your testimony under oath, right?
I don't, if the perception is that this is undermining what happened, then yes, I acknowledge that. Was it my intention to undermine? I don't think so.
Mary, what's the plan? Decent amount of time left. Is there,
Yeah, why don't we, it's just after 1 o'clock. Why don't we take the lunch and recess at this point? All right, so we'll take the lunch and recess. We'll resume at 2:10. All right.
Mic check, 1, 2, what up? Check, check, mic check. Mic check, mic check. Yeah, that seems.
It is alleged, Mr. Thompson, that in the city of Richmond Heights on or about May 8th, 2022, that you did, being the parent, guardian, custodian person having custody or control or person loco parentis of on hand. Based on information provided by Mr. Thompson, I will find
Okay, sorry about that, everybody. A court near called and asked if they had somebody who got arrested and they were looking, and the public defender couldn't represent them, so they asked if I'd take it. Um, I think I mentioned this before. I do get involved in those because, hey, the court calls, and you always, if you can help and you're available, I think you should. One, and then two, everybody should be entitled to the best defense they can get their hands on, and if I can help somebody in that situation, so be it. I feel like that's the best thing I can do, for everybody. I am sorry about that. So yes, I was muted on here, but I was talking on video through WebEx, so not really muted. Not really muted. So we saved that for Thursday night. So I apologize to you guys. Um, yeah, I did get to listen to a bunch of that and watch some of that as it was going on, captioning. Yeah, this is horrible. This is a bad case. Um, I don't know why they went with it. Yes, I agree with the poll overall. No, he's not guilty. Um, I do appreciate some of you thought that you like Emerald Lagasse a lot more, which nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that at all. But I hope you guys didn't run off because I'm back now. So if you guys want to say something, go for it. Also, my lunch came. So, yeah, and yes, this is. I'm glad we were able to watch this one today because I was serious. I want you guys to see kind of the world outside of murders and the violent crime that's out there because there's a whole other world full of just weird things that are kind of bullshit. And this is the rest of the criminal world that's out there, um, as far as things go. I mean, really, like, yeah, there's always murders. There's always a popcorn trial. There's Curtis Reeves. There's Kyle Rittenhouse. There's Johnny Depp, Amber Heard. But in courthouses across the country, this is the type of thing that goes on all the time. Not everything's a murder. Rapes, robberies, felonious assaults, domestic violence cases. This is the type of stuff day in, day out you see. And you see attorneys like this. Attorneys going in and a couple of attorneys going in there and banging it out. And you got a couple of attorneys from the DA's office and a defense attorney. They know their thing. They've been practicing for a while. They understand what to do. And they go at it. I know there were objections and overrulings and sustainments there, but this was a lot more fluid. These guys, I think like the way Nick Rekieta said it best, you're going to see a lot of like kind of B-level lawyering in Johnny Depp and Amber Heard because they don't sit in courtrooms all the time. These guys do. So I think you're seeing a skill set of lawyering, and I think it's a lot different. Curious to know what you guys think or if you have questions. Like I said, I am sorry I had to back out for a minute. But when they call and I can do it, I kind of feel obligated to do it. And I don't mean that in a bad way. It's just, you always help when you can. I'm not a muted boomer. That's Thursday nights. So, your mom's a muted boomer. But yeah, I hope you guys, if you're new and you haven't been here before, you came from somebody else, or you watch me on Legal Bites or with Nick. Yeah, could this be done and finished today? Sure. It all depends on what evidence has to be presented. Well, no, I was going to say, unlike those, I mean, I will uncover kind of the things in between that go here and there. Like, not every single murder trial in the world I want to cover, but there's always kinds of cool stuff. Like, there's a murder trial right now in Georgia we were starting to watch because I couldn't get this to work. This one is so much cooler, I think. It's a bench trial. It's a muni court thing. I mean, this is the down and dirty stuff. When I got out of law school, I worked in a public defender's office and did this stuff. But yeah, this could end today. That's very common. This is not. I mean, think about all the things they have to show and what has to be done so far. Like, do you think you need all day to present this case? No. And it's, I mean, there's not a ton of evidence. I mean, she testified to everything. Having other witnesses come in does nothing because they all saw it. Having these other witnesses show up does what? Nothing. Because what are these other witnesses going to say? She told me this happened to her. I saw the video. None of that matters. None of that changes anything for us. So it doesn't really help or hurt. So you don't need those people. I mean, will Mario take the stand? Does it help him? I mean, maybe. And even if it's a bench trial, it might be done tomorrow. The judge might need time to think about it. Now, if it's clear, he might just say, yeah, this is bullshit and dump it. But he also might say, I want some time to work on this and think about it. So it all depends. All depends what they want to do. Yes, I'm not, but I'm just saying in the sense that, I know, I know a lot of, there's a lot of the cool, sexy things out there, but this is like I said, this is the side of it that nobody usually sees or cares about. Seraph 331. This is a criminal trial. He's charged with basically sexual touching of a woman by touching her butt and her breast and groping her. And that's a crime in Massachusetts, as is many states. So yes, he's being charged with a sexual crime. If he were to lose, even though it's misdemeanors, he could still be labeled a sexual offender. And that's actually the case in a lot of places. Having misdemeanor charges and you still have to register as a sex offender. And then when you're a sex offender and you fail to register, even though it was a misdemeanor offense, it can become a felony. So things can escalate very quickly in that world. Yeah, I don't see any need for him to take the stand either. I think even if it wasn't a jury trial, I could see him needing to testify if this witness was really good and she wasn't. When she talked about when she's talking with her friends like, I'll be happy to get 10 grand. And then she does the whole well, I thought that's how you guys did this. You shake a celebrity down for money and they leave you alone. I think that was I thought that was very revealing. She was very, very, very avoiding when it came across, and that doesn't help her either. She tried to play dumb too much. I say kind of like Johnny Depp's sister. You can't be too stupid. If you act stupid all the time, people think either you're lying or you really are stupid, and neither of those are good for your credibility. So I was going to say, 124 likes, guys. Thanks. I appreciate that a lot. I know there's only 23 now, but I know it was a lot higher earlier. So, guys, thanks. I appreciate it. If you throw a subscribe my way, certainly I'd like that too. Yeah, that's the power of getting the civil discovery. For the civil case, discovery is pretty much open-ended. There's so much you can get. And it's more than you can really get if you're in a criminal case. So, yeah, using that civil ammunition against her, good work by Mario's attorneys. Top notch. He did a great job. But also it helps when you got really good ammo in your pocket when it comes time to do a cross. If you got a lot of good things you can do, that changes a lot. So he did a great, great job. Sorry, guys. Sorry, guys. I'm responding to somebody in Discord messaging me. Is lunchtime? Yeah, well, it's lunchtime for me, but also for them too. It's Boston, so yes, it is. Yep, it's entirely. You still have to lay foundation, get it in a certain way, have it authenticated. But yes, for example, her cell phone, all that stuff, entirely within the rules. But a lot of times civil cases get put up to the side. The fact this took 5 years is probably why they have it now. So that does help. So try void. Oh, Rach RN. Hold on here. When I was in the middle of stuff, you sent in a super chat. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. I appreciate the kind words. I don't want you to think I forgot about it or didn't see it. I saw it when I was in the middle of stuff, but thank you so much for your super chat. That was super cool of you. I appreciate that a lot. So thank you so much. I just want to make sure you know that if you're still here. I'm glad you heard me then. So my question is, will this help the civil case, or is that a thing, not a thing, because the evidence had to be brought already? Well, I mean, let's say Mario got up on the stand and he admitted to stuff. Well, anything you say in that court can be used at civil trial. So the civil case hasn't been resolved yet. She hasn't settled out with him. So, these cases can feed each other and supply each other. You can bits and pieces, and now you have to be careful in a criminal setting because the civil rules, not everything is always admissible, but a lot of things in a civil setting can be used in a criminal setting. And pretty much everything in a criminal setting can be used in a civil setting because a criminal burden of proof is so high compared to a civil case. And I hope that answers it. If not, feel free to add in more if you need to. I'm totally cool with answering your question. If you need to throw in a little bit more, Darvoid. Oh, got another. Damn, the emails do not stop. No, deleted. Oh, this is all in my bullshit folders. Okay. Ooh, I do need this one. And ooh, I need this one. So I did put out a law too, but I think everybody's kind of unlike a lot of the guys, they were going like all out in Johnny and Amber. I kind of just poked in on things, so I think everybody's kind of chilling out because somebody did send me an email and asked if anybody was going to show up. I think everybody else kind of tuckered out, and I don't blame them. Everybody, Emily, all these guys have been going super hard, so I get that they're not here. They're probably taking a day off and relaxing, so it all works out. I mean, come on, this can't be all of it from you guys. That's all you guys have to say, your question-wise? That's it. It's going to be a boring lunch break. I'm just checking to what crazy that went down that we don't know about that just happened, but looks like there's nothing new to report, which is good news. Of course, I watch them all. I love watching Formula One. It's weird watching it at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. I do like watching it like Sunday morning or like Sunday morning, like I can eat breakfast and watch it and then still go about my day, or like wake up like late Saturday night and watch it and then go about the rest of my Sunday. It's weird watching it in the afternoon like you guys in Europe normally do. But yes, I did. I liked it. I thought it was a good race. I'm disappointed that Ferrari, I think Red Bull's probably going to end up pulling away. I don't know if Ferrari's got they're not good at mid-season R&D. Mercedes might turn it around at the end of the day. I don't see Ferrari. I mean, I'd love to see them show up at like Monza in the middle of summer and just start whooping ass, but I don't think they will. I'm glad to see them in the hunt, and I'm glad to see somebody give Hamilton a run for their money. And I think if you put Verstappen, Hamilton, and Leclerc in the same car, I think you'd probably have, right now at this point, I think Leclerc is a better driver than Lewis, and I think him and Max will be tough, but I think he might pull out ahead. I like his driving style a little more. I like Max not being afraid and willing to fight, but I think that causes him to have more wrecks and issues, and with somebody like Leclerc, I think he'd be able to just kind of wade through the wreckage and get past. Also, even though it was a neat track, it's still not as cool as Circuit of the Americas, and nothing beats Montreal. Nothing beats the Wall of Champions. The funniest trial, well, the funniest case I ever had. I'm still gonna have to do a video. I'll have to do a full length video on that, or I'll have to do it as a Thursday night thing because there are multiple. There's actually news footage of it, so I have to do it with that. But I will. And I also need to make sure 100% because I did speak to the Supreme Court and they said, yeah, it was okay, but I need to make sure I'm going to lay it out for them. I want to make sure I do it and I don't cause problems. But I will be looking into that. They told me part of what I wanted to do was good to go, but I want to make sure everything is 100% because I've got a better idea now. Oh, that said, if I were to get suspended from practicing law for like 6 months, I would be doing YouTube full time. So, if some of you want that, but yeah, Matthew, when you watch the Ferrari at the beginning of the year, they were dominating. They had the speed and handling. Red Bull, I don't know what they did to figure out their handling in the meantime, but their handling was atrocious like the first two races. And all of a sudden they figured it out. And that gives them the speed too, which I don't get. But I guess it helps when you got those you got Honda working with you. You know, they got good setups. But I mean, how can you not like Ferrari? Ferrari is the coolest logo in the world. It goes back to World War I, their logo. A fighter pilot used it. I mean, you can't beat that. That's so much cooler than anything else out there. Sorry, I'm going to go through see if there's any other questions. Anybody else had? Yes, this bitch. Yeah, she's toast. She should be. If he's not, I'm really concerned. I do like the judge's accent, though. That is the most Boston dude ever. I saw this. Yes, that would be fair. He should go. Mario should make a settlement offer for like a new cookbook. Well, he'll personally autograph a cookbook for her. Okay, yeah, I saw this one too. Yeah. This is not an Ethan. We're not talking about Ethan Ralph parallax. Big difference. So, yeah, I apologize, guys. Like I said, I have to step away from time to time, and it's a little more than for minutes at a time. So, if you're new, I guess it's something to get used to. Wait, what's cringe? Talking about race cars? Oh, unless you're talking about Ethan and Ralph being cringe, yeah. Someone mentioned the Rage Pig, yeah. You know, the funny thing is, I remember before I even started watching, like, Ricada, I watched Ethan and Ralph before, so that was the hilarious part about that. And then I didn't watch either of them. Then I quit watching Ethan and Ralph for a while, and then, you know, after a couple of years ago, I started watching Ricada, and then I learned about him and Ethan and Ralph getting into shit, which is hilarious. That would be peak douchebag if he had. Give Ethan Ralph a Boston accent and talk like he does. Ugh. That would be douchebag. Peak douchebag. I'd say she did a worse job on Cross. You know, just nothing happens to her if she screws up. So she just doesn't get her $10,000. So, I mean, the worst damage, the worst result was for Edgecombe, but I think she did far more damage to her case. So, becoming one of them, it depends who you ask. I've been one. There are a lot of people who think I am one, so there you go. Depends who you talk to. Oh, come on. So let's see here. Yeah, I don't know how long did you guys hear how long the judge said they were going to be out until? Because geez, it's like they went out to go swim out and catch the lobsters themselves for lunch. I mean, I don't mind sitting around for a while, but jeez, this might be a nap stream after a while because I got caught up in a lot of work. So, I mean, if we got to wait for a while, 2:10, okay. I was about to say any longer, and there'd be we'd be doing communal nap time. I can't imagine there's much more in this trial left, though, for the state. I mean, putting an officer up there doesn't do anything because the officer's going to say, yeah, she told me this happened and I saw the videos. So I don't know what they got left. Generally speaking, the prosecution will not have a one-witness case or even a two-witness case, but in a misdemeanor court, that's very common. Thoughts on the Whites running? I know we covered this Thursday. I mean, if she's not dead yet, I don't know. But I have a feeling he's not going to give up. They're going to have to kill him, I bet, at the end of the day. So, Yeah, I think they're, she's probably still alive for now, but I do see her living out her usefulness at some point quickly. Especially because he'll probably kill someone to stay out of trouble, and she won't go for that. Yeah, she threw her life away, but I mean, the Dannemora prison break that happened in New York, it's a great example of this. Prisoners, especially male prisoners, are very good at manipulating women and finding a woman who's having issues. She's down, things are getting tough, and they prey on her. And they're like, "Oh, baby, I love you. We'll work together. Trust me, we can do this." And that's kind of, they sucker them in that way. And then they're like, "Hey, can you do something for me?" And they make them think they like them. And then once they do something, they've got them, because then they're in trouble for contraband or whatever. And it just starts from there. So yeah, it's, they do a lot to train people not to be taken advantage like this, but it happens a lot. I don't think she thinks they were going to get away with it. She probably hadn't really thought that far ahead. Just that thought, he loves me and cares about me. They probably got wrapped up in that. Maybe, but remember what happened to Bonnie and Clyde. It didn't end well. A couple of sheriff's deputies in the side of a road with Browning automatic rifles Swiss cheese their car at the drop of a hat. So, yeah, I don't know if that's not the way I'd want to go. As much as I'd like to think I do, I still feel like I truly don't. Don't worry. Lori loves the pool. Well, apparently you love the pool more than the alleged victim did. But it's... Oh wow, we're climbing up. Everybody's getting ready. It's about to get a party again. Yes, they did, and that's true. That the companies that sell the drugs for things you use alone, for lethal injection, will not sell to state governments anymore, state institutions. So yes, and that's an issue with the firing squad. The firing squad does turn into its own issues, as Critter mentions. Yeah, then there's a problem getting people willing to do it. But then again, there's also, you could do it the ways, I think it's like Malaysia does it, where it's Malaysia or God, I forget where, but they sight in a machine gun and then they put you behind a sheet, and then some guy just yanks on the lever, and you get sawn apart by an M60 right in the back and up through your head. I I don't know. I mean, there's different ways it could be done. There's always hanging. If hanging is done right, it's more cleaner and efficient than anything else. So I think hanging might be coming back in the near future too. A long drop and a sudden stop. Actually, a short drop and a sudden stop. She's alone and can go out with a bang and her 6'9" boyfriend. Yeah, maybe for her that's it. This is like, why not? Well, yeah, somebody's got to do it. And it's not like they can force you, because certainly that would be a very tough sell in court saying, we fired you because you were insubordinate because you didn't want to shoot somebody. I mean, the guilt you'd feel, I mean, there's guilt when you're yanking this, if you're over in the electric chair and you like, the Green Mile and you're like, boom, that's guilt. Lethal injection, you're the one hooking it up. You hook up all the IVs and you press the button. I mean, there's guilt no matter what. You're the hangman and you yank the lever. There's always somebody who has to do it. Even if you do something where you set up a machine that does it itself, somebody's got to set up that machine. Yeah, as much as I'd like to think so, no. I think the state should not be looking to cause more pain as part of its seeking of justice. If it's going to seek justice and use its monopoly on violence, it should use it in the most judicious and expedient manner possible. That's just kind of how I look at it. So that's why, I don't support stoning or burying someone alive or Vlad the Impaler stuff. No. The folks in the Old West had it right. They picked things. Look, quick, clean, and we move on with our lives. Well, yes, but it's not just MAPS who are eligible for the death penalty. So, that doesn't happen. Come on, go watch Mythbusters. That doesn't work. That does not work. Don't you watch Mythbusters, bro? No, because you don't just you go into it, and you die part way through it, but you're getting, burned and eaten alive by the lava for a little bit. So no, I still think it needs to be, electric chair, firing squad, hanging, and lethal injection if you can make it work. I don't know if I like the gas chamber because you're fighting for air, which I don't like that one as much. Those are heat seeking. We'd have to light the person on fire first. I mean, are we going to do it like North Korean style where we shoot them with a cannon? Strap them to the front of a cannon and shoot it? The technical term for that is called defenestration. Defenestration. Ivermectin. Ants, rawhide, and honey might do the trick. Depends. Some people might like that too much, though. Oh yeah, Stabby, we're staying positive and productive, talking about killing people through means of state-sponsored execution. So somebody was asking the name of the judge. No. Tar and feathering, yes, could be severely. Tar and feathering generally done as a humiliation tactic, not as a execution method. But it was frequently severely injure people. No, Darvoid, if you no, that actually does not kill people. Anybody who went along with me through the Dr. Husel trial will remember that. Fentanyl will not kill you as long as you don't have other health issues and it's pure. So no, fentanyl alone will not kill you. You cannot kill somebody just with fentanyl. I don't know. I'm trying to see the judge's name here. Oh wow, there are a lot of judges here in Boston. Um, yeah. So hey, Stabby, we're back now. Hopefully, it's a little better quality now. So hold on. Yeah, Dagon, I thought you said throwing someone out of a window. If you just saw at the top of a building, I don't know what that's called, but yeah, if you throw them off, I thought you said throw them like from a building. I assumed you meant through a window. Um, so yeah, Mario Batali, you may remember him from way back in the 2000s. Like he was kind of like another famous chef, like Emerald Lagasse, Bobby Flay, those guys. He's alleged to have groped the woman at his restaurant. He grabbed her butt and grabbed her tits, and that's a sex offense if it's done with intent. And she's claiming he did it with the intent. He's like, "Hey, baby, let me show you my cannoli later," and so he's being charged with misdemeanors. They are misdemeanors, indecent assault and battery, and now he's defending that. He could face up to 2.5 years in jail and be a sex offender. So some serious stakes. Nobody else really saw it. It's not really on video. Yeah. Oh, yes, the ginger pretend Italian. God. Well, it's better than Bobby Flay. I'll put corn salsa on everything. Corn salsa Bobby Flay. And to think, like, we have really good chefs now, like Gordon Ramsay and all the other ones that are out there in this world you can watch. But remember, back like in the early turn of the century, 20 years ago, it was like Emerald Lagasse. And you're like, ugh. I mean, just think how far we've come. Just think how far we've come. Oh. There are a lot of gingers from Italy. Yeah, way in the north, up by Austria, but not not down in the old country where like part of my family's from, where they shoot you with a little shotgun for getting lippy. Um, yeah, bam, yeah, yeah. It was different 20 years ago. Gordon Ramsay's awesome. I've actually learned a lot from watching him. I bought his mat. I got a mat. My girlfriend and I got a master class as a gift, and we watched some of his stuff. Actually learned like some good fucking cooking skills. Dude's really good. Makes it very easy to learn. Yes, they did. That guy Vermectin with a very good history point. Yes. Yes, the Geheim Staatspolizei, yes, when they would chase people and go after them. Yes, a lot of people tried to escaping. Very, very true. His ponytail touched me inappropriately. Yeah. Oh, yeah, he's above Guy Fieri, but not by much. Yes, yes. Well, lots of people committing suicide all the time. Yeah, watching Gordon puke and rage is really good, but it, just his he does so much, like all the shows. Like if you ever get the chance to watch The F Word with Gordon Ramsay, especially when he was on BBC, that's a really good show to watch. I highly recommend it.
You said on direct, you testified in your deposition, and I believe you told the police.
Season the air.
First you talked to.
But also, yes, guys, Mario Batali's looking a little rough today nowadays. But remember,
right.
he's 61, so should,
I don't remember the
hopefully
exact
we
date. I
all
don't
look at
remember the
least that
exact dates.
good,
It was,
if not better.
You know,
Should
it
we
could've
all
been
be
multiple weeks. I
61?
don't
I mean,
recall the exact
unlike
date.
him, I'll probably have my hair because I get to, that is a family trait I get to keep. It's just they get gray pretty quick. So.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, here we go. Court division.
I'd ask you just to take a look at page 30 of the deposition transcript, please. And tell me when you're there.
I'm here.
And so now I have a question for you. I believe you testified that Peter Vassal was present when you told Rachel.
Uh-oh, I don't hear any sound yet.
So you're not student.
Oh, here we go.
Yeah, I mean, Peter was always there with Rachel.
In fact, you knew him from high school and only knew Rachel through your friendship with Peter.
That's right, yes.
Here we go.
There when you told her about this assault.
Yeah.
And he knew that you had made this plan, right?
I don't know what Peter knew.
Well, he knew about the encounter, and he knew that you taken the photos of Mr. Batali and the selfies, right?
I'm not sure exactly what Peter knew.
Well, didn't he text you a few months later in July? Didn't he ask you if you still have the photos? Do you still have those Mario Batali or however you spell his name photos? Do you remember that?
I don't remember that.
Can you take a look at, do you want to wait, please?
Okay, I'm here.
And just take a look at those 2 pages. It looks like you're texting him and you send him 3 photos. Is that right?
Yes.
I'd offer the objection on the wall.
No objection.
All right, so town one way to do the next. So, he asked you at 2:47 on July 20th. So this happened April 1st, April, May, June, July, 3 months after this supposed assault, correct?
Yes.
He said, do you have those Mario Batali, however you spell his name, photos? Would you respond?
I said, yeah, laughing my ass off. Of course I do. And then I said,
Have you
okay.
checked? And you sent him 1, 2, 3 photos, right?
That's right.
And then you wrote wasted beyond life. You wrote LMFAO, and then said, I was talking about it at work, right?
Yeah.
And then you wrote, hilarious, about your encounter with Mr. Batali, correct?
That's right.
That's 3 months after you find he assaulted you.
That's right.
And this is another one of those text messages that you didn't turn over in the civil case, is it?
It seems so.
Seems so what?
I mean, I don't recall this text, but if it wasn't, I mean, it was turned over eventually here.
Well, we got, I represent to you, how you testified that you were ordered to turn over your phone through his text messages. And it came from there. And when you went to the Boston Police Department, you didn't bring this text with you, but it shows you sending photos, joking about it with Mr. Bassett, right?
Right? I didn't recall this
But
conversation.
you only brought the stuff that you thought would help you when you went to the police, right?
No.
You didn't bring the Kayla Toner text messages we just looked at where she said to play the story, right?
After being asked so many times for all the different pieces
No,
of information.
I'm saying when you went to the Boston Police, before you ever filed a lawsuit, you went and you found text messages that you brought with you to the detectives, right?
I brought the photos to them. I don't know about text messages.
You didn't bring these messages that I've shown you here, right?
I didn't know.
You chose what, maybe your lawyers chose what you would bring to the police, correct?
No.
No what?
No, we didn't just select things we would bring and wouldn't bring.
You didn't search your phone, you didn't look for these photos that were showing you now, and the comments that you made, that were essentially contemporaneous to the assault. You didn't look for those, right? Before you went to the police. We had to get them from an order from the court, correct?
That's right.
Now,
But might I please add that,
no,
you know,
that's all, we'll get a chance on the computer. That's how this goes. So, is it fair to say that when you use the term groped, and that's a term you use when you talk to Rachel?
yes,
You use the term you groped me?
yes,
And it's fair to say when we use that term, it doesn't always mean inappropriate touching, right?
it does.
Every time you use that term, well, you're talking about inappropriate touching.
In all the situations that I can recall, yes.
Well, I'd like you to take a look at 113.
Okay. Okay. Yes.
And you recognize that?
This is a photo of some friends.
Yeah, it's a text between you and Caleb Toner, correct?
Yes.
And it's dated November 8th, 2017.
Yes.
And you say, you got your picture, your friend says you look phenomenal, and then you say, Jonathan is like all broken, Christine. See that?
Yes.
Have you seen the photo?
Yes.
He's not touching any private areas, is he?
But I don't know if he has her permission to be touching her there, and that I would say is a sensitive area to be grabbing her around her waist and pulling her towards him.
So when you said groping there, that you could have been, Mr. Batali had his arm around your waist when you said groping.
This, to me, the way that Jonathan is grabbing Christine is not the way that he should be touching her.
That's how you feel.
You know what? I don't know if Christine wanted that.
So you're projecting what you thought she said or thought she felt.
No, I mean, if I were in that position and Jonathan were touching me that way, I wouldn't like that.
That's not touching breast or buttocks or crotch, is it?
No, he's not touching those areas in this photo.
None of those things. You use the term rape.
Yes, in this text message, he is.
Now, February 5th, 2018, that's 10 months since you claimed you were assaulted. Is that all right?
I'm sorry.
February 2018, so this happened in April.
Yes.
Now we're into the next year.
Okay, yes, that makes sense.
You were called jury duty, correct?
That's correct.
And I'd like you to take a look at ID number 41. You recognize that document?
Yes, I do.
So I get an extra copy of it. I'm going to put it on my desk. Oh. Sorry. Now, that's your signature at the bottom,
That is.
and this is a juror's declaration.
Yes,
It is, right?
yes,
It
yes,
says,
yes.
I certify that the information I have supplied in this form is true, complete to the best of my knowledge. I understand that willful misrepresentation or omission of the material fact in this form is a crime, which may be punishable by a fine of not over 2,000 upon conviction. Do I read that correctly?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, I'm going to offer 41.
Any objection from that?
No objection, Your Honor.
I will give no into offense.
Now, before you went to jury duty, that was in Lowell, Massachusetts, correct?
Yes.
In the sex superior court,
Yes, that's right.
criminal trial, and the defendant was accused of domestic assault
That's right.
of his then girlfriend.
That's right.
Now, you already testified that on December 11th, you had the realization that you were not alone, that other people had made complaints about Mr. Batali, correct?
That's right.
And that's when you texted the two reporters that he assaulted you.
That's right.
Those are the words you used, he
Yes.
assaulted.
Yes.
And you knew that was a crime, to assault somebody, right?
Yes.
And so when you sent those emails, let's take a look at those. ID 24. Recognize that document?
Yes.
And that's the email you sent to Peter, which is a publication that publishes stories about chefs and stuff like that, right?
Yes.
And you wrote, on April 1st, 2017, Mario Batali assaulted me in a Boston restaurant in town. I have pictures of my photos as evidence, right?
That's right.
All right, I'll offer 24.
Any objection from that?
No objection.
And then you sent another one to someone named Jack, another reporter, correct?
Yes.
Again, claiming that you were assaulted. Right?
That's right. Yes.
On December 11th, this is before you reported to jury duty,
That's
correct?
right.
And then that reporter got back to you. We already covered this. She told you she was going to do a story about you on January 12th, right? 2018. Remember, we went over that, that's if you went to town that night,
Yes,
before we had the lunch break, remember that?
yes,
And so you were in communication with the reporter. And one of the things she wanted was the names of 2 people to corroborate your story, right? Do you remember that?
yes,
And one of the people, if you told them about this, Rachel Buckley,
yes,
because you claimed she was the first person to tell, right?
yes.
You know, just housekeeping, this is the last exhibit for this, sorry. And, gave the reporter Rachel Buckley's name, correct?
Yes,
And, she was nervous, wasn't she?
Rachel,
Yeah, about talking to the reporter.
probably.
Objection as to how someone else tells.
Do you recall her telling you that she was nervous?
I don't recall, but I'm sure if I were in that situation, I would also feel nervous.
So let's look at exhibit, marks 130, please. Text exchange between you and Rachel Buckley, January 21, 2018. It's about 3 weeks before you report to jury duty. She says, was it just a year ago that Mario Batali thing happened? You say it was April 1, 2017. Go to the next page. She says, I'm calling her just a few minutes. See that?
Yes,
And then she says, I'm like nervous, WTF, see that?
I do.
So do you recall now that Ms. Buckley told you she was nervous about talking to the reporter?
Yes,
And you said a couple times, don't be nervous, right?
right.
Encouraging her, right?
Yeah, and just saying, the reporter is very friendly and no need to be nervous.
And then you told her at 12 o'clock on January 27th, just tell her how creepy fuck he was, LOL. See that? You go to that. Coaching Ms. Buckley about how to talk to the reporter.
No, not necessarily. Just to kind of remember, like,
No. So you told her to say, tell her how creepy and fuck he was, right?
but that's not what the reporter was calling to
Okay, that-
verify. But yes, I did say that.
That was your state of mind on January 22nd, 2008, correct?
Yeah, and the sentiment behind that statement.
You'll get a chance to explain it. The sentiment, if it's missed, the court decides it. But, so this is again 3 weeks before you're on the jury, before you sign that questionnaire.
Yes.
And you're talking about this incident with Ms. Buckley, urging her to contact the reporter to describe the dehumanizing brutal assault that you had happen, right?
That's right.
And then you show up to jury duty, and there's a question that's asked, if you've been a victim of a crime, you didn't check that box.
Because at that point I did not check that box.
So that's exhibit, it's in evidence, identified as 41, right?
Page 41.
Let's see, exhibit number, I'm sorry. It's exhibit 11. But instead, you wrote, your father was a witness to murder.
That's right.
And then you wrote, is there anything else in your background, experience, employment, training, education that might affect your ability to be an impartial juror? You said yes, and you wrote clairvoyancy, right?
That's right.
Are you clairvoyant?
To a certain extent, yes.
You are.
Yes.
That's your testimony under oath today, this witness, and you are clairvoyant.
I mean, yes, you can use other words, but yeah, I would consider myself to a certain extent being able to predict or have a feeling about major events that happen.
So when you were texting with your friend Kayla, and you said, I'm going to use the clairvoyant excuse to get out, you said that's just.
Well, I didn't get out of jury duty, and I was very forthcoming with the folks who were questioning when they asked, "What is clairvoyancy?" and "Can you read minds?" and "Would that affect your ability to be impartial?" And I said, "No, it's not."
I just want to be clear, you're testifying under oath, like you were in that courtroom as a juror,
Yes.
that you weren't making up with her name and then, okay. So let's take a look at, ID 133. Yes. All right. May I approach her?
I don't see
I don't know, it's not the right, it's not, I may have here, it's what we use. You need a copy of 133, your own?
No, I think I have one.
So, here you are, February 4th. Do you remember that was the Patriots Super Bowl where they lost to the Eagles?
It was, yes.
And you were at Super Bowl party that night?
I was, yes.
And you were joking around with Olivia James, who's a friend of yours?
Yes. Well, was she at the Super Bowl party? Yes.
So she texted you, so fun, you get so sad, LOL. It was great. Then she goes on to say, good luck tomorrow. My clairvoyant senses tell me you'll get out of it. So the winky emoji. Did you see that? In the text?
Yes, I see that from Olivia James, yes.
Then you wrote, that was so much fun. After you guys came off the Jersey, I go, my clairvoyant senses are tingling. You read that, right? Were they tingling?
Yeah.
Did you know you were going to get on that jury?
I had a feeling, yeah.
Did you have a feeling you were going to break the judge's orders? Did you have a feeling you would get out of prison after you did that?
I did.
Objection. Relevant.
I'm in trouble. LOL, they picked me as the first juror. And then you look at the next page.
Sorry.
Your Honor, if I may at this point, I think this is time for us to come up with a standing objection on the record about this entire line of questioning. It has absolutely no relevance to what we're here for today.
All right, your objection will be noted.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Oh, yeah, so, can I, when you wrote, LOL, they picked me as the first juror, then there's, it says FML. What does that
Means fuck my life.
mean? What does that mean?
Just, I didn't want to be, at the time, I just,
You didn't want to be on the jury, right?
I really didn't, and I'm
And
sorry.
that's why you said you were clairvoyant.
No, because that's true.
Okay.
Just the way all the other statements that were on there were true
So then you said,
at the
look at
time.
the next page on 133. No, I just want to offer that now, so it's,
All right, you object, Commonwealth, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, so also objection will be noted, this text, thread will be, this next exhibit.
so then you write, I told them I'm clairvoyant, predict major events, etc. And the 51st, LMAO, laugh my ass off. And then, friend, you continue, you wrote, it's this guy from Nowhere, Mass. He's being on trial because of domestic assault, all this shit, a few other violent crimes, and 4 counts of strangulation. See that?
I see that.
What'd you write next?
Wrote guilty.
You already, this was a big joke to you, right?
No, it wasn't a joke. It was pretty serious, the way that he beat up his girlfriend.
Okay, your service as a juror is a joke to you.
No, my service as a juror was very serious. I just,
Then you said LOL. Laugh out loud, right? See that?
I see that.
And you said, apparently he isn't even going to testify, but like the woman and the other victims will. This is at 11:30 on the first day of trial, right?
Yes,
You actually got put in the box, you were sworn in as a juror.
yes.
And then she wrote, your friend wrote, OMGGG, they went for it. See that?
Yes.
Meaning, in fell for your BS lie about being clairvoyant, right?
No, objection as to what somebody else might.
Didn't know what she meant, didn't know you understood the joke to be. Then you wrote, no idea, the guy gets the pick, oh, sorry. She says, on page 3, how did you get hit, LOL? Exclamation, question mark, exclamation. You wrote, no idea. The guy gets to pick who he wants, so maybe he thought I was on his side. She wrote, crazy wants a crazy. He, and you wrote, ha, 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 right?
That's right.
Guys, I gotta take her some work. I'll be back in a couple of minutes.
Now if you look at 135.
Oh my God, he is thrashing this woman, by the way.
You with your friend Kayla Tona, right?
That's right.
And you wrote, this is February 5th, 2018, 8 in the morning. So before you're even in the courtroom, right? You send to Kayla, oh, well, I'm a jury duty today. I said I had clairvoyance on my questionnaire. What did she write?
This is what Kayla wrote. She said, you have to do what you have to do to get out.
And you wrote, dude, for real, right?
That's right.
So I know you said just now, you didn't want to get out, but you wrote on February 5th, 2018, dude, for real. And then you wrote, look at the next page, I know, wait, this is page 3. First you said, you're on jury duty all the way out, filthy ass bowl, right?
That's right.
Yeah, this is a big joke. Maybe find a bowl, maybe find a process, aren't you? I would draw a question. Then you say, February 5th, 2018, 9:08 in the morning. I'm going to use the clairvoyance excuse to get out. They just said it's a 4-day case, like no thanks, right? That's what you wrote?
That's right.
So you're going to use the clairvoyant excuse to get out, no thanks. Then you wrote, at 9:54, a little bit later, I kind of wanted to check to miss work. Isn't that what you wrote?
Yep, that's right.
So you changed your mind, you decided you wanted to miss work, wanted to miss work, right?
Yes.
And so then, when the lawyers questioned you about the clairvoyance, you actually wanted to be on that jury. At that point, you didn't.
Either way, like I was answering their questions as instructed.
So then Kayla says, any movement somewhere you stand, you wrote, now we're at 10:25. If you pick me, I'm juror 1. She wrote, those slow fucks, OMG. They didn't fuck with your clairvoyance. You said, even after I told them I was clairvoyant, you could see the outcome of the case. Right?
That's right.
Well, they don't give it enough, apparently. Then you wrote, I don't know, I get it, because I don't know, right?
That's right.
The guy did like a shitload of violent crimes, and the lawyers had to discover ways to make him talk privately, so maybe they think I'll vote in his favor. Is your testimony you took this jury duty seriously?
Objection again. Relevance.
Objection will be noted.
As serious as I could. I wasn't very familiar with the courts, and it would have been my first time on jury duty. So I was trying to do my best.
Let's look at 134. sign off for this. Now, yeah. Can I approach the witness one? Yes. Apologize.
Sorry about that.
You recognize that? Text, string of your mother,
Yes.
dated February 5th, 2018,
Yes.
and you're joking with her about it, right? You look at page 3, 10:13 a.m. You wrote, I 7 February, my father was witness to murder. She wrote, LOL. See that?
I do.
And then, LOL, if I think I'll lose this favor. And then it goes down, as a OMG you wrote, and another wrote back, clairvoyant, question mark, LOL, with smiley faces and tears, right?
It doesn't show the emojis here, but yes.
So your mother was surprised to see you claiming you were clairvoyant, correct?
I mean, maybe, I don't know.
So that's what the question mark would indicate, wouldn't it? Right off of 134.
All right, I'll do object to 134.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, no else objection, you know that this would be admitted, it's the next exhibit.
So, just to sum this up, you just coached your friend a couple weeks earlier to tell a reporter how creepy and F Mr. Batali was when he assaulted you. And you showed the jury.
Objection to that characterization of the question. I don't think she ever testified to that.
All right, why don't you rephrase, I'll sustain the objection, why don't you rephrase your question?
2 weeks before jury duty, you were texting, emailing with his friend about coaching her to tell a reporter about the assault that happened to you, correct?
I wasn't coaching Rachel.
All right,
I
you
was,
said, tell her how creepy and fucking was, right?
and the sentiment behind that was just tell the truth. Just say how creepy and fucked up Batali is for what he did.
You were the victim of a crime when you said that, weren't you?
Yes.
Yeah.
But I had not reported that crime to the police at that point.
But the time came for you to check this box, and you didn't do it.
To the best of my knowledge, I was giving answers to that questionnaire with the best of my knowledge. And at the time, I had not reported that crime to the Boston police. Therefore, I never considered it to be a valid entry on this form.
You didn't think the judge would want to know that you were actually the victim of an indecent assault and battery on trial?
I had never.
Question, please.
Oh, sorry.
You went to college, right?
Yes.
You graduated top of your class, right?
That's right.
You can read and write, you understand.
Yes, sir.
So you used the clairvoyance excuse to get out, and you didn't write you were a victim of a crime, right?
Well, the
Going to the form of the question, it's 2 questions.
All right, I'll sustain the
You told your friend, you told your friend, and then you used the clairvoyance excuse to get out, right? Isn't that what you told your friends?
At a certain point, that was the sentiment, yes.
And you wrote clairvoyancy on the jury question, correct?
That's right.
But you didn't write you were a victim of a crime as you pretend you are today.
And that's because I had
Okay,
not gone to the
You'll
police.
get a chance to explain, but that's, you didn't write it.
That's right.
Okay. Now, the judge instructed you in that trial three basic things, right? So you took an oath as a juror, correct? You tried the case truly, fairly, and the judge said no homework, no talking, keep an open mind, right?
Yes.
You didn't do any of those things. You were texting, joking with your friends, right?
That's right.
You texted, even though you were under oath, not do those things, you did it, correct? You texted, Olivia Jean, on 36. Right in there?
This is. Okay, here we go.
she a friend of yours?
She is. Oh, wait.
I'm sorry, Vicky Marino.
Oh. Oh, okay.
I'm sorry, is that Vicky Marino?
I do. She was a former coworker.
Talking about jury duty, right?
Yeah.
Even though we're supposed to, right?
That's right.
Even though, well, I'm gonna offer this now, Your Honor, since we, recognize the considered statements.
All right, Walt, you want to have your objection noted?
Please, Your Honor, thank you.
Objection will be noted, this will be noted.
Talking about jury duty, Scott, I think that is, she wrote what? And you said, guys, in a criminal case with like a shitload of name charges, 5 counts of strangulation, all this shit. And then you wrote, yeah, the guy told me he wrote that on February 2nd, excuse me, 6th, right?
I'm sorry, hold on, maybe I'm not looking at the same thing as you. Oh, yes, okay, I see that, yes.
And then you wrote, let me read what you wrote.
Well, some aren't supposed to talk about it, but I do not care.
LOL, laugh out loud, also, right? You wrote LOL. We aren't supposed to talk about it, but I don't care. That's what you wrote on February 6th, 2018.
That's right.
I wrote this juror. And then the next morning, when we went to court, the judge looked at all the jurors in the box, similar to where I am right here, right? You were sitting in the jury box, right?
Yes.
Remember the judge saying, "Did everybody follow my instructions?"
Yes.
And you nodded your head and said yes, right? And that was a lie. What?
Apparently, yes.
You mean apparently?
Yes.
It was a lie. And you were under oath as a juror, just like you're under oath today. And you did that not once, you did it twice at least, right? The judge came back on days 2 and 3 and asked the same question, right? That lie, that was fun. That was a fun sort of joke you had with your friend, right?
No, it was a pretty serious thing that was going on.
The trial was serious, but you weren't taking it seriously, right?
I've never really been in that situation before, so it seemed like I wasn't taking it seriously, yes, by these text messages.
Well, you're not actually suggesting that you're taking it seriously, right?
Yeah, I was definitely listening to everything that the judge.
No, I mean the rules and the allegations and the oath. You weren't taking any of that seriously. I'm not saying you weren't listening to the evidence. I'm talking about your oath as a juror and your obligation to follow the judge's rules. That's what you weren't taking seriously, correct?
I don't know about that. I mean,
did you violate all the rules that the judge gave you?
Did.
And you lied about it twice. Is that taking it seriously? Are you taking today's testimony seriously?
I'm taking it seriously.
So you lied for fun, right?
No.
It was amusing your friends got a kick out of the clairvoyance thing, right? Believe me.
No, I mean, I can't speak for them.
You would also lie for money, wouldn't you? You never lied for money? What?
I mean, I'm not sure exactly how to lie for money, but
Well, did you not enlist your mother to submit a fake case to your jail around the same time as this jury duty, January 2018? Didn't you enlist your mother to submit a fake case?
I'm not object to this line of questioning as well, Your Honor. This is a totally irrelevant by that act.
All right, well, I'll note your objection, but I do think it goes to the credibility of the witness. So, the objection's noted. You may proceed.
You not enlist your mother to send a fake case to Jam Health Works to avoid paying a $200 cancellation fee.
yes.
You did that. That was a lie. Pretty elaborate lie, wasn't it?
I wouldn't go so far as to say it was a mastermind, elaborate plans.
Well, I didn't say mastermind, I just said pretty elaborate. You had to go to trouble to get, in order to create a phony lease, right? So let me turn, ID number 26.
God, this woman is just getting beaten alive.
See that?
I do.
That's showing Karen Stassel.
Yes.
Here's the lease document, thanks for all your help during this chaotic time. And the chaotic time was your live, you were moving to the picture, to Western Mass, right? That wasn't what you were saying?
No, I mean, there was a lot of things going on in my life, so it was a pretty chaotic time.
Well, didn't you ask your mom to create a fake lease, and she told you, and the lease suggested you move to Hampshire County?
Yes.
And then you told Jim you were moving to New Hampshire, right?
Yes.
And then you had to try to figure out a way out of that, right?
Yes.
And that was the chaotic time, wasn't it?
I really don't recall.
Number 26.
That's the email from the witness to Karen Stassel.
Yes,
How well do you judge that?
Yes, you're right.
I'm gonna remove that. I'm gonna want to keep the names.
But you look at 27. What's the mark? 27 behind it? Recognize that? That the fake lease?
Yes.
And you weren't actually moving, you're not offering hours to 27.
So the next status will you remember for the same reason.
That one will be a new exhibit number.
So this is all made up. You weren't living in Western Town. You wasn't living in Woodland. None of that stuff's true, right? And Lily Gibson, that's a fictitious person.
Yes.
And you asked your mother to create this for you,
Yes.
and she did it immediately. And it was all moved away $200 if you go to the gym and cancel it, correct?
Yes.
And that was news of you as well.
No, just that they. Not money.
Didn't you joke with Kayla Tanner about it? Just like you joked about the Martin Valley and suing him and doing his life, did you joke with her about the lease too? We'll take a look at 132. You're at 132.
Okay, I'm on 132.
And is that what you're telling the whole story with her? You sent a screenshot of your email on page 5. And the screenshot of the email, it says, "Hi Karen, that's weird, it should be on page 1, check again, you contact the landlord, her info was on the lease as well. It's funny, Belchertown is Hampshire County, but it is in Western Mass, closer to my grad school building, I think Hampshire, I think New Hampshire, LOL, thanks Natalie, you see that?
Yes.
That's a total lie, right? And then you wrote to your friend Kayla, that, after you CK'd, right?
Yes.
And I'm suggesting I really screwed up, now I gotta get out of this, right? What do you mean by that?
Yeah, like it's embarrassing.
And she says, friend Kayla, well, you're a fucking nightmare. Right? That's about your ability to lie, isn't it?
I don't know about that. That's her statement, and I'm not really sure, what her sentiment or what she means for that.
Well, didn't she write, I love how you wrote LOL on page 7. FAO, like, please, STFU, lady, what does that mean?
Please just shut up.
Not just, is the F word in there, right?
Yeah.
And then you wrote, just checking in on my balls, thanks, right?
Yes.
Meaning,
I think that was a typo.
what you weren't talking about, okay. Well, you weren't suggesting that what you were doing was balls and displays in the light, you're telling them that, yeah, that's not what that is. Okay. Another big joke for you, right? This whole lease scam, that was a big joke.
No, it's just to get out of the gym.
Just something you did to save $200.
Yeah, guys, I know the audio sucks, but there's no feedback now, unlike the Georgia case.
Don't need to go into all that detail.
So, your lawyers, I think you said you got lawyers.
That's a first statement.
They went through that, hired them on June 1st, 2018. They approached the Suffolk DA's office, correct?
Sorry, can you again, please?
You engaged your lawyers, representing a civil assault and battery charge, right?
Yes.
And they reached out to the Suffolk DA's office, and you had an interview with the Boston police, correct?
Yes.
And when you met with the Boston police, you weren't entirely truthful with them.
I don't know. I was truthful with that.
Well, do you remember they asked you if you were using the criminal process to bolster a civil claim?
I don't recall.
Did you review the audio recording of your interview with the Boston police before you testified to them? No. Did you read any transcript of it? Well, if I told you that you, let me turn to a binder there, your unofficial transcript. Page 28, you should have a copy as well.
Which, is it a binder?
It's a binder that has a deposition and then another recorded statement, should be a smaller binder.
That's it. Is it the deposition binder?
Same binder, there's another tab that has a unofficial transcript.
Sorry, am I looking in the smaller binder?
Yes. Turn to page 28, please.
I am there.
You see the question? Are you, besides the criminal angle that we've discussed, are you looking for anything else you want to pursue a civil action? What would that be, right?
Hold on, wait a second. I'm trying to find where you are here.
No, we can play a portion of the interview.
And are you, besides the criminal angle that we discussed, are you looking for anything else? Are you pursuing any civil action? Everybody sues everybody in this country, so that's what I'm wondering.
Oh, well, how my lawyer, he wants to file a complaint, but I mean, that's something.
A criminal complaint or?
Yeah, I think so, but I'm not sure because like you said, I've never sued someone, I've never had a lawyer, I've never had to file a police report, so I'm not sure. But yeah, he wants to file a complaint because I don't know, like, probably within Massachusetts, I don't think it has to go to like Supreme Court, but.
Are you reporting this incident to bolster another matter at all? Are you reporting this incident to the police as a means to pursue, like suing him for monetary damages or anything?
I don't think so. No, I mean, I thought this was like part of the process, because people are saying, about.
Can you call that? And in fact, that was June 22nd. Before that, you'd already hired your lawyer. The fee agreement said you're going to bring assault battery claims, right? And by that time, you'd already reviewed the draft complaint, hadn't you? What?
I'm not totally sure, but I mean, it's looking like that.
So I'm asking you if you remember that by the time you spoke to the Boston Police Department, you had already reviewed the draft of the complaint that your lawyers prepared. Isn't that true?
That is, but I didn't realize that these things were two separate things. I'm giving like the best answer to the police that I can with the information that I have.
You didn't tell them, yeah, my lawyer's drafted a complaint, I read it. We're gonna file it after we speak to the DA's office. You didn't say that. You-
Didn't I?
That's
Not
what
even
you
sure
told,
that's.
but that's what you told the reporter on June 5th. Let's look at 147.
Okay, I'm there.
You recognize this text exchange between you and Irene P. She's a reporter, ultimately wrote her story. Yeah. You were confiding in her about the fact that you were going to bring a lawsuit, correct? And you were confiding in her about that you were going to go to the police at your lawyer's direction, correct?
That's right. I mean, other people besides my lawyer had advised me to go to the police, but yes.
And you wrote on June 5th, at the top of page 2, you drafted the complaint last night. Things with Jonathan have been difficult, and nights he came out. And then you wrote, we didn't file a police report yet because we have to speak with the DA, right?
Right. And also,
Let me ask you this. We'll get a chance to explain this, I suppose. Later on page 4, the reporter says, you still think you'll go to the police this week? See that? Page 4?
yes.
You wrote, depending on what they say, maybe. He, referring to your lawyer, said he wasn't sure which order he wanted to do it, a complaint or police report first. Right? So your lawyer had strategy about what he was going to do to maximize your civil claim against Mr. Batali. Isn't that right?
I'm not aware.
Well, you're the one who wrote these. You told the reporter, right? And this was your knowledge at the time, correct?
But I had no idea like what any of those legal things meant.
Okay. And then when you said, look at page 7, bottom of page 7.
Yes.
Hi, Irene. So I'm texting with the lawyer. Basically, he's holding off on the complaint until he works from the detectives, right? That's not what you told the Boston police when they asked you if you were looking to bolster your civil claim, is it? You also told them you never had a lawyer before, right?
That was my first time at a lawyer.
You never had another lawyer? You sure about that?
I think so.
Well, did you ever hire a lawyer to send a demand letter to a restaurant before all this happened?
There was some friend of a friend that I had met, but
A lawyer named Wasim Amin, perhaps? Does that name ring a bell? Maybe.
I didn't think so.
And did you actually engage him to send a demand letter to bar Balloon to assert a claim for damages? In 2016? Does that ring a bell?
Maybe it's ringing a bell.
Yeah, I saw it. You hired a lawyer named Wasim Amin to send a demand letter to a restaurant, didn't you?
I mean, I guess I don't know if I hired him or.
Objection, Your Honor, if he wants to refresh your recollection, by all means, but.
Well, I'm gonna overrule the
Is your testimony under oath today that you didn't?
This is going to get interesting.
I mean, I guess I worked with him, but I
So
don't
you did have a
know.
lawyer, you did have a lawyer before you introduced these guys to bring a case against you, correct?
I did not consider this person to be a real lawyer at all.
Well, let me, may I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
This doesn't have a number on it. Yes. This is a text message between you and Christine Slade, January 2018.
Yes.
And you're talking about suing, potentially suing your employer. That's not what I'm asking about. You see that? That's the context, right? See that?
Sorry. Where, sorry, which text, which one?
So the context is you're talking to Christine about work, and you say, or she says, print out the emails and talk to the lawyer. See that on the second page? You see, Miranda? And you wrote, I don't have a lawyer. My last lawyer was a fucking error. Took my money, right?
Yeah, I don't recall that, but.
And now you're talking about this Wasim Amin that you hired. Isn't that what you're doing?
Apparently so, yeah.
So you told the Boston police you never had a lawyer before, and you said that repeatedly. That wasn't true. Correct?
I mean, I never engaged this person past anything. I never considered them to be a real lawyer
Okay, so
anybody, but.
But they didn't say did you ever have a real lawyer. They didn't say, because you hired a lawyer to sue a claim, correct?
I don't even know if I hired him or what kind of contract or if anything we were in. I never even thought of that because it was such a non thing in my mind. It didn't ever come into my mind.
I see. So it happens often that you send the bank order to a restaurant. You did it in that case, right?
I mean, I really don't remember. Like if it was set, yeah.
No, you were never really a fan of Mr. Batali, right? That's not true.
Not a huge fan. Definitely is not like a Lady Gaga to me.
You weren't a fan at all. Right? It's 20 liquid 157. Recognize these text messages between you and your friend Mr. Wolf? Let's just cut to the chase. You look at its ID towards the end. You ask him, he's a chef, right? Mr. Wolf is the cook.
Yes.
You're joking around with him, are you opening the next evening? And then you wrote, this is before you ever met Mr. Batali, correct? This is November 2016, right?
Okay, yes.
You wrote, fuck Mario Batali, by the way, LOL. You talked about Italy, and you said, dude, fuck that place. They need to pay better wages to those people. See that?
Yes, I see that.
That was before you ever met.
That's right.
And that sentiment, fuck Mario Batali, that's how you felt then, right? That's how you feel today, too.
I don't know, my sentiments have definitely changed. I'm definitely not, yeah.
I have no further questions.
Can I see the lawyers inside?
Oh wow, I feel important. I'm starting to get bots for adult dating and pornography. Um, um, yeah, I was gonna say they didn't. Um, so hi, Bane on your hand, Jay's board. Thanks for stopping by. Yeah, this is this lady's getting her ass beat on the stand, and there's nothing they can do to stop it. And the judge is right. This all goes to her credibility. Everything she's doing here shows that she's not credible. Sorry, I was out. I was taking care of some other things, guys, working and chugging along. Sorry about that. If you're Jay, I am here. I was just working. I said to turn my camera off so people don't think I'm boomer streaming. Um, yeah, there may be an end, and the DA can redirect, but they're not going to rehabilitate this person. The judge is not going to find her credible. I do not think at all. So, I mean, this is kind of it. This is kind of it. So, anyways, guys, I apologize for that. I'm back now. I'll probably be messing around since if they left, there must be an issue, some evidentiary issue, something's come up that's kind of serious. It's going to be something that requires a little bit more of an in-depth discussion, because when you're at a sidebar, you have to be quiet. Even with static machines and all that going on, you have to be quiet, and it's hard to do, especially if you've got something big and you want to get something off your chest and say like, "This is wrong." Boom, 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 and lay it all out. It takes a little bit of time. The louder you can be, the more forceful your argument can be. So I prefer to speak in chambers if I have to, if it gets too bad. Yes, this is a bench trial, Jay. Mario was going to have a jury trial, but then he changed his mind. Being Iron Hand, since I missed the beginning, I assume she just made it up or she just changed her mind. No. What happened is she claims that Mario groped her, grabbed her boobs, grabbed her butt, all those things in a sexual way when she was taking pictures with him at his restaurant a couple years ago in 2017. So she's claiming it's all sexually motivated. Well, there's pictures of him kind of like all over her and and kissing her and being a sloppy drunk. But no, um she's incredible because she claims to be clairvoyant, and then she also acted like a shitty juror in other trials she's been on. Well, you can approach, and you're generally, when you approach in a sidebar, it's about an objection or some issue at trial. So, like, you'll say, "Your Honor, I object," and generally in the courts I'm in, you don't do speaking objections. You might say objection hearsay or objection speculation. That's it. You don't say why. You don't talk to the jury about that. You talk about that to the judge. So in that case, I'd say, "Your Honor, objection," and then I'll say, then I'd say, "Your Honor, objection, may we approach?" And then you'd approach, you have a sidebar, and the judge sometimes will say, "No, I'm not hearing it," and then you're screwed. But if he says, "Yeah, sure, approach," that's a sidebar, and now you're talking about an objection or some issue that's come up. So I hope that answers your question. Generally speaking, when there's a sidebar, it's about an objection or something's going on. Generally, you're fighting over an objection at some point. I hope that makes sense. Yes, that you could argue that. You could argue. Yes, that could be argued. That could be argued, Jay. Yeah, pretty much. That's true too. But yeah, going back to Jay, or to Dagon, I hope that makes sense to you. What's going on there? Hey, I haven't really gone through all of it, but I heard it's not too bad. Actually, I have a phone call. Somebody's calling. I need to take this real quick. Sorry, guys. All right, guys, I'm back. Thank you. Dagon 3. Holy shit! Thank you very much. Thank you. I appreciate that a lot. That I appreciate that. Like I said before, when Rach sent in hers, that really means a lot to me. I truly appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you very much. So yeah, guys, I just checked also. I checked Twitter just to make sure I saw everything was right. Yeah, the defense was done with this witness. I didn't hear all of it correctly. She's done. Hold on one second. Sorry about that, guys. Yeah. Yep. Anyway, guys, defense is done with her. It'll be up for redirect. We'll see what happens. I really wonder if the judge is making these guys say like, uh, are you guys really sure we're doing this? Like, is this really what we need to be doing right now? So we'll just see what happens. I really do think the judge is asking, like, where do we go from here? Um, so. So, if I was the guy doing that, I'd probably make a lot more money than I'm doing right now. I wouldn't need to be here. So, so that's what I would argue. But yeah, especially if also number two, that'd be a lot cooler if I knew where all the hot, sexy locals were. But I got a girlfriend now, so I don't have to worry about that. But before I had her, that'd have been nice to know. So. I think the judge is ready to also. I think he's ready to eject. Technically, you can't. Well, motion to dismiss. I mean, if let's say you have a witness who there's only witness A can only testify to. There's like certain elements in the crime, and only the one witness can testify to them, and you've excused them, and they're done, and they haven't met the elements. Maybe you can, but generally speaking, you got to wait till the case in chief is done. But this is pretty much the only witness, so I'm assuming this is it. I don't know who else the state's going to have, but I think he's telling them this is not a strong thing. Or he's probably asking them, like, what the hell are we doing? We only got an hour left. So let's see.
April 1st, 2017. When you were being cross-examined, you were talking about your last few Can you tell us how you appear to yourself in those pictures when you're laughing?
Objection.
Just like, sorry, can you repeat the question?
Can you just tell us how you appear to yourself in those pictures during the parts where it looks like you're laughing?
To me, I just look very uncomfortable, very like not as like if it were sincere smile, it would have been a little different. That to me is like a more of a very nervous, uncomfortable kind of look.
Why were you nervous and uncomfortable in these moments?
Because I was being grabbed, was being pulled around, my face was being kind of pulled, and his lips were all over my face, and
that was physical contact that you didn't want at that point. Was that fair? Is that fair to say?
Totally fair. Did not want it at all.
And Ms. Keene, you told your friend Rachel Buckley about this incident with Mr. Batali about a week after it happened. Is that correct?
Yes, but I'm not sure of the exact dates.
Okay. And there's some mention, or we saw a lot of your text messages. There's some mention of Mario Batali, of Italy, to some of your other friends in the months following the assault. Can you tell us why you didn't tell those other people, specifically over text message, that you've been assaulted by the defendant?
It's really hard to put into a text or explain, hey, I was assaulted there, or to explain that via text, especially to certain friends. Like there's certain friends that I would trust with anything, and certain people who I would not know how to deliver the message. I wouldn't know how they receive it. Something like that might not be best delivered via text.
Okay. And when you told Rachel Buckley, you told her in person, is that correct?
That's right.
And during that time, in the month before the December 2017 article came out, before that article came out, how did you feel about what had happened to you?
Before the article came out, kind of still the same. Like there was nothing really. So wait, I'm sorry. Do you mean before?
Before December 2017, when you first read an Eater article, How did you feel about what had happened to you in the bar that night?
Before I'd read the Eater article, I wasn't really sure what to do. I mean, I definitely felt alarmed, kind of low on myself, like
So, yeah, yeah, guys. So yeah, I think, yeah. Well, I appreciate it. I got more likes than Law and Cucks, but it looks like they're down as well right now. So I'm trying to see what the hell's going on. Yeah, this is weird. Hmm. Yeah, Law Crimes. Everybody's down. Looks like. Oh, they're back. They're back. Yeah. And Gabby, yes, Gabrielle is right. A lot of states they just call it directive verdict, but technically in the actual rules of civil procedure, it's called a directed verdict. So, damn it! It happens all the time.
alarmed, kind of low on myself, like.
And you told the Boston Police Department that when they interviewed you in 2018, is that right?
I believe so. I don't recall.
And you also told Mr. Fuller, who actually deposed you in your civil case, that Mr. Batali invited you back to the Mandarin Hotel then as well. Is that correct?
That's right. Yes.
And both that interview and the deposition happened before the interrogatories where you didn't specifically mention that. Is that right?
That's right.
Objection. Well, can you repeat the question? I believe the timeline, the exhibits will tell what the timeline is.
Well, you can address that.
Okay, all right.
So, Ms. T, would it be fair to say that when you were interviewed, you consistently said that Mr. Batali invited you back to his hotel room that night after he had broken you?
Yes.
Right? We heard a lot about Ms. Toner on your cross-examination. Can you just tell us who Ms. Toner is to you?
She was a former colleague when I worked at the staffing agency in Boston.
And she's a friend of yours, would that be fair to say?
Definitely
Okay.
friendly.
And obviously you texted back and forth over the course of the time when all of these messages were extracted from you, is that right?
I'm not sure. So wait, I'm sorry. Can you repeat that?
Did you text with Ms. Toner?
Yes.
Okay. A lot of your text messages with Ms. Toner, I think you set up on cross, can sometimes take a flip in tone, is that right?
Yes.
Can you just explain or describe your relationship with Ms. Toner for us and how you would speak to and converse with her over text messaging?
Yeah. So we were just I don't know. I mean, I consider us friends in the good times. So, you know, some of the things that I would talk to her about wouldn't always be the most serious things. You know, we were coworkers first and then, you know, became friends. And I think that was just kind of our relationship. Like nothing was really too deep with us. Like I wouldn't have said we were best friends and shared all of our deepest fears and emotions with each other. It was just very kind of surface level friendship.
And you told Ms. Toner that the defendant had assaulted you at town once the Eager article came out in December. Is that right?
Yes.
And Ms. Toner expressed support for you.
Yes.
There's some joking in those text messages.
There is.
Can you explain why you would have been joking about that with Ms. Toner?
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot easier to joke about these things than it is to be really serious about them, especially in the moment and especially when, you know, I'm unsure how to say these things. You know, it's really hard to come out and just say it sometimes. I mean, now I've grown a lot and can definitely own this more, but I think that at first it was just kind of like, I really wasn't sure how to even put it, so I just kind of put it lightly.
And when you were talking to Ms. Toner about what had happened to you, there are some jokes, but there were also moments where she did offer you support.
Right, exactly.
And there were moments where you confided in her about what was going on with you and how you were responding.
Exactly, yeah. And she was a very good friend, you know, so.
Your Mayor, approach the witness.
Yes.
You have a piece of paper. Can you just take a look at that and tell me what that looks like to you?
These are some texts back and forth between Kayla Toner and myself.
And can you tell us what you're saying to each other in that string of text messages? We haven't seen these before.
Basically, that what's happening is an assault. He's smothering me with his hands, forcefully grabbing me, things like that. You know, she's saying, you know, just speak the truth, just say what's real.
Thank you. Your Honor, I think this is evidence as Exhibit 8.
Can I see that again, please?
All right.
So, Ms. Teeny, you have a lot of text conversation with Ms. Toner. Some of it is joking, some of it is more serious, like this string we see in Exhibit 18. Is that fair to say?
Yes, that's very fair to say.
In fact, in these text messages, you talk again about how after that Eager article came out, you realized that what happened to you wasn't an isolated incident, and you became more concerned. Is that right?
Yeah, I'm gonna object to the reading again and standing objection I had on the other allegations.
All right, well, I'll sustain the objection as to the form of the question, and then your objection will be noted.
Ms. Keeney, when you're having these conversations with Ms. Corner in December of 2017, did you know what you wanted to do about everything that had happened to you at that point?
In 2017.
In December of 2017, when the ER article came out?
I didn't know at that point upon, first reading that EATR article. I wasn't sure what I wanted to do.
Okay. And did you know what your options were at that point?
Objection to the form of the question.
Overruled.
Did you know what your options were at that point?
I didn't. No idea.
That text message, all of the text messages that we've seen, those messages were all pulled off of your phone in the course of this criminal prosecution, is that correct?
Yes.
Was there a court order that you were aware of where you were supposed to turn your phone over to the court for that to happen?
Yes, I mean, there was a little bit of, there was a lot of going back and forth, like, look up this and show us. Well, now look up this and show us. And then ultimately it was like, just give us your phone and we'll look for what we need.
Okay. And your civil lawyers were involved in that as well?
I guess they were involved. I'm not sure to what extent, but
okay.
I think they were present, I think.
Okay. When it came time to, or did you agree to preserve all of the contents on your phone during the course of this case?
Yes, I did.
And did you do that willingly?
Yes, I did.
And after you had already agreed to preserve all of the contents on your phone, at some point did you come into the court and drop your phone off so that all of the materials could be taken off of it?
Yes, I did, yes.
And there was a copy of all of the materials taken off your phone?
Yes.
And that was given to the defendant?
Yes.
And a lot of the messages we saw today came from when you turned your phone over?
That's right, yes.
When all of that was going on, deciding what was going to happen with your phone, did you delete any messages on your phone?
Not at all.
Did you try to hide anything on your phone?
Not at all.
Were you aware that these messages were on your phone?
Not really. I mean, at that point, I was like, you know what, just whatever makes it easier. I can't look, I mean, I can look through my phone as best I can, but if there's something here that needs to come out, just have it.
Did you feel like you had anything to hide that could be found?
Nope.
And did we see any text messages today that were presented to you in the court that would have indicated somehow you saying to a friend or anyone else that this in fact didn't happen to you?
No.
Or that you weren't assaulted at town in 2017?
No.
There were no messages on your phone presented that say that this was some type of farce that you made up?
Nope.
Objection.
Overruled.
And we didn't see any of those messages today because none of those messages exist.
That's exactly right, yes.
And the phone extraction is over.
Yeah, I object, because that's, the question's suggesting it's our burden to prove something here. And I object and ask that be struck from the record.
Well, so you objecting to the form of the questions then?
And the suggestion that we have an obligation to have produced any evidence in this case, which I think was inherent in that question.
All right, well, I'll note your objection. I'm going to overrule it. The court's aware of
Thank you.
who has the burden. All right, Tom.
Real quick, I'm going to hop in for a second, guys. The reason why the judge overruled that, because if it was in front of a jury, yes, he would instruct them on the burden of proof. But the judge knows the burden of proof, so he's not going to bring anything up.
Pick up you have some recross.
Some, just very brief.
We'll run a recross.
Unless we want to, I don't know what the court schedule would be, but we're going to adjourn until tomorrow.
That's what I was thinking. It's late in the day. It's time to adjourn to pick up your recross.
Well, I finish my recross and then she can do that.
Recross.
He's like, just let me finish this bitch off. Ooh, he's taking Mario's, the questions he gave him up? Ooh, brave man.
These were subpoenaed to
I haven't seen those.
You haven't?
No.
They were subpoenaed to the court.
They weren't docketed, so we haven't
Okay.
seen them.
Well, I can do it tomorrow. I have to do it now. So, but you testified that he said the Mandarin Hotel.
That's what he said. I have no idea if that's true or not.
Right. But if I told you he wasn't staying there as a Lennox, that would change your testimony. Maybe he said something different.
No.
Okay. Now, you just admitted that you had these serious conversations with Kayla Toner, right?
Yes.
She's the one who told you to play up the story.
Those were her words.
And you said, of course. Those were your words. And that's what you did. You played up the story. Just so you didn't do that. In those serious conversations with Kayla Toner, who worked at the Boston Police Department, you never discussed with her that maybe you could file a police report. That never came up. So it wasn't until your civil attorneys directed you to do that, correct?
It wasn't all my civil attorneys. It was, when I spoke with Irene at Eater, she had also advised me.
The reporters. So
when I spoke with reporters, they'd advised or asked. I remember one Boston reporter had said, "Oh, have you gone to the police yet?"
So, just to be clear, though, the cell phone, the data that we show you here, that you turned your phone over after Mr. Batali was charged, right? He was criminally charged. Then you were ordered to turn your phone over, correct?
That's right.
So all this stuff about you weren't hiding anything, you had an obligation in your civil case to produce relevant information, correct?
That's right.
And you didn't do that, did you?
I'm not sure.
Well, you know what you produced, it was like 30 pages of documents, correct?
That's right.
And so then we went to the BMC judge Sinnott, and he ordered your phone image, and he ordered search terms on it. That's where we got that information, after Mr. Batali was charged, correct?
Yes.
And your lawyers vigorously fought that effort, correct?
I don't know about
You weren't in
the
court?
vigor that they were fighting with.
You weren't in court when we had a hearing, and your lawyer didn't argue, and they didn't move to reconsider?
I don't remember if I was in the room or hearing these arguments.
You're not aware of that?
I'm not sure.
And you know the difference between a civil case and a criminal case when you talk to the Boston Police Department in June.
No.
2000. You sat on a jury in a criminal trial.
I had no idea what the difference was.
You had no idea. You had a civil lawyer who sent the demand letter to a restaurant, didn't you?
I had no idea.
No further questions.
Anything else, Commonwealth?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. All right, so I would suggest that we adjourn until tomorrow. All right, so court will stand in recess until tomorrow.
All righty. All right, so that's it, guys. So that's it for today. I don't know what more else we can have. So yeah, when there is a bench trial, you argue things to preserve the record. So, for example, they could argue that question was prosecutorial misconduct, about the burden of proof, how those things go. But the judge overrules it because the judge already knows. He knows, I know what the rules are. I know what the burden of proof is. I'm going to let the question get asked because I'm not worried about it. I know what's right, dummy. Yeah, so that's why if you're wondering why the judge is overruling so many things that other trials get objected to, it's because he knows. And that's the thing, you can at least trust a judge. They don't get baffled by bullshit. Yeah, I'm surprised it's going to day 2 as well, but I guess we're going to be there for day 2. And I'm also surprised Long Crime didn't try to strike me or act like dickhead. So thank you, Long Crime, for being civil about this. You can always tell when they lie, it seems. Not always, no. Amber Heard. So that's why if you're wondering why the judges are listening to myself there. You don't always know. It's not always as obvious. There are, people who are smart enough to, and it's you don't always have this kind of level of evidence. Well, they said we're done for the day, guys. Gabrielle, they just said we were done, so looks like we're done for the day. Yeah, George, Court TV is a pool fee, but it wouldn't surprise Law and Crime for them to come after me. Oh, yeah, we're not done yet, guys. I was willing to answer questions and stuff. It's only 4 o'clock. Yeah, it's really easy when they're really bad at lying. Yeah, and that's the problem. The average person's a little bit better at lying. It also helps when you're not a lunatic. Like, I'm a clairvoyant. Okay, well, nobody's going to believe you now. It seemed weak. The redirect started with describe your smile and this picture of you. Yeah, but you have to be careful because what are you going to do? And redirects, start talking about being a clairvoyant. I mean, you got to. There's only so many things you can do at that point. When you start talking about being a clairvoyant or whatever, like the prosecutor's not going back down that road. She knows better. You don't make it any worse by doing that. Yeah. But yeah, guys, like I said, I'm happy to answer questions. Like I said, this is DUI trials, domestic violence trials, disorderly conducts, hell, traffic tickets. Sometimes running a red light, crap like that. These trials, it's like one person goes up, tells their story. Small claims courts, things like that, small civil cases. Boom, 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 boom. Oh, sorry, Critter. I didn't know I used the magic words. My sister would be a clairvoyant. Well, believe clairvoyant. Oof, that sucks. You only have the tools your client brings. Have you checked for the media order online? Gabrielle, I am having trouble navigating through the case system for the Boston Municipal Court. That is like hell on earth. Maybe I'll try it tonight when I get home, but it is kicking my ass. If you happen to know where it is or find it, my email should be down here in the description. You can email it to me. That'd be great. But no, I have not found it yet. And the thing is, not every court has one or thinks to have one. Oh, well, Wendy, congratulations. Getting to the end of the school year. Yeah, redirect. See, I like this one. I can keep up with everybody. Redirect. Yeah, she got lit up. She got lit up. But yeah, you have to be. There's only so much you could do at some points, guys. That's what happens. No, this isn't really a Me Too case. This is kind of a gold digger that just kind of got at the same time everything went down. I don't think she's a politically motivated Me Too. I think she's a lady looking to make a buck. So, I mean, that's how I would describe it, personally. Um, so, but yeah, guys, this is this is I guess the other reason why I like it, it kind of takes me back to like when I first got out of law school. You're just out there like in a municipal court, just brawling with the prosecutor over all kinds of stuff like this. Yeah, this was one of the worst things ever. Um, well, for a long time, celebrities would just pay out to shut things up. Um, they spending $5,000. Okay, by the time you get a lawyer and things involved, you've spent more than $5,000. So their idea of being a quick payout would be a payout, and there's probably some attorneys who would do that, just pay out no matter what. Um, Sean, under what exception did the jury questionnaire come in? Prior sworn statements. It's a prior statement she made under oath. They go towards her credibility. You can use it to impeach her as well. I would assume one of those options. Either they went the impeachment route or she admitted she had done it and they brought it in through prior sworn testimony. Also, Gabrielle, it's yeah, I was gonna say it's SEAN, not SHAWN. That's okay though, no biggie. Um, just Q&A time already. I am 36. My birthday is in August, and you wanted to ask? That's what I do in the morning. That's how I put my hair up. That's all I do. Okay, Christy, if you're taking off, have a good day. Oh hold on, guys. I'm trying to find something real quick. Coming for the scalp. It took a long time to get this scalp. I mean, throughout my 20s, it was a lot of individual, gray hairs mixed in. I had jet black hair, so it looked like crap for a while, quite a while, until my I don't know, till I got to be like 28, 29. It kind of looked crappy. Found you on panel. I'm so glad to find you streaming today. Yeah, I mean, I try to stream a lot. I've been kind of laying low because of Amber and Johnny Depp is really sucking all the oxygen out of the room, and I just think it's kind of goofy to try to compete with that tide. But since this is the downtime, definitely why not? So what the hell is this? Sorry, got an email. Hope this is important. Oh, it's another complaint. Okay. So yeah, I mean, I started going gray at the age of 14, so it was really awkward because it was really embarrassing and didn't look good. Yeah, Bane, thanks for stopping by. Have a good one. I appreciate it. Yeah, that's my one trait. I'll get to keep it. And also, though, my grandpa lost his mind, so there's a good chance I might lose mine when I get to his age. So I'm not looking forward to that part, especially if that stuff skips generations by mod type people. West Memphis 3. Are they the ones who ambushed that couple and then like beat them and raped them and burned them alive and dumped them in garbage cans while they're still breathing? I think that's what you're talking about. Oh no, this goes back even further to West Memphis 3. Oh yeah, okay, no, I remember this. Yeah, that's an old school thing. Um, okay, well, it's hard to remember because Memphis has a lot of murders. But yes, I had to Google it real quick. Was reading up on it. Yeah, I remember that. I've read about that before. So, yeah. Well, there's a different murder in Memphis where this couple was driving along and they had carjacked and then abducted and then murdered and raped and left in a garbage can, like suffocating alive in plastic bags. So, yeah, it's hard though because especially like even the first 48, like almost everything is in Memphis. A real in Memphis, sorry. Um, so let's see what else you guys talking about here. Um, yeah, and that's where when it turns into, I think you're talking about an Alfred plea, not an Albert plea. Um, so the way it works is, and yes, these guys got wrapped up in the whole satanic panic that wrapped America in the 80s and 90s with everything was satanic ritual and things. So no, they entered Alford pleas, and the issue was there was some DNA evidence issues and potential juror misconduct that instead of retrying them, they gave them a chance to enter a plea. They pled to some. They got a better plea deal. They made an Alford plea, and it's called Alfred, like Batman's butler. Not Alfred, but they came from a case called North Carolina v. Alford. Alford was a black guy in North Carolina, and he was charged with murder. And he was charged with a bunch of crimes, and they were going to do the death penalty unless he pled. And he entered a plea saying, "I'm only pleading because I feel, I'm innocent, but I'm entering this plea because I feel it's in my best interest." And to be fair, it's a black guy in North Carolina in the 60s. Yeah, this probably was a good idea. The court tried to deny that and said it's not an acceptable plea. But it went all the way to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court said you could do that. You could have you could make a plea that way. It's not an uncommon thing. you don't admit to the criminal act, but you enter a plea. You enter the plea and you still assert your innocence. Basically, Alfred had to say, "Look, nobody's gonna believe me. The jury's gonna convict me. I'm taking a plea, but I didn't do it." It's kind of like a no contest plea, but on steroids. Yeah, no, you were close, Stabby. You were close. Okay, yeah, for Alfred, it was who was the guy? Oh, hold on. His name was like, hold on here, let me look. Carolina. Okay, yes, Henry Alford is his name. Was his name. Um, um, I'm not a law or whatever. I was close. You were very close. But anyways, it's a common. Well, it's not a common plea, but it happens a lot. You make an Alford plea pursuant to North Carolina v. Alford. It's recognized that way, and it's nationally known that way. There might be other state law and state cases in the meantime in some states where it's known as something else now. But if you tell an attorney somebody took an Alford plea, they generally know what that means. Now, a prosecutor or court doesn't have to accept it, and there's times where, um, it can be, there's no right to an Alford plea, but you know, uh, you can argue about it. The judge can accept the plea, but they don't always have to accept them. The court's ultimately in charge of what a plea someone accepts. Okay. Um, it all depends. And I know, and that's where I know people think, oh, well, like guilty people don't plead, innocent people don't plead guilty. There are times where you might. I mean, it's just how the world works. Yes, now I fucked up, and I fucked up. Now it's called the Batman's Butler. Jesus. Oh my God. Oh, I said I created my own hell before. I guess I really do. God damn it. God damn it. Ah, shit. Well, yeah, it's 4:15, guys. I'm not sure what else to say right now. West Memphis 3 were generally guilty. Batman's Butler not. You guys are dicks. Speaking of butlers, I really like Johnny's butler. Yes, Ben King was actually really cool. He came across as like what Alfred in real life would be. That guy sounds really like that'd be cool. Like he'd be super, super cool. Sounds like, having him as a butler. Like a classically trained butler. Um, So, and if he would have did it, he would have pissed in their mouths. They later found urine in the boys' stomachs. Ew. I don't want to get the rest. No, you can. I mean, you can talk about a crime. There's nothing wrong with that, Stabby. Um, no, I mean, there aren't really any. That's not against the rules here to talk about it. Now, if you're gonna be like, oh my god, it was so fun to do. Okay, yeah, they might time you out, but no, talk about it. That's fine. That's fair. This is big girl land. This is big kid land. We'll be right here. Plea deals are dumb. This is actually a video I'm working on, and the reason why it's taken me a while is because when I got done editing it, it was 2 hours long. And that's nothing anybody's going to want to sit down and watch. Are plea deals unethical on their face? They sound like it. But that also means from now on, every time you get indicted, it's a suicide pact. You got charged with X, and that's all you can be charged with. Sorry, we can't amend it to do anything. Sorry, that's it. Well, I mean, I've had more than my fair share of cases where, like, hey, we charged a guy with armed robbery. It turns out he didn't rob anybody. He just stole something. And he admitted he stole it. Okay, so if he's going to admit he stole it and didn't commit robbery, and there's a plea offer to, okay, well, we'll amend it to theft, felony level theft, and he pleads out, what is the harm there? Now, do prosecutors use plea bargaining as tools and leverage? Yes. I've had prosecutors tell me, look, I have way too much on my plate. I'm willing to cut your guy a deal if he helps lighten my trial load. Yeah, I've had them make that offer to me. I've taken, they make offers all the time. It's not the courts are paid to do it. It's just, the prosecution, they always, the other thing I will point out is, because I've worked with a prosecutor in an office where it was like me, the boss, and like 3 other people. And the boss ran grand jury, the elected. But I've also worked in an office where it's a lot bigger. I had nothing to do with the grand jury. Okay, so the grand jury indicts. The grand jury can indict for whatever crimes it wants. They can indict for any number of offenses, and that's what the indictment is. The prosecutor can't really go back and say, no, that doesn't count. The grand jury indicts, and then the person's indicted, and then it goes and pretrial happens. Well, if I don't think I can prove the things the grand jury says I did, does that mean I have to say fuck it and go forward? Well, I don't think you'd want me to do that as a prosecutor. You'd want me to say, hey, let's be realistic. These 2 are bullshit, and I'll get rid of them, and he can plead to one of the remaining. I think there's also times where it's fair to say, look, if he enters a plea, I won't make a recommendation for prison. I'll let you argue between the defendant and the judge what happens, and we will stay silent. That's a plea offer too sometimes. Not necessarily changing anything, but here, it's a plea to robbery. You were charged with robbery. I will let you plead the offense. I will agree to stay silent. Or I'll agree that I won't recommend the invocation of your parole time and make it a parole violation. So it's extra years added on your sentence. Or I'll drop a firearm specification that's mandatory and consecutive. There's a lot of different things that, people like to say, oh, well, plea bargains are bullshit and, plea bargains should be abolished. I mean, going in the extreme one way or another is insanity. It shouldn't be no plea bargains at all ever, but also the way we're at right now where everything is almost a plea bargain is insane too. It's always got to be in the middle. It's got to be somewhere. At least that's my take on it. Well, Sabrina, you just turned in to find out that the victim, is a complete fucking liar, like Amber Heard levels of lying. No, I don't know what they're going to have that's going to help her. I mean, they're going to people say, yeah, she's telling the truth, but Amber still has to get through cross. Remember, she has to get through cross. And we're not even there yet. And then Amber stepped, as I said to Joe and I said to Nate, Amber stepped on a landmine named Kate Moss. She claimed that Kate Moss was abused, and Kate Moss has gone on record repeatedly saying Johnny Depp has never abused her, and she likes Johnny. She's got Johnny's back, and Johnny was one of the best people she was ever with. Also, goddamn, how many women was Johnny Depp with? Jeez, he's a playboy. Yeah, well, I might put it out anyway and just say fuck it and make you guys listen to it, but I don't know. I'm gonna have to figure something out because it's basically me talking philosophically for 2 hours. It was rough. My day ended up getting shot. Oh, I think he said somebody ended up getting shot. Woo. Matthew, if COVID aside, before COVID, if everybody had a jury trial, the system would have imploded. Okay? It does not matter. Like, the system cannot handle the amount of trials for the people that are charged in front of it. If every court had its full docket and everybody's like, fuck it, I want a trial, the entire system would have gone poof. And that's before COVID. That was before COVID. Now it would be even worse. No, plea agreements are not binding. Federally, they can be at the federal level. They can be binding, but no. I'm sure if you ever listen to this at the state court levels, judges will tell you whatever you and the prosecutor have agreed to, they are not bound by. And I think that's fair. I don't think it's fair to bind the court as much as I'd love to be able to do it as a defense attorney to ensure my guys are safe. I can't bind another party to an agreement they didn't negotiate. That's not fair to them. The court also, that's a separate branch of government, really. The prosecutor is the executive, and they have no authority to bind another branch of government like that. Now, it's binding from the prosecutor's standpoint. If I sign a plea agreement with the defendant and his attorney saying, I agree to shut up at sentencing, and then it's his time for sentencing, and I say, hey, judge, screw it, send that dude to prison. Yeah, that's a violation of the agreement. But I thought you meant as far as with the judge. No, it's binding on the state, and it is a contract, and it has to be agreed to. And violating that agreement can cause massive problems on an appeal. She's not going to lose her shit. She's just not going to be able to keep up. It's going to be like Theodore Edgecombe. She's going to sound like an idiot. That's what's going to happen. That's what's going to happen, really. I wish there were less laws overall and harsher punishments for heinous crimes. I agree. Less laws. And I know that sounds weird as a defense attorney, but we have way too many laws and way too many people in jail and in prison. I'm good with the system imploding. Hashtag accelerationism. Yes, that type of plea agreement is binding. That type of an agreement is binding. But I misunderstood the person. I thought they were talking about binding on a judge. No, it is binding on the state, and it should be. And what they did to Bill Cosby was unfair. They basically gave him immunity, and then they went back on it, which, no, you can't do that. That's sketchy. And if that's the only way you can get somebody like him, that's a problem. And also with Bill Cosby, they introduced a ton of evidence that should never have been introduced. And the court actually pointed that out because they didn't just focus on the agreement. They focused on the trial court abused its discretion a lot, letting in improper evidence. So it wasn't just that alone, but yes, that alone should have killed it. Okay, and yes, I agree, but here's the thing. You generally don't okay, this idea of like a little bit of weed and you go to prison for it. No, generally you've got a lot of weed. You're not just like a dude walking down the street with a dime bag and a grinder. You've got like 15 bales in the back of your semi truck kind of levels of weed. That's what sends you to prison. That's like low level drug offenders. Like, what's low level? The guy who got caught with a couple of grams of heroin? Okay, is that low level to you? Maybe, but that's a lot. Is it less than the guy who gets caught with a key of heroin shoved in the dashboard of his car? Yeah. But once again, when people say, oh, low level drug offenses or people just in jail for this or that, they need to clearly quantify what they did or did not do, I think. Now, do I agree that marijuana should be decriminalized specifically? Yes. So that shouldn't be an issue at all. But I'm just saying, when they say people have gone to prison for a little bit of weed, generally, no, it's a lot of weed. But yes, weed should be decriminalized, should be legalized. And I'm not just saying marijuana wise or medical wise, it should be legalized for recreational use. Lawyers are not big on the honesty thing, especially with money on the line, to be fair. I think that's fair. It's, attorneys, lawyers and attorneys have earned their reputation over the past, 200 years. A lot of people were stealing and thieving and preying on people without accountability. So yeah, lawyers don't have that. But I would like to say I've seen a lot of people in my profession nowadays do things, be honest, do the honest thing. And I'd like to, say that I'm doing the same thing as well. I believe I do the same thing as well. I'd be as honest as I can, just like everybody else. In fact, more so. Now, if it's a heroin dealer, I'd be fine with them going away forever. Well, I mean, that's, I'm just saying that's when people say like, oh, low level drug offenses. Okay. Well, how low is low? Because, yes, getting caught with a little bit compared to a truckload is a little bit, but a little bit can still be a lot. Yeah, well, hey, I actually worked at FedEx when I was in law school. I worked nights. We would find, because boxes would tear open in the conveyor systems every once in a while. God, I found so much. People would ship boxes of weed to each other. So, saw a ton of weed. One time somebody shipped a box of Coke, though, and the Fed showed up to picked up that shipment. I don't know about that, but that's a lot more can be legalized than what's right now. Maybe, but I think if you let more people smoke, you'll probably have an increase in marijuana related accidents and issues, just like on scale. Hookers won't bother anyone. If that bothers people here, Wendy, then they would have gone away earlier because I can't. I've said a lot worse than that. Or start passing amendments how to do it for alcohol. Fuck the interstate commerce clause is bullshit. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. And so is Wickard v. Thilburn. The inverse commerce clause. Yes, marijuana should not be a Schedule 1 drug, but that's a legal thing, and I think that goes back to the hemp industry. Oh wow, we got more Tinder adult dating. Ooh wee. Better. Gotta get ready for the hot young singles in my area. I don't know about that. I mean, I've had some of them admit to me, but I also get evidence that shows they did it. Happens a lot. And I'm not talking about like some guy gets a DUI. I'm talking about like dudes on camera in a shop, like in a liquor store, going like this with a shotgun, like "Give me all your money," Oh well, happens. My job is to do what I can for them and put them in the best situation possible. Arab, I don't know if you heard me say this before. I'm sure people have heard me say this on one of my rants. My job is to go hard in the fucking paint, as hard as I can in that paint, to get that verdict. If I can get the dub, so be it. If I can get your evidence suppressed or thrown out or do whatever I can, that's my job. I don't give a shit if he did it. My job's to make it work. Um, so it doesn't really matter. Now, if they don't tell me and I don't know for sure, then yes, I can do different things. Like if they want to take the stand, yeah, I can ask them questions, and that way I'm not suborning perjury. But otherwise, it doesn't matter to me if they tell me they did it. I don't care. I mean, if you're that worried about if you're worried about what people say and do, and you can't defend bad guys, like go write wills and do taxes. That's how I look at it. Well, I agree you can't smoke yourself to death, but people do all kinds of dumb shit otherwise. So, oh yep, I agree. I agree. I agree. Um, yes. How can the CIA do anything if drugs are legalized? Yes, that is a big problem. I mean, to be fair, a lot of times people are guilty. As much as people don't like the police, and I don't like the police, generally speaking, you either snitch on yourself, the evidence, you leave DNA behind, you get caught on video, you tell somebody, or somebody knows who you are and knows what you did. So, I mean, it doesn't matter. You generally get screwed one way or another. So when people say, "Oh my gosh, I got a bum rap or whatever," most likely not. Most likely they did get caught red-handed in one way or another. Uh, wow, I'm surprised you got that back. Um, I'm sure the CIA made plenty of people traffic. They do, but it's a lot easier to traffic drugs than a bunch of little kids. Because the drugs can get in a container for 100 degrees for 10 days straight. Um, Wendy, as far as people that are presumed guilty, I mean, I'll say it like this, and I mentioned this to Nick and other people before. Other people have heard me say it on my channel before. If you call me tomorrow and said they're digging up the bodies in the crawl space of your house, I'm down. What can we do? Let's go to battle. Let's strap on our cleats. So that's what I'm saying. Yeah, guys, I'm about to wrap it up too. It's 4:30. I know we not much more to talk about till tomorrow. I'll answer these last two things. She's wearing what looks like the same white shirt in all the photos, and nose is all light behind her. Yeah, it's shittily done. I'm sure Johnny's attorneys will get right into that. Well, hey, Stabby, you're always welcome if I'm on. Ask me questions. I'm always happy to answer them. There's very few questions I will reluctantly decline to answer. But other than that, I'm pretty much not afraid to answer them. Hope you understand that by now. Hey, get a hold of me. I got an email address. All right, guys. Well, that's it for tonight. This afternoon. We'll be back on tomorrow. See how this goes. Like I said, I can't imagine there's too much. I have one thing at like 9:30 I have to do, and then I'm back in the office. So I'll get everything set up to go, and I'll work with Critter and the mod team, and we'll be all set for it. But that's it for tonight, guys. Remember, just because you did it doesn't mean you're guilty. Have a good night, everybody.